basic question like what Pega is. This is our basic question. What is Pega? So the simple answer for this is Pega is used for developing web applications. The very simple answer is Pega is used for developing web application. What do you mean by web application? You see a number of applications daily. You see Amazon application, Flipkart application, maybe like Walmart application, whatever. So here every application no doubt will be having some front end part. Consider Amazon. So this Amazon application might be purely developed on Java. This might be developed on Java and it will be having some front end screen, right? So after you hitting amazon.com, are you not seeing one web page? Yes, right? So there it might ask you or it might show you some products. So how is this web page designed? Front end is completely designed or every application will be having something called front end layer and something called backend layer or business logic layer. And no doubt it must be having something called database layer also. Okay, all the customer information or order information should be maintained in this, right? Okay, fine. So this is about Amazon application. Consider Flipkart application. Flipkart application might be developed purely on .NET. Still, it will be having front-end layer, back-end layer, database layer, right? So you take any application in the world. So for every application, back-end might be different. Few projects, Java might be their backend, .NET or Python or C Sharp, whatever it is, this backend might be same. And front end, no doubt every application will have front end and everywhere front end will be based on HTML and CSS only. You might be knowing this. And it will be having some scripting part and major framework is JavaScript. Few projects might be using Angular on top of it, maybe React or Node or maybe like Backbone or direct raw JavaScript, whatever. So every web application should have front-end layer and it will be using these standard things, no doubt. And every application will have backend part and few projects uses Java, .NET, Python. And every project should be having database layer and everywhere database understands only SQL queries. It understands only SQL queries. So its business logic might be with Java, but still if you wanted to do something here, SQL query must be generated, meaning Java should execute one SQL query. Here .NET should execute one SQL query. And similarly, so this web application, if I wanted to design one web application, so you have to take care of front end part, meaning you should learn HTML, you should learn CSS, and if your project is demanding for Angular or React, you should learn React. And no doubt to manage your backend part, you should learn Java code. And no doubt to integrate with your database, you should learn SQL query. These three constitute one web application, correct, right? Okay, and there will be different teams. UI team will be there, backend Java team will be there, database team will be there. But here with the Pega, whatever the application I wanted to design, so everything is automated. So using Pega, I can design one web application where front-end part is inbuilt, backend part is inbuilt, and even SQL part is inbuilt. Okay, so all the traditional applications all the traditional applications should be having front-end layer, business logic layer, and database. And here there might be like front-end technologies, these might be backend, these might be database part. But Pega is one automated tool. Pega is something which is automated, using which I can drag and drop and design my front end. I can able to design any kind of my backend requirement. So maybe my requirement is to execute an SQL query. My requirement might be to send an SMS. You take Amazon application itself. You'll get one UI page, right? So there I'll choose a product. If I click on that, what are you seeing? So it is added to somewhere cart, right? And from there, you might get a notification. You might get a message or from there, some money or payment related things are happening. All these are backend. So using Pega, you can do any kind of backend requirements. And for that, you need not learn Java code. So this is fully automated on Java. Pega is one automated tool developed on what? Java code. Okay, but you need not understand any part of Java writing manual. So this is inbuilt. So you should learn how to use it. You should learn how to use it. Maybe if you are going for Java interview. So you are Java developer, consider I'm a Pega developer. So if you are going for an interview, what your interviewer will ask you? So he'll ask you, so write some Java code for sending an email. Okay, write some Java code to execute one SQL query to store into database table. So what is like Java code to send an SMS to the customer in this scenario? You are supposed to explain everything about like oops concept and something there. But in Pega, the same output will achieve, but we will not write any part of Java coding. So everything is like inbuilt. Now I'll show you one sample screen. Let me log in. So this is where development studio is what we call. We are supposed to log in and do any kind of development work like drag and dropping and doing anything extra functionalities. Suppose if my requirement is to send an email to the customer, or let me show you UI part. Let me show you some UI part. So here you can see something like HDFC logo, right? And something below terms and conditions, and maybe something about like text boxes and other stuff. Now my requirement here is my client is asking me to include one more text box, something about name. Okay, we have to include small text box. It's matter of 10 minutes generally. But in Pega, we can do it in fraction of seconds. So the same UI requirement, this is something about front-end requirement, right? So for this front-end requirement, if we are going with the traditional development, like writing HTML coding manual, writing some part of CSS code manually. Okay, so that takes minimum of 10 minutes time for us. But in Pega, by just like 20 to 30 seconds, you can achieve everything. So this is like respect to screen. So I can straight away go for drag and dropping one new text box, and you can just update the label, whatever you wanted, something about fully, and just submit it and just check, save, and now refresh this. So can't you see this a new text box added up? That's right. Yes. So it did not take us more than 10 seconds time, but in the traditional manner, it will take minimum of 10 minutes. Now here you can see something like whatever the things you are typing it is showing it in black color, correct? It is showing it in black color. Maybe if I mouse over on this, I'm trying to mouse over on this, you can see something like color difference also, just to show focus. Now, maybe my requirement here is to show something like background color as blue. Again, simple. So you'll just double click on that and go to presentations, and whatever the CSS code you are supposed to do, maybe color colon red, submit this. So can you see color applicable here itself? Yes, right? So all these are like simple things what we can do it with Pega. So for that, we don't require much HTML knowledge. We don't require much JavaScripting knowledge, and we don't require even Java knowledge also. Everything can be done pretty simple compared to traditional way of development. Okay. And maybe if my requirement is, consider this as something about email ID. Now I'll enter my own email ID, something chandra@gmail.com. Immediately one mail has to be triggered. Consider this as Amazon website. So you'll enter your email ID, right? One email has to be triggered showing OTP for you. So this is purely backend task. There is nothing like front end. There is nothing like drag and dropping here. It's purely backend task. So if you wanted to go for any backend task, as I already told you, there is ready-made for us. So here in this requirement, you'll see with the name send email notification. Send email notification. So you can see something like predefined Java code. Can you see this? Yes, right. So whatever the Java required for sending an email, that is ready-made for you. That is ready-made for you. So you need not struggle hard what is about this Java code. I need not bother much. Even in the interviews, they will not ask you to write Java code. They will ask you how to implement that requirement. So on change of that, I want one OTP to be generated. How to generate one random 6-digit number and how to put it in one correspondence rule and how to send it like an email. This is what they'll ask you. You should say like that there is predefined or OOTP with this name in this case for generating an OTP. So we are having some function with name as random. So I'll use this. This is what you have to guide them. So no one will ask you to write about this Java code or no one will ask you to explain this. So Pega is completely automated with Java code. No interviewer will ask you anything physical to write coding. In terms of front-end part, he will not ask you. In terms of Java part or in terms of SQL queries also, they'll not ask you. Suppose in the same example, okay, so maybe in the same example, after I entering something like chandra@gmail.com, background task is to send an email. Additionally, one record must be stored into database table that like 2 more email generating attempts are left. Meaning out of 3, 1 is already done, right? It is maintained somewhere in the background. No? So how to maintain this history in database table? This is what they might ask you. So what is the database table involved there? And if you wanted to interact with the database table, no doubt SQL queries are required, right? So how to write SQL queries? So again, for that, you need not write anywhere physical SQL queries. So you'll be having some methods like this. So obj browse or obj open, whatever. You'll be having few such methods. Using this method, you can generate one SQL query also. So you might not know what is SQL. You might not know how to join 2 tables. You might not understand how to interact with a third-party database. Still, you can achieve everything with this predefined things. You should learn how to use Pega. You need not learn anything about Java part. So finally, any part of our web page development, it might be via front end or back end or database part, you should be in a position to understand this. So clear, right? So for the very basic question, we got answer. That is, Pega is one automated Java tool. It is developed on Java. So if anything is developed on Java, we got an advantage of cross platforms. Okay, suppose, did any one of you came across like OutSystems tool? Online people, did you listen to the word called OutSystems? It is one tool similar to Pega. Anyone?
I think it is a competitor for Pega, right?
That's what. So there is one more tool called OutSystems, no doubt, which is similar to Pega, competitor for Pega. Great. And OutSystems is not that famous compared to Pega. Why? Because OutSystem is automated on .NET technology. What is Pega? Developed on Java. Okay. So what is the problem with .NET? I'm not saying problem with OutSystems. There is problem with .NET. Why? .NET generally works on only Windows operating system. Windows operating system, meaning if any application is developed. So what are we understanding here is, so Pega is one automated tool. Likewise, OutSystems is also an automated tool. So this is completely developed on Java. This is completely developed on .NET. So using this tool, I can drag and drop and design one web application. Here also, you can drag and drop, do everything. and design one web application. And problem with this is this application works only on Windows. So Windows 7, 8 or 9, whatever. So this works only on Windows operating system. But Java is like independent of any operating system. So this application works on Linux, maybe Windows or Mac, whatever it is. That is where advantage of Java is. I'm not talking about advantage of Pega. Advantage of Java is that. So this Pega is automated on Java today. Initially, so Pega is not something like introduced yesterday or day before. It is from 1980s itself. So Pega is something which is from past 35 years. So initially, when they started Pega, they automated with C language. They automated completely with C sharp. Okay, and later they realized that this is not compatible in every operating system. That is where they slowly migrated everything to Java, so that it works in every cross platform. So in your Apple phone, it will work out. So the Pega application, whatever we are designing, it will work in Apple iPhone. Suppose if you go for a bank and ask for a credit card, I'm the bank employee. Consider I'm the bank employee. I'll use one laptop, right? And I'll try to use one application, and using which I'll generate one credit card request for you. So maybe if we are busy by that time, what we'll say? So please wait at your home, sir, or office, sir. Will come to your home. That is what these days bank people are providing, right? So they'll come with one iPad. Did you observe? They'll come with one iPad. So still they'll try to do the same procedure, right? Meaning that application, if it is developed on Pega, it works on Windows laptop, maybe Mac laptop, or maybe like iPad or normal tab or mobile phone, Android phone, whatever it is. So this is cross-platform compatible. And that too, just adding one more point today itself. So every Pega application is included with RWD also, meaning responsive web design. What do you mean by responsive web design? So considering the same one, let me show you the output here. Let me show you some other screen. So you can see, some output here, correct? And consider I'm using something smaller laptop. So can you see all the text boxes are adjusted according to my screen size? Can you see this is getting expanded and shrinked based on my screen resolution? This we call it as responsive web design. So in the past versions of Pega, or maybe in other competitors of Pega, so that responsiveness is not there. So today you open your phone, mobile phone, and you'll search for Facebook. It will be perfectly resolved there, correct? You'll see everything properly loaded out. And if you open the same in your iPad, still it will be properly loaded. Maybe in your laptop, 14-inch laptop or 28-inch laptop, or even a bigger size TV. So this application will be perfectly resolved as per the screen device, correct? So that we call it as responsive web design. Suppose if we are like using some keypad mobile, past days we used to use keypad mobiles, right? I don't know how many of you used it. So there also we used to see GPRS, some kind of internet. If you open facebook.com, you'll get a page, no doubt. A page will be rendered. So will that be completely colorful for you? No. You must have, you must every time scroll to the right or left, then only you can see all the fields, right? Meaning that application is not properly aligned with that screen, right? So today with Pega, we can achieve that RWD also. So major advantage of Pega is it is working on cross-platform as well as screen resolution. Okay, so it's also perfectly compatible. So that is what you are doing. Fine. So we are just understanding what Pega is for today. And tomorrow we'll try to understand. So today we don't get enough time. And tomorrow I'll try to talk something more common things what you want to understand. Okay, so how it will be working for internal applications, how it works for external applications, what about the Pega license, okay, and how we have to access our cloud versions and other things. Okay, so tomorrow we'll continue, and requesting every one of you online and offline tomorrow also, please join with the same link. and at the same time, and just for the sake of people who joined in between, so this is our mobile number. Please WhatsApp on this saying like joined today's demo. Just drop a message immediately in WhatsApp. So whoever has already done, you can ignore. So just for the sake of newly joined people or in between, so WhatsApp on this saying like joined today's demo, we'll get today's recording and something extra things also. So got it right? So tomorrow we'll try to understand few more things there. Whatever the doubts you are having in your mind, everything will be sorted out. You need not ask me anything. So down the line, maybe in next tomorrow or day after tomorrow's session, everything, whatever like unclear in your mind, everything will be clear. So that is guaranteed. Maybe even after that, we'll go for questionnaire part as well. Understood it, everyone? Online
Uh,
everyone?
Hi Chandra, I have
Yes,
one
got
small
it.
doubt. Nitish this side.
Tell me.
Chandra, in this Pega course content, have you been added the Pega consolations and Gen AI because those are the advanced concept, right?
Did you get our course content?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So are those not available there? It's 100% there. Okay. It is available. So to answer your question, we are even working on latest concepts of Pega, that is Constellation UI. So something as Gen AI, okay, and its related part, maybe Blueprint. Okay, so maybe like Socrates. Socrates we are not covering. So most part of like Gen AI and authentication related things is what we are trying to cover. Okay, and all these are like latest concepts, everything we're trying to cover. Okay, Constellation and Gen AI part is like covered. Got it right? So if any one of you did not get course content, please drop a message. Okay. So you might be getting it by this time. If not, you'll get it today. So clear, right, everyone? Any extra questions? Nitish, clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any more questions, anyone? Fine. So tomorrow also, please join with the same link. Okay. So make an habit of following the consistency. You may or may not enroll the course, but just don't miss the demo sessions. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow also, please plan to attend and then you can decide. It's up to you. I cannot run behind you, right? It's completely up to you. Okay, then. Thank you. So this is just for the sake of new people joined today. So if anyone has joined today, so requesting you to drop a message on this number saying like joined today's demo. Okay, so you people who are has like already there, you need not again drop it. So the new people who did not drop message yesterday, so requesting you to drop a message saying like joined today's demo. That's enough. Okay, and yesterday whoever has responded, people should be getting like recording also. Okay, and you'll be getting like software download part and everything from today itself. Let's start. So yesterday we understood something about like what Pega is. So finally we concluded Pega is one automated tool, correct, right? Pega is one automated tool. So using which we can design complete web application. So when I say web application, it constitutes front-end layer, and it should include backend layer, and it should include something like database layer also. So every web application should have these three layers. Using Pega, we can make every of these three automated. And Pega is one completely automated tool based on Java. So the application what we build with the Pega, so it can work on cross-platform. It works on iOS, maybe app, maybe operating Windows. Okay, everywhere it should work out. And using this Pega, we can design front end easily using like latest markup language, that is HTML5. So you know HTML is something built for front end, right? And that too HTML5 is the latest one, and Pega is like included with that. And it is included with the latest styles, that is CSS3. Okay, what generally we use it in. React mobile development. So that level of styles part are like included in Pega these days. Okay. So this is what we concluded. Let's open this PPT. Fine. So where all the UI technologies, backend part and database part is included. And using this Pega, you can do any kind of backend development where it is having necessary Java code ready-made. Yesterday, I showed you with one small example also. Maybe if you wanted to send an email. So for that, we are having purely ready-made. We should call it as OOTB. You don't know what is still OOTB. I'll talk about slowly. So there is completely predefined things. Okay. And you should know how to use it and where to use it. And someone please tell me, what is that ready-made Java for sending an email? What is the name we have seen yesterday? What is it? Send email
Email notification.
So this is one predefined rule in Pega where we are having complete Java code for sending an email. Maybe if your requirement is to send an SMS, there must be one such similar thing, right? If your requirement is to generate one SQL query to store the data into database table, there must be certain Java code ready-made for that. For any kind of your backend requirements, Java code is predefined. You should simply know what are its needs. Okay, and you should reference that somewhere in your front end. So consider today you joined one company. Okay, today you joined one company, and maybe consider you joined some company like TCS as a Pega developer. So initially you people will be on bench, right? Maybe 1 week or 10 days. So there it will be like an assigning projects for you. So City is like one of the famous clients, and maybe City client, what they wanted is they wanted to build their credit card application, loans application, everything using Pega. They wanted to design some credit card application where they require front-end part, back-end part, database part. So if they are choosing Java or .NET or Python, developing this application will take long time for them. Instead, they wanted to design this completely with one automated tool called Pega. So day one, they'll take license from Pega systems team. And then this network team, okay, your network team, they will try to install it and then they'll start. So you being an Pega developer in TCS, you'll be assigned for the City client and all the client requirements you are given there, you are supposed to develop, correct, right? You'll be designing screen 1, maybe screen 2, screen 3. And in all these requirements, you'll be getting UI tasks as well as backend tasks or even database tasks and something reporting related part, deployment related part, versionizing related part, each and everything for a regular web development you can do with Pega. We'll try to learn all these things. So today, after you joining one company, your client has given you a requirement related to sample web page design. So this web page is what you have to clearly analyze. So now to design this web page, if you are following your traditional approach meaning if you are trying to do with traditional HTML, you have to write everywhere coding, right? For that styling part, you have to write coding. But in Pega, to design the same front-end page, you can simply drag and drop. So you should know how to drag and drop an image. You should know how to drag and drop an video. And you should know how to make the screen divided as 20% and remaining as 80%. And you should again understand how to include an image in your header. And that too, this has your dynamic header. So consider this as your screen number 1, collecting personal details. Maybe once I submit, then it will take me to screen 2, right? Consider screen 2 is about collecting address details. So the same part, whatever you designed now, you can reuse it in screen 2 and instead of personal details as one heading, it will dynamically show you address details as one heading. So how to make this screen design that is easy with Pega and how to make this dynamic also. I wanted to use the same part for screen 2, maybe screen 3, screen 4, some kind of reusable static as well as dynamic design is what you can approach. That's fine. And here you can see background colors and something collapsible, maybe images in the header part and dynamic heading and something about like first name, last name, all these as controls. And here you can see something like, please enter your first name. This we call it as placeholder. If I start typing something, background placeholder should be cleared off, right? So how to maintain these placeholders and how to maintain this last name, showing it in bold black color. How to maintain 3 in one row here, maybe just 2 in one row and maybe 1 in one thing, and occupying maybe 30 column height. And how to make this one inlining to the one point. Maybe if I mouse over on this, how to get extra tooltip. Maybe if I click on this, how to get an extra screen asking to attach documents. Everything is part of front-end design. Getting my point? Everything is part of front-end design. So consider today, you got this screen for the development. So day one, what you have to do? So you are supposed to give proper estimates. Okay, so for this screen, you as a developer will say that I'll take 3 days. Okay, or maybe 24 hours per day. 8 hours is what will work, right? Maybe 24 PD or 32 PD. This is what our estimates will be generally. But the same screen, if you wanted to design with Pega, it will not take more than 2 hours time for you. So this requirement, you can develop using Pega as well as using traditional way, right? So in traditional way, if I'm doing, it might take minimum of 3 to 4 days. And in your case, the same output, you can do it in just 2 hours, where you can implement image part, maybe videos part, something about like collapsible part, something about like dynamic heading part. So maybe about like on clicking of this, showing one pop-up to collect attachments. And you should hold all the attachment details into some other database table, everything we can do this in hardly 2 to 3 hours. Okay, and with traditional way it will take long time. Fine. And finally we are concluding with the Pega front end part is easy, right? But it's not that easy what you think today. Okay, designing with Pega, it is okay, easy, but it's not that easy. There will be tough logical things is what you have to understand. So how to make this image occupying exactly 20% sticking to the left corner? So depending upon the screen resolution, consider you developer developing on 14-inch laptop. And this output should be exactly same even if it is checked in 28-inch size, right? Maybe something like bigger laptop, right? So something like RWD part is what you have to take care. For that, you have to use certain templates. So you should know what is a template, what is a view, what is a dynamic layout, all these things. According to that, you should work on. So this is like, okay, but not that simple. Day one itself, I'm just giving you little caution. Don't take Pega as granted. Don't think Pega as simple. Pega is little easy compared to any other technology. So you take Java project, you take Python project, you take C# project, maybe .NET project. So compared to any other projects in the world, Pega is easy, but Pega itself is not easy. Pega has got its own challenges. In terms of front end, it has got its own challenges. Maybe back end, it has got some logical related challenges. So no doubt you will not write any line of coding. So for front-end design, you will not write one line of code also. For back-end part, you will not write one line of Java code. For SQL, you will not write one line of SQL query. So there will not be physically coding it anywhere, but it will be having little challenges. And all these things you will come to know after you following our strict curriculum. So you should do all the projects, all the practical scenarios. You just try to talk to any of your friends if they're working in Pega. Just ask them whether did they get any chance to write any code. They'll say it as no. So no, the Pega developer will not write any line of coding. 99% there will not be any coding at all. Now, if you ask them, is Pega easy or not? They'll say it as difficult only. So without you writing coding, how it is difficult? Because logical thinking is like huge here. Logical thinking is huge. Now let me tell you one small example. Let me quote one small example. Yesterday we have seen something with the name send email notification. So if I ask you, what do you know about this? What you'll say? This is something predefined to send an email, correct, right? So if this is the screen or consider the same screen, here I'll enter some email ID, something like abdul@gmail.com. Immediately one email must be triggered. That is our functional requirement. What you'll do on changing of this, so can't you invoke that rule, send email notification? Can't you call that on this text field? And can't you pass this email ID as the parameter here? Looks simple, right? Simple. And the same thing, if you wanted to, if you are supposed to implement it in something different manner. So consider I'm a business analyst or I'm a client. I'm a city client. So where in our database, we are having thousands of customers. So Citibank database, so there will be customers, right? So 1000 customers is what we are having. Out of which 500 customers are holding just credit card accounts. And maybe 500 customers are something about like loan account customers. So now today, midnight, 12 o'clock, something like Amazon offers are starting out. So as a client, what I wanted is I wanted to send an email for all these 500 users, saying like, please use our credit card today and get 10% instant discount. One promotional email I wanted to send for all my customers. So this is the task given for you as a developer. Task is same, right? So whatever the simple task we understood, this is also same. So this is about sending an email. This is also sending an email. This is for sending one single person, but this is for multiple. So how to do this? This is what you have to. So this sending an email, what you have to do? So you are first supposed to get the data from database table. So you will not be given access for this database tables in the real time. So without you having DB access, how to do this task? Consider I'm the real production user. Okay, I'm like a production support person. We all are working for city client. You know, in city client, there will be development team, testing team, and even production support team, right? So here, if I'm a production support person, maybe if I'm supposed to do this task, so what I have to do? No doubt I have to get DB access, right? So do you expect this city management giving DB access to a developer or a production support person like this? No. So if I got this DB access, I'll get all the customer details, right? So their mobile numbers I can get, their email IDs, their OTPs, their CVV, whatever sensitive information also might be shared where security breach. There might be chances of security breaches, right? So that is where this DB access will not be given. Still, you have to do this task. How to do that? So first, you should run one SQL query to pull out only selected records, right? How to run one SQL query? You need not write physically query there. So you are supposed to identify something similar to this one, what we call it as OBJ browse. Something similar to this, where it is having some Java code, where it will run one SQL query automated for it. So for every backend requirement, there is predefined Java code. You need not bother about what is inside that. You should know how to use it. As I just told you, there is something predefined to run one SQL query. I can use this. So using SQL query, I'll get the data completely pulled out. And after which, you should know running this part, right? So if I'm trying to use this, it can send email for only one person. So consider, did I get it open there? Yeah. So send email notification. This is what we are understanding, right? So let me show you something more functional. Technically, I'm not explaining anything. Okay, overall, high level is what I'm trying to show you. So there is something predefined Java. So where if this is executed, one email will be triggered. Now I wanted to send email for how many persons? Maybe 500. Tomorrow it can be 5,000 also, right? So this particular thing, you are supposed to loop it. So I'm supposed to loop this for customer number 1. I'm supposed to execute this for customer number 2. I'm supposed to execute this for customer number 3. So if I say it as send email notification, you people will think this is pretty simple. And if I quote this example number 1, you still will think it as simple. But if I talk about this second example, same functionality, same thing, but logical thinking depends, right? So working on all these scenarios is our programming. So n number of such scenarios in interviews, they'll not ask you about this question, this scenario. So do you expect how to send an email? Is this your interview question? No, they will not ask you this simple. So maybe after customer is entering email ID, one email will be triggered. This is okay, scenario level only, but very simple, right? But this is what they'll ask. Depending upon your resume standards, if you're quoting it as, or if you're showcasing it as 3 years, they'll ask you 3 years related questions only. No? So that is where I'm just trying to make you clear. Pega is logically tough. So you should understand each and everything starting from 0 to advanced level in some structural format. In some systematic way, you have to learn. Okay, so if you are learning something in zigzag way, then you might not land in the proper position. That is where requesting every one of you to blindly follow our class and blindly follow our assignments and blindly do everything whatever we give. So no doubt our curriculum is more than enough. You need not look for any other thing out of this curriculum. I'll guarantee that. So follow these things clearly. That is clear. So now coming back here. So if our requirement is about designing a web page, we can happily do that. We can drag and drop everything. And if I'm trying to drag and drop, yesterday I showed you, right? Yesterday we opened Development Studio. And there, I think we dragged and dropped a small text box. So if you observe, that text box will occupy every time one will another. So whatever I draw, suppose if this is my screen. Online, everyone following, right? Please confirm me.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
So if this is my screen, yesterday I'm talking about like related development studio. If I drag and drop an image, it will take 100% screen size. And if I drag and drop a video, it will be occupying just below that. If I'm drag and dropping a something like first name, it will occupy every time one below another. But now my requirement is to make this adjusted as 20% sticking to the left corner. And this one also 20% sticking to the left corner. How to divide the screen into remaining 80% and how to make this background color applicable, how to make this header part. So this is little challenging. This is not that simple what you think today. Okay, don't think like if I just make it resized to 20%, these things will not work out. So you have to make something about like alignment related settings, skin rule related changes, and if required some extra inline styles and something about like background colors or validations, everything. So all these constitute some front-end design. Am I correct? So front-end design is no doubt interesting for you. So in Pega, you should know how to make such alignments, how to make such skin rule changes. No doubt front-end will be very interesting, provided this is little challenging compared to what you think today. Okay, fine. Fine. So if your client is asking you to design this screen, so hardly in next 2 to 3 hours you can do it. You'll drag and drop everything. So once our UI page is done, what will be the general backend requirements? So consider you launched Amazon registration page. You'll try to enter your basic details, right? Your first name, gender, age, everything. After that web page is like entered, you will be submitting, right? You have to click on submit button or register button. So you are supposed to include that button also now. Now on click of this register button, generally what happens? On submitting any form, generally what will be the next backend things? Generally two things will happen. One is to send an email. So congratulations, your registration is successful. That might be one valid requirement. And second thing, all the details must be stored into database table, right? Okay, now all the details must be stored into database table, meaning two backend requirements. One is to send an email and other one, we call it as committing to DB. What we call? Committing. So database committing should be there. So even for this or sending an SMS, whatever your backend might be, there are like predefined things you should know how to use it, and how many times if required, how to loop it, everything you should do. Okay, so something kind of front-end part is easy. That is what we are understanding. So now, finally, what are we concluding is, so Pega is used for developing web applications. Pega is used for developing web applications in terms of front-end, back-end, everything. And to be more clear, web applications will be of two types. Web applications will be of two types. So consider if you wanted to get a credit card from Citibank, what you'll do? First, you'll try to open Google, right? You wanted to learn something more, how its offers are, like percentages, everything. So you'll try to open Google and search for citi.com. You'll get some information, correct? And this information is common for you. Maybe if I search for the same website from Australia, I'll get the same info, right? Maybe another person might be from Ireland, same info, right? So this information, whatever they are sharing it, it is common for every one of us, entire globe, because this is hosted on something called internet. So web applications will be of two types, internet applications, and few things are called intranet applications. What do you mean by intranet? Suppose if you are trying to get a credit card, so you may have to visit to the nearest bank, right? Nearest branch. So consider this is our city branch. So you physically entering into that branch. So here there might be one attendant asking about your query. So your query might be about credit card registration. Your query might be about some new loan request, something about upgrading your existing credit card, whatever it might be. So inside bank, there will be different counters. Am I correct? So there might be three different counters, counter 1, maybe 2 and 3, and 3 different bank employees, right? If your requirement is about credit card, here attendant might assist you to go to counter number 1, and maybe for second person, counter number 2, maybe likewise counter number 3. So this employee, what he's trying to do, he's trying to use one credit card application, correct? This is one credit card application. So this credit card application, you as a customer here, can you access it? Whatever the application this employee is using, you as a customer, can you access that? Just tell me yes or no. No, right? Tell me, online people.
No.
No, no,
So we as
no.
a customer cannot access this. Maybe this employee, maybe from his home, can he access that? No, right? No. So this employee, even he cannot access from his home. So what are we understanding? For this Citibank, there is one main website where every one of us can access it. And that is common information. And even for the Citibank, there are n number of extra applications also. And these applications are accessed only by their employees, that too from their servers. These kind of applications, we call it as intranet applications. Intranet applications meaning something internal for their usage. So no one else can access it. Consider one more example of IKEA. So if you are planning to purchase something in IKEA, so you can use IKEA.com as one website. Every one of us can do that. Okay. If you wanted to go to the store in person, there what you'll do? So you'll try to select a few products, and then you might go to counter number 1 where billing will happen. So there one employee will assist you. After which you might go to the next counter for home delivery. So if you wanted these products to be delivered for your home, so they might ask you to go to counter number 2 where home delivery options might be there. You may have to pay something for that. That's what. Even one employee should be there. And maybe after 2 to 3 days, if you wanted to get some product replaced, they might ask you to go to counter number 4, right? So there one more employee will assist you. So what is happening? So there is one main website called IKEA and n number of internal websites, and those are meant for their usage only. Okay, so that is to improve their business. So using this application, how many credit cards they generate, that much business will be increased. Using this application, how many loans they're trying to issue, that much of business will be increased. Similarly, let me give you one more example. So in India, if you wanted to book a railway ticket, What is the website? IRCTC. IRCTC is one website. This is one direct platform. So in IRCTC website, maybe if you wanted to book one Tatkal ticket. So generally Tatkal timings will be like 10 a.m. right daily. Okay, at sharp 10 o'clock, you have to sit before your laptop and you have to hit irctc.com. So there you might be trying to book a ticket. So can we guarantee that 100% chances of ticket booking? No, right? We cannot guarantee 100%. And that this whole process will take minimum of 2 to 3 minutes time, correct, right? Minimum of 2 to 3 minutes. So despite this long time, we cannot give 100% confirmation. Instead of you following this approach, if you're trying to go to Tatkal counter in person, you may go to railway counter, right? You can stand in the queue there and you can submit your form, whatever it is. So their railway employee, what he'll do? He'll try to use one laptop or system, and in that application, he'll try to enter your traveling details and he'll try to do something. So where ticket booking will happen in hardly up to 10 seconds time. That fast it will be. And no doubt, mostly 100% confirmation is guaranteed. Okay, so what is happening? So this application is something different and this application is something different. Do you think that they'll still use irctc.com as one regular website for their booking up? No. So this application is little different. And that too, this application will be like black and white screen if you have observed it anytime. This will be something like black and white. So what is happening here, Ante? So this application should be used only by that railway employee, that too from their server only. And this application will be used only by these employees, right? So we need not struggle hard in making this colorful. You need not make this colorful. So if I wanted to make this application colorful, it is possible, but you should not do it, because if it is loaded with some extra technologies like Silverlight or extra CSS, so this will be like overloaded and this application will be little slow. And if that is the case, so tickets issuing might be little slow and their business will be dropped, right? Their business will be dropped. So finally, what I'm trying to say here is every organization will have n number of internal applications. All these applications are meant to something automate their business. Something automate their business. Okay. And this will not be like that colorful because these are like completely for their internal employees. So today, Pega, no doubt this is to design web application. But what I'm saying is using Pega, you can design web application as well as internal applications. But every client is using Pega for their internal applications development only. So using Pega, you'll develop internal applications only. Today, you'll join some company like TCS or Cognizant or Accenture. So there you'll work for Citi client or maybe Bank of America client or HSBC client or maybe healthcare, whatever. So for this particular client, no doubt there will be citi.com as one main website, but you as a Pega developer, you are not designing this. So you are supposed to design his internal applications, maybe a credit card application, which is purely internal. Okay, and loans application, which is purely internal, and accounts application, purely internal, and attendance registration. So for all the bank employees, there will be salary management application. There will be attendance tracking application. So all these internal applications are developed using Pega today. So these internal applications are meant for improving their business. That is where we call this as business processing applications. And any of the tool which is used to develop these business processing applications, we call it as business process management tool. So shortcut lo BPM tool. So finally, Pega is one BPM tool where it is taking care of only internal applications development. Okay, so can't we do Pega for our external websites? And answer is yes, we can do it. We can do it. But no client today is looking for Pega for their external applications development because of license issues. So generally license will be based on two factors. So based on something called number of users and something called number of transactions. Something called number of transactions. So I'll explain this in detail in the coming classes, but for now, since we got this context, I'll give you one line of statement. You can understand that. So maybe consider Facebook. So facebook.com, this is one main website, correct? Okay. And for this Facebook, there will be internal applications for all the Facebook employees, or there will be a number of applications, right? Maybe their salary registration, everything. So this is one main website. So if this main website is also designed on Pega, what I'm saying is Pega is used for developing their internal. So for every organization, there will be hundreds of internal applications. So Pega is used for developing those. Okay, if we are using Pega for their main website, so license issue comes into picture. So generally license here will be based on the number of users. So in this Facebook application, how many users will be there? Some millions of users. You will have one Facebook account. You might be having multiple Facebook accounts also. So how many billions of users are there? And for every user or for every person, how many extra accounts might be there? So here, if this application is designed with the Pega, so this Facebook has to pay Pega in terms of number of users. So if user count is more, this particular application will be very costly. So this Facebook cannot afford that amount for this Pega organization. So that is where this will not be developed. So external websites are not developed using Pega. So consider one more small example. So we all from Hyderabad, maybe starting a bank. We all wanted to start a bank, maybe with the name ABC. And here, we wanted to initially go for only credit cards approval, only for credit card related issuing. Since ours is like startup bank, we wanted to start with only credit cards. Later, we might start loan related things and other part. So here we are just having 10 employees. We are just having 10 employees. So this credit card application, if I'm developing with Pega, now developing with Pega is easy because only 10 users, only this 10% will use this application. And every user, every bank employee, he'll try to register hundreds of customers. Getting my point? So in Hyderabad, I think we are giving it for discounted price. Maybe we are giving attractive offers. So maybe different parts of India also they're traveling to Hyderabad and wanted to get one credit card from us. So initially we took license from Pega, saying it like number of users based. We got only 10 users, but number of customers are increasing, correct? So from Delhi, they're coming here for credit card registration. Maybe from Bangalore, they're coming. From Chennai, from every part of India, they're coming here. So meaning kind of transactions are increasing, but users count is still 10. So this is just a customer. He is not the user. He is not logging in into this inside application, right? This is just a transaction. So here transactional count is increasing, meaning our business is increasing, right? So Pega might come maybe in the next year or so. So you took license based on the number of users, but the number of work object IDs, we call this as work object IDs or transactions. Number of transaction count is more. So you are supposed to change the license in terms of transactions. So license will be of two factors. One is like number of users and other one is like number of transactions. So initially just to attract clients, Pega is giving us in terms of number of users based. So down the line, if transactions count is increased, they are asking us to swap the license type. So it should be number of users or number of transactions here. So whatever it is, if our business is increasing, that is okay. Okay, so no doubt with these applications in terms of users or in terms of transactions, business will be improved. Maybe if I'm trying to use Pega for my main website, n number of people will try to hit this website. And just for that, if I'm trying to pay Pega for so and so dollar amount, which is not correct. That is where all the clients today are choosing Pega for their internal applications only. for this business applications only. That is where we are calling this as BPM tool. Okay, so we are having n number of BPM tools in the market. So out of which Pega is one such, nothing much. Understood, right? So for everyone clear? Online people, everyone clear, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So we're understanding every organization will have a main website and a number of internal applications. Pega is used for developing internal applications. Fine. So now with this knowledge, if you start looking in Naukri about like Pega jobs. Okay, so you guys might be searching by this time, or at least in future if you search. So you'll see something as Pega jobs, Pega BPM jobs. Okay, so Pega PRPC jobs, Pega CSA, Pega CSSA, Pega LSA, so Pega UI specialist, so Pega kind of like architects. Okay, Inka. So Pega robotics. So likewise, you'll see n number of things with Pega as the keyword. Okay, out of which, if you see something called Pega jobs, you are okay to apply for that. So if you are seeing something like Pega BPM, still that is related to our learning only. Okay, and what is this PRPC or CSA or LSA? This you'll come to know mostly in today's class itself. So finally, if you see something as Pega BPM, you can straight away go and apply for that. That is what you have to. So finally, Pega is one BPM too. Okay, and any of the client choosing Pega for their internal development. So Pega is providing n number of advantages. So we know it is making all the development easy, right? So if I wanted to develop my front end part or back end part or database related things, everything is clearly automated with Pega. So apart from making this development easy, it is providing some other advantages also. So what do you mean by some other advantages? So it is providing something called reporting or data visualization. Pega is providing something called reporting or data visualization. So what do you mean by reporting or what do you mean by data visualization? So if I wanted to see raw data from database in some pictorial form, So pictorial form and it can be pie chart or bar graph or maybe concentric circles or whatever speedometer related things, whatever it is. So today, every one of us, mostly we are using smartwatches. Okay, so in that smartwatch, there will be some kind of exercise tracking, right? So that is like how many glasses of water you drink per day, how many steps you walk per day, how many hours you sleep per day. So everything will be clearly maintained in your database. So your watch will be having small memory card kind of a small database. And there you'll be having everything like data maintained. So maybe if this is my smartwatch, if I'm getting the data in this tabular form, is it like comfortable for us to understand? All right. So if the same thing maintained in some pictorial form like this, we are calling this as concentric circles in Pega. So if the same raw data displayed in some pictorial form, it will be very easy for us for tracking purpose or maybe for some statistical views. Okay. Consider I'm an railway station master. So every day evening 5 o'clock, I'm supposed to check how many tickets are issued, how many are like cancelled out of that, how many are like confirmed, how many are still in the waiting list. So if I just see this data in some tabular form or in the raw mode, I cannot understand anything, right? Instead, if I get the same data in some bar graph, so maybe something like this. So number of tickets cancelled, number of tickets booked, number of tickets, something like waiting list, maybe something like RAC. You'll be having a number of things, right? So maybe between 0 to 1000 range. So it will be very easy for tracking purpose, kada? And it will be very easy for statistical mode also. So if I generate today's report, maybe yesterday's report, maybe day before yesterday's, or maybe if I wanted to generate something like last 10 days report, so I can able to easily correlate how is like our yesterday's business and how it is like today's. So some kind of statistical and reporting purpose, we can go for this data visualization. So now in Pega, we are having such data visualization also inbuilt. Consider you designed one application completely in the traditional mode. What do you mean by traditional mode? So you will do everything HTML coding part, and you'll write some Java or .NET coding part, and you'll write SQL query. Everything is done purely in traditional way. Even in this application, if you wanted to go for such reporting, that can be possible. For that, you may have to take extra tool license. So one such is Tableau. Every one of you might be coming across this. And the other one is like Power BI, Microsoft related Power BI. So there are like third-party tools where we as a client should get license for Tableau, should get license for Power BI, and then we have to get this integrated to our database. Okay, and even we should hire a developer for this, right? Or we should hire an administrator for Power BI, or we should hire an administrator for Tableau. So then only we can do this reporting part. But here the entire application is designed on Pega. Development is made easy, and additionally reporting part is also inbuilt. Getting my point? Reporting part is also inbuilt. You need not go for any extra tool licenses. That is one biggest advantage. Fine. And even with the Pega, there is something called integrations inbuilt. What do you mean by integration? Integration meaning integrating with a third-party application. So consider one small example. So you should know after you joining in any Pega project. So there will be 3 levels of extracting the data. Generally 3 levels. So let me tell you something like in simpler way. Consider you are an employee in Citibank. You are just an employee in Citibank. Or I'm an employee in Citibank. You are like this application development team. So my requirement here is when a real bank employee is logging in, and if any customer is coming here asking for new credit card. So what we are supposed to do? We are first supposed to, or so any customer is coming here and saying like, there is already one credit card generated and I want it to be upgraded. This is what he's saying. Now I can ask for his credit card number, right? I'll enter something like his credit card number. If I click on search, what is happening? So if this is our database, so whatever the data we are already maintaining in our database. So Citibank will have database. From there, it will be fetching out some information, correct? You know? So on click of this, scenario number 1 is to get the data from our own database. Okay, this is one thing. Now scenario number 2, that is a new customer is coming here asking for credit card generation. This is about credit card upgradation where his data is already there. We are trying to pull out and doing something on top of it. And this is about like new credit card registration. If it is about new credit card, first I'm supposed to check for his eligibility. So whether he is like really eligible for so and so amount of limit what he's asking for. So for this, we'll search for his PAN card number, right? If I search for his PAN card number, I have to get his CIBIL score, and then I have to get his previous loan history. So this customer can have loan in different banks also. So not only in Citibank, he might be having loans in some different banks. So here, whatever the data we are pulling out, it is not from our own database. Citi has got database, right? It is not about pulling from our own database. On click of the search button, it is trying to hit something third-party application, maybe RBI. And they will be having one database, right? So this PAN card number should reach here, and they will be searching in their database, and data will be processed back in their data, in their application, and they'll send it back here. So here scenario number 2 is to extract the data from third-party application, correct? This is about our own database. And scenario number 3 here is, considering the same example, on click of this submit button or search button, this provider, whatever like RPI, what they will do is they'll try to give access for their database directly. So in scenario 2, their database is not exposed to the requester, correct? So we call this as provider. So now in scenario 3, this requester will be given direct permission to access their provider's DB, and we can get data from there. So these 3 scenarios. So here third scenario is about like third party DB integration. We call it as external database integrations. In interviews, in some projects, they might directly ask you. So our project is more about like integrating with third party databases. So did you get a chance to work on such external DB integrations? If so, what approaches you follow? So what challenges you faced? Okay, and how to get this integrated between 3 different tables at the same time. Suppose here, provider is maintaining one database to hold PAN card number and his personal details. And here PAN card number and to hold his loan details. And PAN card number to hold is credit card details. So now if I search with something like PAN card number, it is not just hitting one table. It is hitting with combination of 3 tables and getting the data right. So did you work on such multi-level connecting with third-party databases or not? So if so, did you write any customized SQL queries, or how did you manage in Pega? So these kind of questions you might get. So finally coming back here, so Pega is even providing such level of integrations with third-party applications or third-party databases directly. Now, if you look at the same diagram, similar diagram, consider this as like application number 1. Maybe this as application number 2. So this is about like Citibank, which is purely developed on Pega. And this is like third-party application, which is developed on .NET. So if I search for so-and-so PAN card number 1, 2, 3, 4, that will be reaching here. So whatever the Java, sorry, Pega and a background anta Java, right? And here they might be developing it on .NET. So whatever the Java related part, if I send it as a request, will they understand? First of all, tell me. Online people, please tell me. So
No.
when you request two applications. So here the first, we call this as requester application or downstream application. We call this as provider application or upstream application or upstream application. So there can be more than one upstream applications also. What do you mean by that? There can be more than one upstream applications. Consider, if you wanted a loan, what you'll do? You might directly go to HDFC Bank. So there they'll search for your eligibility, and meaning they are trying to hit something like third party application, and they're trying to check for your eligibility from there, and then they're processing the request, right? Okay. So instead of you directly going to HDFC, there are like third party consultancies also coming into picture these days. For every banking client or for every insurance client, so there will be third party consultancies, meaning every day or mostly you'll get a call saying like, we are calling from HDFC Bank. Generally we all will get calls, right? So they are not the original HDFC employees. They are working for that company, meaning they are having something called ABC consultants. So from here you'll get a call. So if you are the customer here and if you are like in need of credit card or a loan, so you'll process something, right? So you'll share your PAN card details or Aadhaar card details. And here the consultancy person, he'll try to search for your PAN card number based on which he'll try to get the eligibility. So this ABC consultancy is getting some CIBIL score details, which is from RBI, but ABC and RBI will not be collaborated because this is not a valid bank, right? So what they'll do, they'll try to send the request to HDFC. All these are working for HDFC. So HDFC has to give some commission for these consultancy companies. That is different story. So here when they're searching for this, so this request will be sent to HDFC, and HDFC cannot do anything. Blindly this has to be sent to RBI, and from there it will be received back, and the same response should be received back here. So this is like cycle, meaning in some integrating, not only two applications, it can be more than two also. So between 1 and 2, consider this is 1, this is 2. Maybe this has third. So between 1 and 2, this is requester application, this is provider application. Between 2 and 3, this is requester now, this is provider now. Whatever it is, there can be n level of integrating. Now, all these three applications may or may not be with the same backend technologies, right? This might be with something like C#, this might be with .NET, this might be with something like Pega, or nothing but Java in the background. So if this C language request is sent here, they might not understand. And if the .NET request is sent here, so we might not understand. Whatever the response I send, they might not understand. Meaning between different applications, integrating might be a little challenge. But still it should be feasible. It should be feasible because we cannot guarantee every application should have same backend technology, right? It should be feasible. So for that, what we generally do is we'll try to convert this request in some universal language. Best example is HTML or JSON or XML, whatever it is. So if I'm trying to click on submit, this might be in C language. It will be converted to some universal language where every technology in the world should understand. Yesterday I told you there might be different projects. Amazon project, maybe Flipkart project, or maybe something like Facebook project. This might be developed on Java, maybe .NET, Python. So backend technologies might be different. So everywhere they will be having some front-end design, right? Front-end everywhere it is HTML only. So meaning this Java is understanding HTML, this .NET is understanding HTML. So this Python is understanding HTML. Background, there will be databases everywhere, SQL queries. This Java should understand SQL query, this should understand SQL query, this should understand SQL query. That is where this front-end part and database part, these are called universal. So today, whatever the technology you might be using, every technology in the world should understand this front-end universal things as well as backend. So now between these two technologies, if I wanted to communicate, so convert that into some universal mode. It might be in HTML mode or JSON mode or XML mode likewise. So based on which integrating can be happily done. So what I'm saying here is, if I'm trying to develop one Pega application, so where integrations is also included. So where we'll try to do with SOAP part, REST part, and within SOAP we'll go for requester related design, maybe providers related design, and something about exceptional handlings, and something about like logging messages, and something about like simulation part. Okay, so each and everything related to integrating is possible with Pega, and you need not write any part of coding on top of that. So everything existing part is what we can do. So this is what. Okay, so it is providing n number of solutions. Now even Pega is providing something called versioning part also. What do you mean by versioning? Let me complete this slide for today. So what do you mean by versioning? Versioning meaning making some design in some slices. So today, considering the same example, city, they're trying to get license from Pega Systems team, right? And here network team, what they will do, they'll try to get this software installed in 5 different environments. 5 different environments. So maybe we call this first environment as sandbox environment, or experimental environment, or analysis environment. And next one we call it as dev environment. Next one QA environment or integration environment. And next one UAT environment or staging environment. And next one pre-prod or directly production. So there will be 5 different environments generally. So we as a developer, we will be logging in this environment and develop everything. So once I develop, next those will be pushed for testing, right? So initially there will be some kind of background setup run done. So that will be happening in this sandbox environment. And here, what are all the design you have done that is to be deployed into next environment. And on top of that, you'll develop something here, UI part, backend part, everything. And from there, you will try to get that pushed to next environment. From there you'll push it. From there you'll push it. So something kind of code movement from one environment to another environment is what we're understanding. We technically call this as deployment. And in this deployment, we'll try to push all the rules from one thing to another thing, right? So here, testing team, they'll try to test everything. If they're finding any defects, again, it will come back to the development only, no? So they have to fix it. Again, it will be sent for testing team for rechecking out. And they might find few more defects. Likewise, there will be few cycles running in between. So whatever the initial design I did in sprint 1, those are versionized initially. So version number 1 will be deployed here. Version number 2 might be deployed as part of build 2. Version 3 maybe as build 3. Version 4 build 4. So likewise, the design what we have done, it is like versionized into those many slices, and then it is deployed further. Okay, so you'll understand about this versioning concept in detail in coming classes. But for now, just wanted you to understand what is this versioning about in one line of statement. That is what I'm trying to do. Okay, so Pega has got such versioning part also inbuilt. Pega has got its own version management system. It has got its own deployment manager. Okay, so if I'm trying to develop an application in traditional way. So if I wanted to make this into different versions, one version is pushed to testing, one version might be pushed to UAT, one version might be pushed to production, right? So if you wanted to go for such level of versioning, maybe in the traditional way, you have to take some extra tool licenses. Maybe Team Foundation Server, this is one famous tool. Okay, where the respective code or design you made, it can be sliced into different versions. So you have to get license for this particular new tool, and you have to hire a developer also. But with Pega, as I told you, it is inbuilt having some version management system. Getting my point? It is inbuilt having some version management system. You need not rely on any other tool. Okay, and as I just told you about the deployment, so Pega is having such deployment manager also. Deployment meaning movement of code from one environment to the another environment. So we call this as build or packaging, import and export process, zipping. Okay, so product. So we call with any of these names in Pega, different projects. So you'll call with different names. So can you get product deployed from? So dev environment to QA environment. So today midnight, this is what you'll get a requirement. And this deployment should happen generally using some DevOps tools. Okay, so in most of the projects, they'll try to go for DevOps tools. But in Pega, we got our own deployment manager where this kind of deployment can be easily done. You need not purchase any extra DevOps tools. You need not hire any extra developer for that. Okay, so finally, Pega is providing end-to-end solution for the customer. So if we are a client, wanted to start ABC Bank and wanted to design one credit card application. So development part will be easy, reporting part will be easy, integrating with third party, maybe versioning part, deployment part. So if I just choose Pega for my application development, it is giving all the solutions for me, correct? So Pega is providing end-to-end solution to the customer. That is where all the clients are attracted for Pega to develop their internal applications. Okay, so today Pega projects are huge because of some latest AI concepts. So clients are still increasing. So projects are still increasing. So you need not worry about like Pega tools life. So no doubt it will be minimum of 1 decade. For the next 10 to 15 years, you need not look behind for any such BPM tools. Pega has got its own automated done. Okay, I'll talk about like Pega competitors and certifications and other part in tomorrow's session. So tomorrow we'll try to close this PPT, and then we have to understand something more on top of it. So got it right, every one of you?
Yes.
Okay, so you'll get this recording also. Please watch that. and even in tomorrow's session. So I'll try to explain you about like Pega installation. So that is little lengthy process. Okay, so it will take almost like 1 hour process for you to do that. So that is where tomorrow I'll take care of that. Take care in the sense I'll show you from where to download, how to do and other stuff. And mostly by tomorrow's session, after tomorrow's session, every one of you should be in a position to get your Pega software installed. Okay, I'll take care about that. Okay, so tomorrow also, every one of you, please join the same meeting link, and offline people, please come. And whoever has joined today, okay, so someone who joined today new, so please drop a message on our WhatsApp number. You'll get today's recording. We'll meet tomorrow. Clear, right, everyone? Any questions, any doubts? So you might be having few questions about certifications and other things. So after tomorrow's session, it will be cleared out for you. Most of the things will be cleared tomorrow. So if not, any further questions also we can discuss in tomorrow's session. So clear, right, everyone? To close the meeting?
Yeah.
Sure. Thank you. So till yesterday, we're understanding like what Pega is and to what extent it will be helping for our project development. Okay. So finally, we concluded Pega is used for developing only internal applications. So let me talk more about internal applications today. So consider city is our end client. Okay, for the city organization, there will be multiple internal applications, right? So maybe one such application is about credit card. And there can be one more internal application for them, which might be for their accounts application. And something might be like their loan application. So today, if you go for a bank, ask for something like credit card. So one employee will be using that internal, right? So I'm talking about those three internal applications. So now, if you are like joining today in TCS as a Pega developer, so you will be assigned to this client, and here client requirement might be to design this credit card application. So now let's talk more about this internal application. So for this credit card, so generally there will be multiple screens, right? Screen number one might be about your registration. Okay, so they'll just ask for your registration details. As part of the screen number one design, they might collect your first name. Am I correct? So there might be something about like last name details, age, mobile number. So there will be n number of things to be designed in screen number one as part of that registration page. So you as a Pega developer has designed everything. You dragged and drop everything. You took care of some validation part. So consider the screen number one is done. After you done developing this screen number one, your manager might ask you to design screen number one for accounts application also. Even in accounts application, screen number one will be again registration. So here also you will do like first name creation, last name, age, mobile number, all these things. After you have developed this, maybe the next day, your manager might ask you to design screen number one for this one, which is little similar. Okay, after you developing all these things, you realized that you have done something repeated work. So whatever the task you have done for this application number one, same task you are doing it again, correct? Same task you're doing again for this one. So instead of you doing this kind of repeated process, you can try something called framework. So now what I mean to say here is slowly I'm making you to understand how Pega development should happen. So if we just give you a small requirement designing that, it is okay, but it should be reusable for our future design. So instead of you developing here and here and here separately, if you can maintain in something kind of library, consider there is some reusable point called library. And if I get requirement number one to design this, instead of I explicitly doing it here, if I do it in something like reusable place, like first name and last name, if I maintain it here, I can happily use it into my application number one. Okay. And the same design, I can use it into application number 2 also, right? The same one, I can use it into application number 3 also, right? Okay, so you as an Pega developer, whatever the requirement you are given, first you should think whether that is reusable in multiple applications or not. If that is the scenario, you should do something at like common library, what we technically call it as framework. Okay, so you should call this as framework. So framework is something where we'll be maintaining all the reusable components in Pega. Okay, yesterday I gave you one small statement also. If any client wanted to start any project, so they need not do anything from zero. So Pega is even providing some frameworks, they can purchase that. That is what the statement I told you yesterday. You'll understand this statement in detail in coming sessions. So finally, I wanted to correlate that framework is something where we will be maintaining all the reusable things. And if that is designed here, I can use it into my first one, maybe second one, maybe third one. And in future, if this Citibank wanted to start one more thing, and by that time, if something design is ready, they can straight away use it here also, right? So this is somewhere like framework. So framework meaning where it will be maintaining only reusable part. And even you have to design something in this level also. If we are supposed to redesign the same diagram, so city is one organization where it must be having one framework maintained, and this will be connected to multiple applications. This has one credit card, maybe loans, maybe account. So we're calling this as framework. And these applications in Pega, we call it as implementation applications. Okay, in Pega, we call these as implementations, or generally we call this as intranet applications, right? But in Pega, technical word is implementation. So in interviews, straight away, they might ask you, what is your client about? So you have to say something about like city client and what exactly the projects you are done, how many implementations your organization is having, how many frameworks it is included with, is it only one or multiple, is this framework what you people created or is it separately purchased from Pega? So everything they'll try to ask you. Okay, so after you learning everything about Pega, you'll start your interviews, right? Okay, you'll start attending interviews. And there, the very first question is, can you please draw and show your organization structure? They'll just give you a pen and paper and whatever the organization you worked on from past 3 to 4 years as per your resume. They'll ask you to draw the diagram. So if you are not understanding this structure completely, then you did not work on this all the part, right? That is what they'll think about. Okay, so this organization structure is like very, very important. So finally, we're talking that there must be a framework to maintain all the reusable things for the implementations. Fine. Now, if my requirement is to design credit card application, and I wanted to design first name, last name, age, mobile number, something about like credit card type, something about like credit card amount. So these will be like general things what we see. Kada. And if we observe first name, last name, age, these four are like reusable. You must maintain these four things in framework. And these two, if you create it in framework, no doubt you can use it. But will these be useful in loans or accounts application anytime? You tell me. Online people, please tell me. So in framework, I'll create this first name, last name, age, mobile number. Considering these four will be used in loans application or somewhere in future applications. This credit card type and credit card amount will be used only in my credit card application, correct? So it will not be used in other implementations. So in that scenario, you should create these two here only, maybe these four here only. So what will happen if you create something in vice versa? So can't I create all these things here itself and can't I get the output? No doubt you'll get the output. And can't I create everything in the framework and can I not achieve the output? Still you'll get the output. But
Yes.
if you are not following the best practices, okay, as a Pega developer, today I worked on this project, everything I created here itself. No doubt I'll get the output. Next day, I'm trying to work on this project. Again, I'm trying to create everything manually. Still I'll get the output. Still I'll get the output. Meaning I have developed something, but there is no reusability, right? So if you are not following the best practices, so there will be something called compliance score reduced. What is this? What we have to technically call this? Compliance score. Each and every implementation application in Pega. Every application in Pega should be designed with the best standards only. So if you are not following the best standards, there will be something called compliance score, which should be 100% that will be reduced. So that will be reduced, meaning this Pega, everything is developed using Pega software. No? So this Pega has got one powerful algorithm. So we call this algorithm as rule resolution algorithm. All these are like important things you have to understand. So there will be something like powerful algorithm with the name rule resolution algorithm, where its duty is to check whether everything is like perfectly created, and then its duty is to pick up the best instance out of that. Okay, in detail you'll understand. So this algorithm will check whether this application is designed in best practice or not. So based on which it will calculate something like 100% score for this application. Maybe this might be 90% score only. This might be 80% score only, meaning this is not followed in some best standards, right? No doubt output might be perfect, but this is not designed in something best way. Okay. If output, maybe if percentage is something less, who will bother? Who will bother? Let me talk about. Consider we all are working in one development team for this credit card application. I am the project manager. You all are like team members, consider. So project manager, what he will do? He'll give you some tasks, right? Consider I'm your manager. I'm giving you some tasks, asking you to design screen number 1. So your task will do it. And next developer, he'll complete his task. Next developer, he'll complete his task. So end of the day, I'll just cross check whether you people are following everything, timelines and completed or not. Okay. And once this is done, next it will go to testing team. They will also test for the output. Okay. So will testing person know that whether I created here or here? They will not understand. So this particular development studio will be accessed only for the developers. So the real testers, they will see only output screen. So I designed in what way they will not know. So meaning if I followed best practice or not, there will not be any problem from testing team, correct? Okay. And even business analyst will not bother. They'll just check whether everything is done in time or not, whether everything output is perfectly delivered or not. So even client also, he might not be having proper time to look for every developer's daily tasks. So it's like very difficult to track whether every person is doing best standards or not. But if we are not following best standards, no doubt application performance will be very slow. Am I correct? Consider this credit card application is designed in bad way. This is also designed in some bad way. This is also designed in some bad way. So output is fine, but something running in slow way, in slow. Okay, after we developing all these things, next it will go to production, right? So the original bank employee, they'll try to use this application and they identified this is running very slow. Per day, they usually generate 100 credit card customers. Because of they using this Pega, it is like reduced to only 50, meaning their business is reduced by 50%. What these bank employees will think? They'll think like Pega is running slow, right? If that is the scenario, they'll try to cancel this Pega license and it will be a loss for Pega systems team. So we as a TCS developer will work for that company maybe for 2 to 3 years of that project. We'll step out of that. And finally, this city client and this Pega system will be of longer relation. So if we developed in something bad practice and if we step out, so ultimately the loser will be like Pega systems. They'll be losing one client, right? So that is where one dedicated person from Pega systems team, he will be every time involved with this development or any other part of development. Okay, so city is like client here. After they getting Pega's license, so for TCS they might be giving development. Maybe for Cognizant they might be giving testing, and maybe for different projects. Every day there will be client meetings, right? Business analyst from so and so company, he will be like scheduling a meeting, and in all these high level meetings, one person from this Pega systems support person also will join. He will try to cross check whether everything is running in best practiced way or not. His duty is mainly to track everything running correct way or not. So for that, he cannot run behind every developer and check whether he followed best practice or not. He will just rely on that particular score. So if for any credit card application, if score is something like 90%, so he'll just drop an email to this delivery manager. And it is his responsibility to justify that. No doubt he'll check with his below manager, and ultimately it will be reaching to the developer like you. Again, it will be running behind you only. So what is the task given for you, and why did you create it here? Why did you not create in the above part, and why you could not reuse everything without any hesitation? You are supposed to redesign everything again. So that is the reason from day one itself, you should clearly understand following the best standards in development. If you are not following the best standards, maybe for the time period, it might not be noticeable, but down the line, because of this powerful algorithm, so you are supposed to redesign. So as of today, or as of now, we are understanding that maintaining framework application is almost mandatory. And then, so if we are having maybe multiple implementation applications, maintaining framework is almost mandatory. But Pega, this is like not, but Pega is recommending, but this is not actually mandatory. Having framework is strongly recommended by Pega. It's not mandatory. Why it is not mandatory? So maybe in Hyderabad, we are starting a new bank. And today we wanted to start only one credit card application. So only one application, even in this scenario. So do we require framework or not? Someone please tell me online. We wanted
No.
to start only one implementation. Do we require framework in this case? Yes or no?
No, no,
Required, right? Not required. Okay.
not required.
Yeah. So we are creating one credit card application, and I wanted to design first name, last name, and age, all the things. I'll create it here. Maybe down the line after 2 years, no doubt your business will increase, right? And you wanted to start something about like loan application. So if you are creating new implementation, and by that time, if we have something framework ready, it will be easy for us to build this second one, right? Yes or no? So meaning day one itself, you might be having one implementation or multiple. It is strongly recommended by Pega to maintain at least one framework. At least one framework. Okay. Without this framework also, you can survive, you can run the things, but it is not at all encouraged. Okay. And depending upon your project complexity, frameworks can be still more. Let me ask you one small thing. So I have one framework, and below credit card application, loans application, accounts application. Okay, so today I'm a developer here. My manager is asking me to include first name, last name, credit card type. So you quickly tell me first name where we will create. It must be in framework, correct? Tell me online people.
Framework.
Yes.
You'll maintain in frame.
Framework.
What about last name?
Framework.
Still.
Framework.
And what about this credit card type?
Implemented.
Dependent.
Have to maintain in implementation. Okay. Next day, I'm like a developer here. I wanted to design first name, last name, something about like bank ID and loan amount. So now tell me first name for this, what you'll do?
Framework.
What do you mean by
Reuse-
framework? Is it
We get
Reusing
it from
the
framework.
It is not creating. So first what you have to understand, maybe my requirement is to design screen number 1 to show first name, right? So before you creating anything here or here, first you have to cross check in framework whether those are already created or not. So here I'm like initial developer for this screen development I created, right? So can't you reuse those? Yes. So you should first cross check in framework whether this is already maintained or not. So in Pega, we have to cross check these as instances. You will not understand this word now itself, but just to make you understand little bit, let's make you understand what I'm saying is, so first name you have to cross check whether it is already available or not. If so, you can use it. This last name also you have to cross check in framework. You have to use it. And this bank ID, first you have to cross check, right? So if it is not available, where you will create this? Is it in framework or implementation?
Implementation.
Tell me, online people, is it in framework or implementation?
Implementation.
So what is this application related to accounts, right?
Framework.
It is not part of bank. So don't you expect anything like bank ID somewhere in this application? It must be, right? It can be useful. Okay, so this bank ID also looks reusable. I have to maintain it in framework. And what about this loan amount? This is specific for this application. No doubt create this in implementation. Got it right? Okay, fine. And consider the otherwise scenario. So this city project wanted to create only credit card. For today, they wanted to start only with credit card. So first name, last name may be like credit card type. So you people will say these two must be in framework. What do you mean by framework? So it is to be reused into multiple things, right? So I'm having something loans application. By that time, I'm not using first name and last name. Okay, so will this throw any error for us? So I created first name and last name. I used only into this application. So it has got 2 more implementations. Maybe if I did not use it there, still your compliance score will be reduced. Get my point? Still your compliance score might be reduced, saying like, so these are created but not reused in more than one thing. So better it must be used only at this point, right? That is where compliance score will be reduced. But you are supposed to provide one justification. Okay, you are supposed to provide one justification so that it will be still increased to 100%. So Pega will not understand everything automated, right? So I am creating it today. I might not use those into other applications today itself. I can use it tomorrow or day after tomorrow in coming projects. That is where it might be reducing the score, but still you can add some justification. Okay, fine. Now, our client wanted to step into different sector like insurance.
Sorry, Chandra, one doubt. So what will happen if at all by mistake I created in the implementation application and later I decided I did a mistake, I have to move it to the framework. So is it possible?
So it is no doubt possible. That is kind of like reusable work what you are doing. That is what I'm saying. So if
Okay,
I
it's kind of
first name, last name and credit card type here itself, your requirement is to design this screen. But what I'm saying is you have to design these two in framework, but by mistake. So day one, after you joining company, you might not understand your project structure. So you as a developer will be given access for only implementations. You will be logging in here. And there your manager is just asking you to design screen number 1, and you don't know whether it is having framework or not. If so, how many frameworks also you don't know. Just for the sake of requirement completion, you created everything here. No doubt you'll get the output. Maybe whenever there is like code review happening, it might not be on the same day. It might be after 2 weeks or whatever. Whenever code review is happening, their manager will identify that score is somewhere reduced to 99% because of so and so person's name. So your name, it will be clearly mentioned here. So we call this as operator ID. I'll talk about that. So and so person's name will be there and saying like one reason also. If this is a valid reason, they'll provide justification for that. And maybe if this is not looking valid, no doubt your manager will talk to you and he'll ask you to redesign. You may have to remove these two things from here, and you may have to create somewhere at the top. Still you'll get the same. Now got it right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So now your client, suppose SBI is our client. So for SBI, there is one framework with the 3 applications: accounts application, credit card application, loans application. All the reusable things between these 3 I created in framework. Now SBI wanted to step into insurance sector also. So they wanted to create a new application for property insurance. So try to understand this carefully. And something about like medical insurance, and something about like vehicle insurance. Okay. So 3 new implementations is what we are creating, right? Now, these 3 are also part of this organization. So I'll connect it to this framework. Okay. And when you are developing these 3, suppose if I ask you where you'll create this bank ID, what did you say? It is in framework only, correct? Tell me, online people. Yes, right?
Yes.
So if I'm supposed to design credit card amount, you'll create directly here. And if you're supposed to design something about loan amount, you'll create it here. And if you have to design something about like bank name, which is used in more than one implementation, you'll maintain it here. Okay. And if it is about like CIBIL score, okay. So for account creation, they'll ask for CIBIL score. For credit card, they'll ask for CIBIL score. For loan, they'll ask for CIBIL score. You are maintaining CIBIL related details also here. And no doubt first name, last name part. Now I'm supposed to develop this one. Okay. And my requirement is to show first name. Can I use this first name from there to here? Yes or no? Yes, right? Tell me, online.
Yes.
Yes. And if my requirement is to include last name, still you can use it. Now my requirement is to create policy ID. I have to create. Where you'll create? Is it implementation or framework?
Implementation.
I wanted to create something like policy ID. Just quickly tell me, is it into implementation or framework?
Implementation.
Implementation.
No, it should be framework. We can use it in other implementation
Correct.
application.
Will you not have policy ID for medical insurance? Obviously, yes. Will you not have policy ID for vehicle insurance? Yes. This policy ID is supposed to be maintained in this framework. So if it is maintained in this framework, it can be equally used in these 3 applications also, correct? Is it really required?
No.
Really required? No, right? Whatever the banking things you created in framework, so will those be any chance used in these 3? No, right? So what are we understanding? So we are having total 6 implementations, but all these 6 are not of one sector. Meaning reusable things between these 3 will be different. Reusable things between these 3 will be different. If that is the scenario, maintaining one single framework is like hectic for us. It is very difficult to manage in future. So that is where our business analyst will say to create 2 frameworks. So maybe one as banking framework, maybe one as insurance framework. Here I can have accounts application, maybe credit card application, something like loan application. And here medical insurance, something like property insurance, and maybe something as vehicle insurance. Now I'm a developer here. So if I'm supposed to create policy ID, no doubt I can create it here so that in future it can be reused in property insurance or medical insurance. And if you are a developer here, if you are supposed to create something like bank ID, where you'll create here itself, right? So that it will be used in these three applications. Now, again, the problem is, if you as a developer wanted to create first name, okay, you are developing this accounts application, wanted to create first name. Tell me where you'll maintain. Where you'll maintain
Framework.
framework. What framework? Banking framework, correct?
But it should be in insurance as well. Like,
If you are maintaining this in banking framework, okay, no doubt your requirement for that day will be completed. So maybe next day, if you or some other developer wanted to design this, happily they can use it. And if I'm a developer here, I wanted to design first name. Can I use this one into this one? No, right? No. Again, I have to create first name property, right? Again, I have to create last name property, right? So when you are developing this, there might be 100 such things reusable. You might be maintaining it here, but not even a single thing will be used out of these three, correct, right? Meaning somewhere again reusability is missing out. Somewhere again, I cannot reuse this. So that is the reason what you have to do is you have to create one more framework, something with the name main FW. Okay, and it might be having something banking framework, something like insurance framework. And here I can have one implementation, maybe second one, maybe third one. Here something like medical insurance, maybe property insurance, something like vehicle insurance. So now whatever your requirement might be, according to that, you can reuse. So I'm a developer here. If I wanted to create first name, tell me where I have to create?
In the main.
Main. So can't this be used in this corner? Yes, right? Obviously,
Yes.
yes. Now I wanted to create policy ID. Where I have to create? Policy ID I wanted to maintain it.
framework.
It must be an insurance framework. Must be insurance framework. Okay. Now, this structure is like created and we are continuing. After 2 years, our management, what they're thinking is, let's not have vehicle insurance as one single application, maintain it as two. Suppose if you wanted to get an insurance for your car, what you'll do? You'll go to some insurance company or store, whatever it is, and there one representative will be using this application. So this application today we are using it for two-wheeler insurance, maybe four-wheeler insurance, maybe heavy vehicle. But management is saying like don't maintain one single application, make it as two. So what we'll do for this is we as a developer first will create a separate application for two-wheeler, a separate application for four-wheeler. Makes sense, right? Four-wheeler. And I'm a developer here. I wanted to create policy ID. Where I have to create? Tell me. In insurance framework. Am I correct? Tell me, online people.
Yes.
Here I have to just show policy ID. Where I have to create? No doubt in insurance framework. Okay. And I wanted to create something about like engine number, something about like tire size, something about like vehicle number. Where I have to create these three, tell me.
Insurance framework.
Insurance framework, sure.
Yeah.
Where I have to create these three, something about like engine number or vehicle number or chassis number.
Implementation layer.
Is particular about like a vehicle. Am I correct? So
Yes.
will that be used in property insurance? No. Will that be used in medical insurance? No. So this is to be used here. So I can create in this implementation alone. Okay. So next day, if I'm supposed to design this, so will there not be engine number applicable here? Chassis number or tire size, all these things will be applicable here also, right? So somewhere again rework is happening. So how to overcome this? So you may
But
have
this
to
four,
create it in framework. So if it is to be used in more than one implementation, no doubt it must be maintained in framework. If you are maintaining it here, so what is the necessity of using in these two things? Not required. So what we'll do is we have to create one more framework with the name vehicle insurance, within which two-wheeler and four-wheeler might be its sub implementations. Understood, every one of you? So this yellow color highlighted part might be frameworks in our organization. Rest everything might be implementations, right? Okay. So likewise, based on your structure, based on your complication, so your organization structure will be like having more than one framework, no? Okay, so this is what. Now, after we understanding this, in interviews, as I told you, straight away they'll ask you to draw and show your current organization structure. So if you're drawing this, okay, if this is your existing one, maybe if you're drawing this, they might ask you to explain this credit card application. What is this all credit card application all about? So what you have done, okay, and what rules of Pega you worked on. So this is what they'll ask you. And in that process, you might explain saying like, this credit card application is about registering a new customer as well as giving service to the existing customer. This is what you might say. Now, interviewer might stop you. How are you registering for the new customer? So you can explain saying like, we initially check for the eligibility to check for their PAN card number. No doubt any bank, if they wanted to issue credit card, there will be something called CIBIL score. Some eligibility factor must be there, right? So here in India, we are searching with something called PAN card number. If I click on search, I'll get his CIBIL score, maybe 600 or 700, whatever it is. So this CIBIL score from where we'll get? Is it from our own organization? No. So there will be something called RBI. Okay. So which is like bank for all the banks in India. So SBI for RBI, whatever. So here from SBI, if I'm searching for any PAN card number, it is to hit the third party application and getting some response, right? So this application is integrated with third party application. Why this is not mentioned in your structure? That is what they're asking. So if anyone is asking you to draw this organization structure, don't just limit yourself in drawing till here. You are supposed to include that every application, if it is connected with third party, those are also to be mentioned. So there they'll ask you, how are you connecting to this? Is it like you sending a request and they're sending back a response? Or is it like you running one SQL query to hit their database directly? Okay, so how are you integrating? In this process, did you write any customized SQL queries? So if required, did you connect with more than one table joining? How did you generate such combined SQL query in Pega? Or how did you implement with REST or so? So how did you handle that exceptions? Consider after I sending a request, they could not send back me some response. Their server might be down, right? So in that scenario, how did you handle as a Pega developer here? So how did you include such simulations in Pega? How did you include simulations via data page? So from one single question, so all your next questions will be framed. So if I'm your interviewer, I'll just ask you to draw this. From here, every next question will be framed out. So we will not ask you anything in some sequential way. So however you answer, the next question will be framed out. That is where from day one itself, you are supposed to answer everything most confidently. If you don't know anything about any small topic, it's good that you should not raise it in the interview panel. So if you raise something about like REST as a technical word, they'll ask you, next question will be on top of it, right? So we'll guide you what to answer, what not to answer slowly. But now, if anyone is asking about organization structure, you should include the external applications. Sometimes there will be external databases also. So consider this as our RB application. So from this application, there will be a request sent. This RBI, they will try to process our request and they will check with their database and then they're sending back response, right? This is one way. Other way is this RBI will give us direct permission to hit their database. So foundation servers is what we call. What foundation server you are using? Is it about external database integration? Is it about like external application? Is it about like your internal database? So everything to be clearly mentioned. This as a whole constitute organization structure. And this part, whatever you are seeing, this we call it as application structure. Getting my point? You should know difference between these two. So this is our application structure where how many frameworks you are having, and each framework, how many implementations it is having, and is this frameworks what you created, or is this framework what you purchased from Pega? We call it as OOTB framework. That so are you using OOTB frameworks, or are you customizing your own frameworks? So if you are creating your own framework, is it used only in your organization, or is it like sold to any other organization? This is also you have to understand. What do you mean by this statement? So consider, as I told yesterday, Pega is having a product or a tool. So this client should purchase that tool and design everything. And additionally, I told you, this Pega as a company designed some frameworks also. There will be banking frameworks ready. There will be something like insurance frameworks ready. So I can able to directly purchase this framework separately and use it here, right? I need not again develop all these things from beginning. So frameworks are also ready made. I can purchase it. It will be something more costlier. Okay. So if our client can afford this cost, then he'll purchase it immediately so that he'll save a lot of time. Maybe if our client could not purchase this framework, then he will be designing everything from his manual way, which is not encouraging Pega today. Pega is not encouraging to create your own frameworks. Don't create. So we are having frameworks ready. So straight away plug in those in your organization structure. This is what it is recommending. But depending upon the budget issues, so client may design on their. Consider SBI is our client, and our client is having enough manpower, and we are having enough time so that we can design the same framework. Whatever the framework which is ready made, we can design it on our own, right? And this is something banking framework what Pega is like similarly created. Now this framework is sold to different clients, right? SBI, they'll try to purchase this. Maybe Axis Bank, they'll try to purchase. Bank of America, they'll try to purchase. Similarly, whatever the framework I am creating on my own, still I can sell this for different companies also. Getting my point? So we as an organization creating one framework, no doubt it is reusable for any banking application below. It need not be in our organization itself. I can sell this for different company also. So that is where everything in interviews they might ask. So unfortunately, if you are joining in any Pega project which is running in Scratch, so there will be multiple Pega projects, right? Which is an enhancement project or optimization project or migration project or prod support project or Scratch project. So if your project is starting to be something like Scratch, and if you are like in joining there, so they might ask you everything related to this. And if this structure is well established, and if you are joining to develop this application, you might not get questions on all these things at all, depending upon to what project or to what interview it is about. So make sense, everyone? Online people, so far everyone clear, right?
Yes.
Chandra, are we
Yes.
telling like for license, Pega license, we have to pay separately, and for the getting this framework also, the organization have to
It's
pay.
not about license, it is about like there will not be license related, it's like one-time payment only. Okay, but
Okay.
for the main
Same.
product, yeah, but for the main product PRPC, it will be license and it should be renewal. So, Pega, I don't want to use PRPC today itself. Okay, so this is like renewal. And just for the sake of encouraging smaller clients, as I told you, Pega license will be very costly. So not every company or every client affording this today. So just for that sake, Pega is giving like monthly licenses also. Monthly license. So that one client, maybe like ABC as our bank wanted to use Pega, we can try for 1 month. Okay, and we can able to renew. So once this is like renewed every month, they'll try to get this license converted to yearly basis or something about like number of users basis or number of work object basis, as I told you. So this is something to be renewed and something about like frameworks, which is one time. Got it right?
Yep.
Okay. So finally, we're understanding importance of framework application. Importance of framework application. Fine. And so consider today is our day one in our project. Consider I am the client. We are all city clients. And we wanted to design some credit card application. For that, we already took Pega license. Consider. After we have taken this Pega license, we are supposed to install in our network. And after installing it, you'll be getting this kind of blue color login. You can see this, right? So this is completely running on web-based. Okay, so this will be launched in one browser. And from there you can log in and it will take you to development studio. If you're a developer, it will take you development studio. From there, you can drag and drop, design everything. And from there, so users, meaning the real testers will log in and they'll test it. And the real users, likewise, it will be continued. Now, question is, how are we getting this login page? So if I just copy this URL and send it to in WhatsApp, in your laptop, if you hit it, do you expect this blue color login page? Tell me, online people. If I simply send you this URL, maybe in your laptop, if you start hitting, will you expect this page? No, no. So there will be something kind of installation process to be done. So this installation process will be different from our personal edition and it will be different in our enterprise edition. What do you mean by personal? What do you mean by enterprise? So Pega is releasing 2 level of editions. So I'll talk about Pega versions also that I cannot explain today itself. So there will be 2 types of editions. One is called personal edition and the other one is called enterprise edition. So in real-time projects, this will be used. And today, just for our sake of learning, we are using this one. So installation process will be different here and here. So here for installation, no doubt you must require a Windows laptop. So if you are having something different operating system, maybe Mac or whatever. So on that, again, you have to get this Windows installed. Okay. So whatever the personal edition we have today, this is supported only for Windows. And that too, it is encouraged if you have it like Windows 10 or 11. Even other version also works out, but this is like strongly encouraged so that every part of database also works perfectly. And it is required to have 64-bit operating system, which will be by default mostly. And we require minimum of 8 GB RAM. Minimum of 8 GB RAM. If you are in a thought of purchasing a new laptop, better you take 16 GB. It might be hardly 2 to 3,000 extra, but better if you take 16 GB, but 8 GB also works out. And if you're having something like 4 GB RAM, you may have to upgrade it. But if your hard disk type is something like SSD, there will be 2 types of hard disk, right? HDD and SSD. Maybe if your laptop is like having like SSD, then 4 GB also okay. But every time this is better combination. 8 GB RAM plus SSD is a good combination. So that's it about like your laptop specifications. After you have this laptop setup ready, so you will be given with one link. Okay, I'll share you one link. And if you click on that, you are supposed to download the actual Pega software, which will be almost like 4 GB size. And yesterday, most of you got it and most of you have downloaded it also. And for others, so if you have not received any link, okay, please message us. So it should be downloadable. And we'll be even sharing you video how to download this and how to do these things step by step procedurally. Complete video will be there. You can just follow that video. You can just do it on your own. Still, if you have any doubt, you can reach us. Our person will connect with your laptop. It will take 1 hour and we'll completely make this installed. Okay, fine. So this installation process is like little prerequisite what we have to do. After this installation is done, so background, there will be a server running out like this. You can see one black command window running out, right? In the same video, whatever I'll share. So how you'll get this black window, everything will be there. So this black window running until it's kind of server is running up. If server is running, this URL will be active. This URL will be active and I can get this Pega login page. Maybe if I close this server, maybe if I'm trying to use the same URL, I'll not get it. So finally, Pega is purely server executional based, and this will generate one URL. Now I'll ask you a question. If I send this URL in WhatsApp, and if you are hitting it directly without you doing this installation process, do you expect this blue color page? No, right? Tell me online people. No, no. Maybe if I
No.
copy this link and paste it in my different browser. Consider I'm using Google Chrome. So I can open something like Opera browser or Safari browser. If I search, if I hit this URL there, will I get login page? Yes or no? What do you expect? So whatever the URL I'm seeing in
No,
browser
actually.
number 1, can I expect it in my browser too, in my same laptop, in different browser? Will this not work out? It should work, right? It should work. So why? Because this server is running in my laptop. So this URL should work everywhere in my laptop range, right? So exactly in the real time it happens. So in the real time, after you clearing your interview, day 1, your manager will give you a laptop, right? You are supposed to connect it to the client network using VPN or client ID or ping ID, whatever it is. After you connect into the client network, don't ask your manager about like Pega installation. So today you are asking me how to download it. Today you'll ask me what is the software or what is the version number. Today you'll ask me whether it is like Windows 10 or 11, whatever. So this is purely related to our internal discussion only. So I'm just showing you some work around to practice this. But in the real time, you should not utter a single word about like Pega installation. If you talk to your manager saying like what Pega version I have to download, or I'm having like Mac laptop, whatever the Mac laptop, so how to install this, so how to upgrade it to 16 GB RAM. If you talk anything about this, straight away they'll ask you, are you really experienced or? Straight away they'll ask you, are you really experienced or? So meaning installation related discussion should never be there in the enterprise edition. So then what is happening? What is happening in our personal laptop? We're trying to install and there is something like command window running and one URL is generated and this URL works everywhere in my laptop range, in my server range, exactly in the real time. Maybe city is your client where its location might be in USA and there will be a network team, right? So this network team, they will do everything what we are doing it manually. So here, every one of us should do it manually, right? Separately. But here, a client person from network team, they'll try to install in their laptop. One URL will be generated, same process. And this URL will be shared with every one of us who are connected to the client network. Consider I'm a part of TCS from Hyderabad. You are part of Cognizant from Australia, right? And maybe something like HCL, maybe from Japan. So we all are working for the same client. We might be from different companies, different locations. Every one of us connected to this client network using VPN or client IDs, right? So once we step into this client server range, no doubt the URL generated, it will be equally shared with every one of us. And in your laptop, it might be Windows laptop or whatever it is, you open any browser, if you just hit that URL, no doubt you'll get this page. No doubt you'll get this page. And this page need not be in the same way. It will be customized depending upon the client. So if city is our client, so this will be showing out in white and red color. Generally, their theme is about white and red. So you'll see username and password, something background color changed to white and red. Instead of this Pega logo, they'll put it like Citibank logo. So they can customize it. It's not a big deal. So finally, what I mean to say is after you join your company, so the very first thing what you have to ask your manager is, please share development URL. You have to ask for this URL. You should not talk anything about laptop or installation process. So they'll share you this URL. And this URL, you will not see it as local host there. So there you might see something as city dev. There you might see something as city dev. And maybe if you are like in Pega tester joining in some company, instead of city dev, you might be seeing it as city QA, meaning there are like different URLs, right? So as I already told you, so there will be development phase, testing phase, UAT phase, maybe like production phase, different phases. So I'm a developer here. You might be a tester here, and the real users might be there, real production. So real production people might be here. So there are like different environments, meaning there are different servers, there are different URLs. So your manager will share you this URL only. Okay, and within this URL, you are supposed to log in. It will take to development studio. And further, you should see drag and dropping options and other stuff. Okay, and next important thing they might ask in interview is, so what is like authentication type you are having? So the URL, whatever you are seeing, everything will be same, more or less. In this place of PR servlet, sometimes you'll see something called PR auth. Very important. So in the URL, whatever you are getting, so in some project, you'll see it as PR servlet. In some project, you'll see it as PR auth. Today, I might be working for an city client. There I can see PR servlet. Next day, I can work for HSBC Bank. There, everything will be same. But here, you'll see something else. What is that? PR auth. PR auth. Okay. So as of now, I'm seeing it as PR servlet. What I'll do is I'm trying to change this to PR something auth. I'm trying to hit this. Are you getting any error? No, right? You can see same login page. So if it is like PR servlet or PR auth, whatever looks the same for us, but background authentication type is changed. What do you mean by authentication? Okay, I'll take 2 more minutes. I wanted to explain this statement today itself. And later we'll try to understand in detail about like authentications. So consider a small example. Consider a small example. If you are working in some company like CTS or TCS, whatever, you will be given with some mailbox, right? Okay, so you'll search with maybe webmail.tcs.com. This is what the URL you'll search, and it will ask you for username and password. And if I enter my employee ID and my password, if I click on login, what should happen? I'll expect something like inbox, right? Showing all my emails, correct enough? So on click on this, it is trying to check in our database whether this ID and password is correct or not. Makes sense, right? Okay. So logging in into any application and hitting their database, we call this as internal authentication. Getting my point? We call this as internal authentication. This is completely outdated today. This is completely outdated. Nowadays, what are you seeing is after you trying to log in any application, it is not directly taking you to inbox. It is asking you to enter some OTP, correct? Or it is asking you to enter some auth code. Or maybe for your mobile phone, so there will be something like code generated. You may have to click on approve or deny. Am I correct? So if you click on approve, then it is happily taking you to inbox. If you click on deny, even though after entering valid ID and password, you could not able to proceed further, right? Okay. And this particular in mobile, you are installing an application, mobile app. And mostly this will be of Microsoft based. Mostly it will be of Microsoft based. So I'm trying to log in into something like TCS application. I'm a TCS employee. I'm logging into TCS application. But for this mobile phone, it is a code generated, which is about like Microsoft. Now, how Microsoft is coming into picture? meaning the entered username and password, if it is wrong, will I get this OTP generated or opcode generated? No, right? If I
No.
enter this ID and password, then only I'll get this ID generated, right? Meaning this username and password, so-called this data is available at Microsoft level. Am I correct? So after I entering username and password, it is hitting to Microsoft database, and then it is considering this as a valid request. For my mobile phone, it is generating one auth code. If I click on approve, then the remaining things of my same organization, I'm accessing it. So here TCS is doing some authentication based on this external database entity. We call this as external authentication. We call this as external authentication. Same way, coming to our Pega correlation. So if this is one Pega application, and if I'm a real bank employee, so working in Citibank, if I'm trying to log in with username and password, it is not hitting its own database. For some external security, they are trying to maintain their data in the third party application or third party, and they are trying to generate something called multi-factor authentication, and from there it is proceeding. So this is called external. So in interview straight away they might ask you, so your organization, is it still using internal authentication based or external authentication based? So that you can clearly understand by looking at their configuration files. If it is PR auth, is it internal or external? If it is PR,
External.
it must be external. So if it is internal, what will be the servlet name you see? PR servlet,
Servlet.
which is purely outdated, So I'll talk about this in detail in all the coming sessions. Okay. So that's it for today. So sorry, we took some extra time. Uh, so I request every one of you to get this Pega installed today itself. Okay. If it is not today, at least by Monday session. Today is Thursday, right? So at least by Monday. Okay. Why? Because few people might not be having laptop related ready. So you people should run behind something upgradation or something purchasing new laptop, whatever it is, just to take decision as soon as possible and try to get it installed today. And mostly you might not install this on your own. Okay, you can try, you can watch the video, it will be crystal clear. You can just try it on your own. And if you are having any small issue or if you could not able to do it on your own, just check with our person on the same WhatsApp number. Our person will download everything and he'll take care and try to get it mostly today itself. So tomorrow I'll show you how to log in and how to go for next internal things. Okay, how to create applications and how to start your second application. As I told you, one application is what will take care, right? So second and third application, you have to do it parallelly. So how to start or when to start this second application or third project or fourth. So everything will be going on in systematic way. So never miss a single point. Never miss a single session. Okay. Everything is like interlinked. Don't think like something demos are something like not useful for you. Every point is highly useful. So maybe if you did not attend today's session, if you're attending tomorrow, so there might not be that effective. Okay, it might not be that effective. So requesting everyone to follow everything our guidelines strictly. And if I ask you to download this, you have to do it on the same day. If I ask you to call for a mock interview, you have to do it. So that is what you have to strictly follow. And mark my words, down the line, next in 4 to 5 months, after you following all my instructions, no doubt you'll stand how you wanted. If you wanted to look yourself as a beginner, no doubt you can happily stand. If you wanted to look yourself as like in 3 years or 4 years, or if you wanted to start your career as a Pega LSA, no doubt you can stand it. For that, once in 2 weeks, where we're taking like personal mock interviews. So we'll check for your expectation. Your expectation is about going like 4 years. So we'll be testing it in the same way. Okay, so whether your expectations versus reality matching or not is like everything running in the same bridge or not. So that is where we'll make you to stand on. So please follow everything strictly. Okay, any questions or any doubts, anyone? So today's session, everyone clear, right? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay, sure. Thank you, everyone. So yesterday's session, we understood what Pega is mainly used for. Okay, so the simple answer for this is Pega is used for developing web applications. And then we understood web applications will be of two types. What are those? Internet application as well as intranet applications. So each and every organization will have one main website which is hosted on public. And there will be n number of such intranet application. These are meant for improving their business automated. Okay. So now Pega as a tool which is automating these intranet applications for any organization. So that is where we are considering this as business process management tool. Pega is one BPM tool. So there are n number of BPM tools in the market. Okay, so out of which Pega is somewhere standing at the top because of its end-to-end solutions. Yesterday we understood Pega is making an applicational related automation easy. Okay, we can easily develop that. And apart from development, we can able to integrate the same application with the third-party applications. And there will be something called versioning concepts included, something about like data visualization part included, and deployment part included. So after we creating an application till to the deployment to the production level, everything is what we can handle with Pega as one single tool. So if any organization purchasing Pega license for their application development, they need not rely on any other tool. They need not hire any extra developers. They need not manage any extra admins for that. So that is what its a specialty is. Okay, and yesterday we thought that there will be like integrations completely included without all these things, right? Okay, and we understood Pega is like completely automated, and client, if any client is purchasing Pega, so he will be getting two major advantages. So that is everything will be developed in very less time. Consider one application like Flipkart, just an example. So in order to develop this Flipkart project, we require front-end developers, correct? So just to design an application in traditional way, I'm talking about in traditional way, we require front-end developers, at least maybe like 3 members. And something about like backend developers, maybe 4 members. And maybe database related administrators, 2 members. And Tableau related persons, maybe like 2. For visualize, sorry, both are same, right? For versioning, there might be at least 1 administrator. For deployment, there might be like 2 people. So consider just to develop one application in one traditional way, we might require 20-member team. 20-member team. And that too, this application is something developing from scratch. So everything is like manually to be coded. It might take minimum of 2 years for initial deployment to the production. So if you are the client of this Flipkart organization, and if you wanted to get this done, so you have to pay for how many members? 20 members, right? For how many years? For 2 years, you have to pay this much. And consider the same if you are trying to do with Pega. So in Pega, one Pega developer, if you are a Pega developer, you don't know what is HTML, you don't know what is Java, you don't know what is like SQL, you might not know what like reporting and everything. But still, you as a Pega developer can do what an HTML developer is doing there manually. And then, so can't you drag and drop and design something? And is this not that what an developer is doing manually here? So you as a developer can do what a Java developer is doing there. And you can do what a DB administrator is doing there. So every developer's duty you can try as a Pega developer without knowing anything physical coding. Okay, so that is where one Pega developer can replace all the traditional developers, correct? Okay, and here we don't require 20-member team then. To get the same output, I might require just a 5-member team, that is enough. And that too, I don't design anything from zero. I have background Java code ready. I have background HTML code ready. I should learn drag and dropping. I should learn how to call the related rules in the back. Please go ahead.
Pega demo.
Please go on.
అలానేమో స్లీపింగ్ ఇదిగే పద్ధతి లేదు ఆయన అయితే లేదు.
Okay, so here 5 developers are enough. Please go on mute. I'm getting some disturbance. Whoever is not talking, please go on mute. Okay, so here just like 5-member team is enough what and traditional developers are doing here. Okay, so if you are the client, so wanted to develop an application using Pega. So you can pay for this 5 members. That too, it will not take like 2 years time as it took in the traditional way. It might be completed just in 6 months, correct, right? Okay, so paying for this 5 developers for 6 months, it will be easy for a client compared to paying for 20 members for 2 years. So that is where all the clients are attracted today to get their applications developed with the Pega only because of resources cut down as well as because of less development time. So Pega projects are huge in number. And today Pega is widely used in every sector. So you take banking sector, you take Citibank or HSBC Bank or whatever it is, every bank internal applications are managed with Pega only. Okay, so Standard Chartered is like very big project in our South India, banking related, and HSBC, Bank of America, City, everything. And coming to retail related part, so eye care related applications, or maybe e-commerce related applications, or maybe like banking or healthcare, or even government applications are also running on Pega today. So Australian government applications. So in Australia, if there is something to be done about their house constructions, so their Australian government employees will use some applications, right? That is developed with Pega, that too in Hyderabad. So we're having n number of Pega projects under different sectors. Okay, so petroleum projects will be there, banking projects will be there, insurance projects will be there, healthcare, retail, whatnot, construction related. So every client under every sector, there are like Pega related projects. And that is where Pega is giving some extra solution of frameworks also. So consider you take any geo application. Consider you are the representative of geo. Representative meaning if any customer is calling you, you will be using some application, right? So that is completely for geo. Consider. And you quit this geo and you try to join as the same representative in Airtel application. More or less this design and this design will be similar. Okay, so meaning geo applications, maybe Airtel applications, Vodafone applications, AT&T applications. So every application under telecom sector, it will be little similar. And every application under banking, maybe Bank of America applications. So maybe Citibank applications, maybe like Axis Bank applications, all this will be little similar, right? So that is the reason Pega, what they're trying to do is they're trying to prepare something called framework, kind of all the predefined things kept ready. So we from Hyderabad wanted to start a bank. No doubt the application, whatever we create, it will be little similar to above applications. So for this entire framework is kept ready. So you can purchase that framework and get things fully automated. So earlier days, there are no such frameworks ready. So if I wanted to design everything in traditional way, it might take maybe 2 years time, completely from zero. And if you're trying to do with the Pega, it might take maybe 6 months time. Okay, now in Pega itself, you have got something called frameworks where it will be completed completely in 50% of time. In just 3 months, you can develop everything. So in the traditional way, compared to that, Pega is giving like fully automated. Now these days, there are something called extra frameworks also generated. So I can straight away purchase some kind of template, maybe in your language to understand something more. So there will be banking application template ready. I can simply use it and I can make changes whatever I wanted. So technically, these are called as frameworks. Okay, we'll talk about frameworks in detail in the coming sessions. But for now, what I'm making you to understand is in Pega, everything is automated. But the problem with Pega is license is costly. So compared to any other BPM tool, Pega license is very costly. That is where you will not see Pega projects in small clients. Okay, so very big clients only can afford this Pega license. Okay, and that too, these Pega projects will be available even in small software companies, but client will be big there. What do you mean by small software company? So most of you will be thinking that Pega, will it be available in every company or not? It will be there. So consider Bank of America. It is like very big client, right? He will try to go for Pega license affording. He can manage that. And this particular project development, he will not do on his own. No doubt he will be having some Pega development team, but he will not be using that team for developing this application, because service-based people will do perfectly compared to product-based people. So this might be giving as a project for some service-based companies like TCS, Cognizant, Accenture, whatever. So here this TCS, what they will do is they are like direct vendors for this Bank of America. And here there is one position to work for this Bank of America. And maybe if this position is for shorter period, maybe for only 6 months. So they're already using one Pega version, something like older. They wanted to upgrade it, meaning the existing design to be upgraded to the latest versions of Pega, right? It is like small project only, hardly 6 months project or 1 year project. So here in TCS, there is one requirement to work for this Bank of America, and that is just for 6 months. That is where TCS will not go for any direct recruitment. What they will do, they'll try to give this as an vendorship for one more small company. Okay, something like ABC company. So this ABC, they'll start hiring it now. So you will be getting like Naukarilo notifications saying like so and so ABC company looking for Pega developers, and in job description, so version upgradation part, something related to that. So if you are like joining here, so completely payroll and other stuff will be based on this ABC only. And you are supposed to go to TCS, and from there you are supposed to work on the client related part. So meaning this ABC company is not having Pega project directly. So this ABC also sometimes they can give it for one more small vendor like XYZ, and they can give for one more chain something like PQR. So this is something like startup company range, maybe in Hyderabad or some other cities. So for one client position, so there might be something like bigger chain running out, right? Okay, so this small startup company like PQR, they'll start hiring you. And in this context, what they look is they'll just check whether the candidate is having proper subject or not. Consider if I'm the interviewer in this small startup company. So we'll release one notification saying like Pega position, which is of 3 years. And there they can officially or unofficially mentioning that career gap is also accepted. Okay, or any degree is also accepted. So what is this startup company doing? They are just picking up the best profiles in terms of subject, whether the candidate is having really 3 years level manageable skill or not. So if he is like really 3 years manageable skill, but he's not having proper eligibility, he's having 10 years of gap. So if a candidate, consider yourself, you might be having some career gap. So can you directly join Bank of America in this Pega team? No, they'll not take you. Can you directly join this TCS? They'll not take you. Can you join this company? They may or may not take you. So these above level companies, they'll run behind some policies. They wanted to check whether this profile is properly genuine or not. So how about his background? Is he having any something like fraud history or not? So that is where they don't want to take risk. So what they will do is they'll try to give some vendorship for some reasons. And in that scenario, you might be directly joining the startup company. So here startup companies, they will not look much for your background. You might be having something irregular gap. You might be having some gap in your education also. Okay, or you might be something completely non-IT stream. You can happily or transparently project it to them. So there are like companies or maybe in kind of some CEOs, startup company CEOs, they'll call us. They'll say like, we want 3 years level candidates. They might be having something gap also. That is what they'll openly ask for. What we'll say is, so we are sending you maybe 4 or 5 profiles. These are like perfectly strong candidate. They are not having proper eligibility, but they can manage. This is what we'll transparently project. So they'll just interview from here. So if they are like okay in terms of you managing, so they will give you maybe 1 week or 2 weeks KT. So some kind of training level they'll give. What they'll say is, we are sending you to one more client and you should say that you are working in our company from past 3 years. So I'll try to manage the documents. This is what they'll say. So meaning this company will try to manage this company about your profile. And this company will try to manage this company and they'll try to manage. And here this particular company, what they'll do, they'll say like, so and so person is very strong and he will meet your client requirements and he is working in our company for past many years. This is what they'll say. So this particular position, whatever you stand, no doubt you will be getting maybe 10 or 20% of the salary what your client is giving. So this client, he will pay for you, meaning a Pega developer, almost like $40 per hour. It's like minimum amount. That is like, it can be more also. $40 per hour. Imagine per day, there will be 8 hours. And for a month, there will be minimum of 22 days. So just understand how huge the salary will be. And that to this amount, it will not be completely credited in your account. So this Bank of America, they'll pay for this company, right? And this company, what they will do, they will not talk about salary in terms of hourly basis. We'll give so it's a package. That's it. For this year, this is the package. And in this scenario, you should come on Saturdays or Sundays when our client is asking you. So you should support on midnight, whatever it is like completely contract-based package. So this company, they'll give you maybe 10% of what client is giving you them. Even that will be huge. Even that will be huge. So today, if you join any of these direct to vendor companies, you'll be saying like, I got 20 lakh package, 30 lakh package. If they're paying you 30 lakh, just imagine into 4 times they should be getting from the client. No doubt it will be minimum of 3 to 4 times from the client. Okay. And again, this particular company, what they'll do is they'll not directly pay to this person because he is like contractor, vendor for us. So they'll pay to this person. So if it is like maybe 1 crore package, so they'll give it as like maybe 15 lakh, 15 lakh. And here they'll give it like only 7.5 lakh. And this person will send the same amount to this person, maybe like 6 lakh. And he will pay this person maybe like 4 lakh or 3 lakh. So you as like a direct Pega developer, you can earn this amount, but because of like you not having proper eligibility, so you should start your career in this way. So why am I giving this statement today itself is, generally we'll explain this part in terms of resume preparation and kind of like interview preparation. But why am I saying this today itself is, so few of you might be having huge career gap. So what you guys think is, with this career gap, so can I join as a Pega developer anywhere? Okay, so you got answer for this. You cannot directly join in the client position. You cannot even join in the immediate vendors also. So there are like n number of startup companies in every city, Hyderabad, Chennai, Bangalore, wherever it is. There are like huge consultancy companies or maybe startup companies across world. So these consultancy companies' major motto is to check whether candidate is having enough subject or not. So even with 5-year or 10-year gap, there are like people surviving for that. They are joining like a fresher in this company. Fresher in the sense, it's not like fresher in the sense they might not be having previous experience, but it is guaranteed that you should get minimum of 3 years level knowledge. Without this knowledge, you cannot do anywhere. You cannot do anything. So you cannot even get position here. So you might be like a fresher for that company, but it should be projected as 3 years that they'll take care. So they'll project in this prospect too. And even this company knows that this candidate might be a fake. But what they'll think is this candidate is not our direct employer, right? So it's hardly for 3 months or 4 months. What for taking this? So let's project to the client after 3 months or 4 months after project is done. So if required, we'll take it. Maybe then we'll take background verification. So this is what the further thinking will be. Okay, so meaning even if you're having career gap, it's not a big deal, provided you should have a strong subject. That is one thing. Okay, that is one thing. And second doubt, what you'll have in your mind is, so will the startup companies have Pega projects or not? Obviously, directly no. So they cannot directly get Bank of America projects. They will not trust them, right? So they will try to work as a sub vendor for so and so company, for so and so company, for so and so company. So you are an employee for so and so XYZ company. Your end client is Bank of America. So maybe its below client is might be like TCS. This is what you should know. So only this level of companies will have direct projects, and these are like sub vendors on top of it. Okay. So coming back here. So today, Pega developer is paid high in the market. High in the sense to how close you go to the client. So that huge amount is what you'll get. Okay. So if it is like in offshore, as I told you, you will be paid around like $40 per hour. And if it is onshore, if you're working at client location directly, you'll be paid around $80 to $120 per hour. It's like huge. 80 to 120. It may or may not be credited into your account directly. That depends. Okay. And today, as I told you, because of like Pega related features, Pega has got huge automated things, right? Because of those features, Pega is like high in the market, top in the market. So there is no other BPM tool which is of equal competitor. So just because of that, it can stand at top in the market for next 10 to 15 years minimum. You need not worry on that. Okay, so today if you put your efforts to learn Pega for the next 10 to 15 years, you can happily survive. That is like guaranteed. Okay, you need not worry on that. And these are all the general competitors in Pega of Pega, but there is no equal competitor. There is no equal competitor. Why? Because there is nothing like 50% automated compared to Pega. So consider Pega is like 100% automated in every requirement. But other competitor tools are just like 50 to 60% automated. Maybe on top of that, you may have to write some coding. So you know Salesforce tools, right? You might be knowing Salesforce. Salesforce is also one similar tool compared to Pega, but that is under CRM. That is different story. It is also a tool. And you try to talk to any of your friends if they're working in Salesforce. Just ask them whether they are writing any coding or not. They'll say, right? They'll say like lot of coding to be done on Salesforce. But in Pega, there will not be any coding at all. That level of automation is already done. So no other tool can compete in terms of such automation in the near future. Okay, you need not work on that. And even Pega is into CR. Pega is into different sectors as well. But Pega is like top under BPM category. Pega is famous for BPM sector. Okay.
Chandra, I have like one question here. The previous one, like so you showed like someone who have career gap, he can join as a fresher or like that. But what about someone is already working and having like good package 15-20 LPA, but not on Pega technology, but want to switch into Pega technology? Then
It should
what
not
should be
be
the
a
path?
problem. Consider you are having industry experience of 10 years. It might be on Java, may not be on Pega. You might be having something genuine industry experience. So what you're supposed to do is, out of those 10 years of experience, we have to prepare resume for you considering initial 6 years onto your original technology like Java. And the recent 4 years, you have to showcase it on Pega. Okay, so that is like matter of resume preparation. Okay, and you need not bother about like background verification failure. Since you are like perfectly working in some company, all the pay slips, maybe respect to related documents, everything will be genuine. Only thing is what you have to struggle is like resume preparation. For that, if you have very good strength in terms of Constellation, or if you have very good strength in terms of GenA or the latest concepts of Pega, so no doubt your resume can be easily floated and your profile will be picked up. And on top of it, how do you manage? So then it will be decided. So there are like hundreds of people doing the same. So every day, whatever the Pega resume running out, it is not purely genuine resume. There might be completely fake experience, or there can be completely not relevant experience also, just like what you asked. So maybe complete Java experience, they're trying to showcase 50% on it Pega, and the existing package, what they're having like 15 or 20 lakhs. On top of it, minimum they'll get 30 to 40%. Okay, so did I answer your question?
Yes, one more further question to this. Most of HR generally do they ask like in which year you did your certification?
That is where, I'm coming to certifications part.
Hmm.
Okay, so next discussion is about certifications. I'll talk about this. Okay, if that is about certifications, you please wait for some time. Or if it is something about the past discussion, you can proceed.
Oh no, it's about the certification and in which year you did that. Basically,
That's what.
those.
I'll come there. Fine. So today, after you learning Pega, maybe for next 4 or 5 months, what generally you guys will think? You wanted to showcase yourself as like 4 years, right? And then you wanted to project your profile as 4 years. So you will try to carry your resume, and in resume, it will say it has like 4 years. And you'll try to project maybe project 1, project 2, project 3, n number of projects. Okay, so this is something in the older version, this is something in the latest whatever. So if I just look at your resume, so is it guaranteed that I have to trust you as like 4 years? No, right? I have to just cross check whether you are really genuine or not. How to check whether you are really genuine or not. How to check for whether you are like really genuine or not? So one major thing is about like certifications. One major thing is about certifications. So every one of you should register in one Pega portal. Okay. I'll make you to register maybe after 1 week. You should know what are all the things, where exactly how to make changes, right? So you have to register in one website, right? Pega related portal. And in that portal, or companies, they'll ask you, what is this portal ID? We call it as Pega PDN. Okay, Pega Discovery Network is what they'll call. What is meant by PDN? Pega Discovery Network. Okay, so whatever the Pega website I'm saying, so initial days we used to call it as Pega PDN, and after that they called it as Pega Community, and maybe few years they called it as Pega Knowledge Hub, and I think today they are calling it as Pega Academy. So everything is same, but we used to call it different names. But today it is still famous with the keyword called Pega PDN. Interviewers, they'll ask you, please tell me your Pega PDN ID. They'll talk about like Pega PDN ID. So what do you mean by Pega PDN ID? It is something, a website where you have to register. One register ID will be generated. Okay. And what they can do with your ID? So they can just log in and they can cross check about your certifications. When did you do your certifications? So now in Pega, there will be 3 major level of certifications. You can see the first one as Pega CSA, System Architect. Second one, Senior System Architect. And the next one is like Lead Architect. These 3 are 3 major related. Apart from these 3, you are having something other certifications also. Pega Decision Making, Pega Business Analyst, Pega Robotics, and Pega UI Specialist. So Pega, likewise, we'll be having some extra things also, but those are not primary. And what is this first one about? So if you wanted to showcase yourself as like 0 to 2 years of experienced, okay, you wanted to show yourself as like just 1 year in Pega. You might be having 10 years of non-relevant experience. That's fine. But Pega, if you wanted to just show between 0 to 2, so you are expected to complete this first certification. So Pega CSA. And certification costs around maybe $190. $190. and including GST in India, it will be reaching to $225. In India, it will be like including 18% GST, it will be 225. It will be almost done up to maybe 18 to 19,000 generally. General cost is like fine. And this price is what you are supposed to pay and you have to complete it. This is like expected. And there will be some other easy ways to complete this also. If you wanted, you can just reach this separately. And this is what expected. And if you wanted to showcase yourself somewhere between more than 2, generally between 2 to 6 years, people will try to go for this certification showcasing. Okay, so after our course is done, you wanted to prepare like 3 years or 4 years, right? Then you have to complete both the certifications. It's not like you directly doing this one. System will not allow. So wherever the Pega PDN you registered, so there you have to complete the first level, then only you have to complete the second level. And there is nothing gap required between first one and second one also. So system will allow you, but it is actually recommended to maintain at least maybe 3 months or 6 months gap between these two things. Fine. And the next one is called Pega Lead System Architect, which is like expected if you wanted to showcase minimum of 8 years or even 10 plus years, it is okay. There are even 9-year Pega resource with this second certification also, not a problem. Okay, so depending upon how you project yourself on Pega, certifications must be there. So if you say like I have 10 years of Pega, but certification, if it is saying like only first one, who will accept it? Who will believe you? No, right? No. So minimum 2 certifications are to be done based on the experience. Okay. So consider I am the interviewer. I am the interviewer. And you came to me for walk-in or interview and you gave me resume and it is like saying like 4 years. And if I search for Pega PDN ID, I can see both the certifications. You have genuinely completed. I can see both the certifications reflecting. So can't I see the certification dates? Yes, right? I can see certification dates also. So your project in your resume, your project 1 is saying like, so 2021 as your project 1. Project 2 maybe 2023. But here certifications will be showing it as 2025, right? If you are doing it today. And if you are doing it today, certification dates will be something as this. Okay. And your resume is saying something as this. How to manage this? So they'll clearly understand that you are a fake. It's like transparent. They'll clearly understand that you are a fake. Okay. And this kind of gap is not encouraged if you are going to the direct client. Okay, so sometimes direct client openings will be there. Bank of America is hiring Pega developers. That is client position, right? It is client position. So if you are trying to go for there, straight away, maybe after you applying that, you might get a call. So they might directly ask you, when is your CSS certification done? They might directly ask you. If you say it as 2025, sorry, we cannot consider. We are looking for candidates who has done certifications before 2021. This is what directly they'll ask. Meaning they are looking for Paka genuine candidates only. No? So you can ignore applying for that company. And if you are talking about like second one, maybe TCS. TCS is hiring for Pega developers for one of our famous clients. So still you'll apply. And here TCS should be completely genuine in hiring a candidate as it is projecting to the client. Okay, so Bank of America will trust TCS considering everyone is like a non-fraud candidate. So just because to maintain that, TCS also will look for this kind of genuine candidates. They look for certification dates and even they look for something about your past PF documents, everything. Okay, and just coming to the below chain, as I told you, n number of below companies will be there, right? So they will not look about any of these things. So their major motto is to get one very good skilled candidate. And what about the certification dates might be, and what about his like past documents might be, not a problem. So startup companies will try to hire them and they'll give you only maybe 50% of what they are getting. Consider I'm running a startup company. Okay, and I will take you. Okay, and I'll project you to my client, and there I'll demand like 15 lakh package for you. So 15 lakh will be shared in my account and this startup company will give you just 5 lakh. So in this one profile, they're getting almost like 10 lakh per year, right? 10 lakh per year. So they don't want to get this amount lost. Okay, that is where startup companies will not look for any certification dates. Startup company will not even look for kind of whether you are like genuine or not. So you should compromise at every point and you should join some startup company. So I'm talking about people who are not having proper chain in the background. Okay, so they should compromise in every aspect and they should work in some startup company. And no doubt you will be getting less package. And no doubt, or you cannot guarantee in how many days you will be removed also. So if client is saying like this requirement is no more after 1 month, if they're saying like requirement is no more. So in the big companies like TCS, they will put you on bench and they'll take you in another project. But in the startup companies, it will not be like that. So there will be risk factor in terms of job security and there will be lesser package. And because of their huge profit for startup companies, they'll ask you might be for 1 or 2 years of bond. Okay, so if you can compromise in every other aspect, no doubt you can start your career. And you should work there maybe at least for 1 or 2 years just to gain experience. So if you are like switching to very immediate company and there, if there is like background problem, so this genuinity will be lost, right? That is where in every startup company, you should at least work for 1 to 2 years just for the experience gathering out. And any candidate in the startup company will not work more than 2 years. Even they know that. They will try to take new candidates. If there is like you working for more than 2 years, they have to pay you more, right? Instead of that, they'll send you out and they'll take one more fresher candidate. They'll pay only 4 lakh for that. And from the company, they'll take 20 lakhs. So this is what the cycle running out. And now to answer your question. So whoever is asking. So certification dates are no doubt mandatory. It's like considered, provided if you directly join in the end client or maybe it's below vendor. And if it is something about startup companies, it doesn't matter much. And even in startup companies, sometimes, it's not every time, in sometimes, consider this is top level and one more. This is startup company. And here, if you are joining here, so this company will be told saying like, this is for Bank of America. They'll not generally share client names. So no company will share client names. Even if you're going for an interview and asking for who is the client, they'll not say because they themselves might not be knowing that. So above client might not say that. It is because of one of the reputed company, reputed client. So once it is like employed, then we'll give respect to creativity and others. They're trying to manage. So in this process, if a client name is known everywhere, so they will be given instructions saying like this is for city client and city client is looking for certification dates. Just hire only genuine candidates. These will be instructions will be shared on day one itself. 99% in the startup companies, there will not be such problem. Okay, so if anyone wanted to look for your genuinity, they can easily do that. They can make you, they can identify in just 1 minute. They can identify in just 1 minute, but they wanted to fill that position with some skilled person. He might be like, however, the background experience it might be. Okay, so if a particular position, consider, we are supposed to hire a Pega developer and I'm supposed to fill that position. Consider I am interviewing 10 persons. All these 10 persons are something like fake. So if I'm not taking them, meaning I could not identify the best person here, right? So this above client, so might give the same position to one more company. So this company will lose that position. This company will lose a lot of billing. That is where they'll try to hire a very good resource and they'll try to manage on top of it. So you need not bother much about like fake things or even certification related with the late dated also. So now clear, right, Saurabh?
Yes, but
That's right.
can they afford someone like expensive candidate? I mean, obviously, like 4 or 5 lakhs for a fresher is fine, but somebody getting
It
like
depends upon the position, right? So if you're already having 10 years of career gap, sorry, 10 years of working experience. Okay. And if you are trying to say like that, I'm looking for minimum of 25 lakh. So they will check how much they're getting from the client. So generally startup companies at low level, they might not pay you this huge. So you are supposed to go for something higher level companies. So maybe below this range, everywhere it can be managed. Everywhere it can be managed. So today there are like, maybe yesterday, I think so. So in Bangalore, there is one Pega LSA position required. That's a startup company. They're ready to quote 60 lakh package for them. It's just a startup company. In Bangalore, there is a startup company looking for Pega LSS, minimum of 12 plus years experience. They are ready to pay 60 lakh package. Just imagine how much they'll get from their client. Okay, so their startup companies are even ready to pay, provided they'll get huge out of that. They are okay to manage. Got it right? I'm talking about like non-eligible candidate. If you're already having some experience, you will not run behind these kind of startup companies, right? That is fair. Got it?
Okay.
And that too, this purely depends upon the client requirement. Consider one more scenario. So these scenarios are also like most frequently will get. And this city client, consider city has a project. And this city project will be divided between different vendors. So in TCS, there will be some team. And maybe in Cognizant, there will be some team. In Accenture, there will be some team. Maybe in HCL, there will be some team. So one project will be shared between n number of vendors. Whoever is working, you people can easily correlate. So development team might be from TCS, testing team might be from different company, right? So client is giving his project split it into different vendors because of security reasons, budget reasons, and other things. I'll talk about this in coming classes. So here there is one development position and we are supposed to hire a new developer. So what this pieces will do, they'll try to release one notification looking for a Pega developer. And there are like maybe 10 persons came for interview. So they're trying to check for each person. So no person is matching this position. So what they'll do, they'll try to release for more notification. And this process, if it is continued for 30 days, meaning in the past 30 days, they could not fill any position, right? So maybe if they have filled this position last month itself, from that day to till date, so they will be getting salary from the client, right? So the city client will pay TCS so and so huge amount, out of which they will be like paying small amount for this developer. So what they can do, they can straight away hire a developer. So on some project requirement basis, there will be scenarios of hiring a developer, making BGV as secondary. They can make background verification as secondary. So this BGV might be failed, no doubt. But because of project requirement basis, they'll mark it as secondary. So if this position is like properly running between client and this person, they'll leave it. The next 6 months or 1 year, if there is no problem, then they'll continue it. So maybe if client is saying like that this candidate is not up to the mark or this project is cancelled, in that scenario, so client will not pay for this person, right? And this such big company, so they cannot further carry this person. So what they can do, they can say like after 1 year, we have performed reverse background verification, you found it as fraud. So that is where they might terminate it. So this is what happening these days. After 1 year of joining some company, Cognizant or some big company, so your friends are removed out. You might be listening to this. So what is happening? So far, whatever happened is like client requirement basis. So now client is not okay with so and so person. They wanted to ramp down few things. So that is where they wanted to use this point coming days. So what I'm trying to say here is even in such big companies also, even with fake things works out sometimes depending upon the project requirement. So if there is like immediate requirement, so there are like 10 persons coming here, out of which 9 persons are genuine but don't know anything Pega. And one person like you meaning you might not have proper Pega knowledge, or you might not have proper background, but you're having very good Pega knowledge. So they are supposed to hire you, just fill that position temporarily. So if that position is okay, running out smooth, then they'll ignore that. Maybe after 6 months or 1 year, if that is not working out, so background, they'll try to hire one more candidate and they might release you. So there will not be any billing stopping for that company. And you might be getting an employment for 6 months. And if everything is running smooth, it works out. So this is where 50% fake scenarios are also running out in big companies. Got it right? So you need not overthink about all these things today itself. You are supposed to start something learning Pega with some good attitude, and you do hard work, no doubt you'll get very good chance. So depending upon your background eligibility, no doubt you'll get very good chance. And you should compromise everything and should be in a position to learn the subject, the real-time subject. And there after 2 years or 3 years, if you start switching the company, no doubt you'll stand in a very good place after maybe 5 years of today. Got it right? Clear everyone? Okay, so the certifications, if you want, and it is expected to do certifications as soon as possible. As soon as possible. So today you're starting your Pega training, right? And it might last maybe for next 4 or 5 months. Doing certifications after 5 months is bad compared to doing it today itself. So that is where certifications are expected to be done as early as possible. So without you learning Pega how to do certifications, still there will be some process. If you are interested doing certifications quickly, reaches on our number. So we'll try to help you. Okay. And apart from these 3 major level certifications, you are even having with Pega business analyst certifications, Pega robotics, maybe Pega decision making. Okay. Kind of like Pega UI specialist. These are extra. So that will add something for your career, but these are primary. Without this, no one will consider your resume also. Got it right? Okay. So these are all the basic things what we have to learn before we start related to our actual stuff. Okay. So I think most of the questions, what general you'll get in your mind. So those must be clear. Okay. And you should start learning everything in terms of development. And it is very clear that there is no coding required, and it is clear that there is no prerequisite also. So you did not learn anything like Java for this. You did not learn any C language or you did not learn any database part. Still, you can manage learning better. So from today, next 4 months, we concentrate. So we'll make you to work on completely Pega tool. So you'll understand each and everything about Pega tool. After you learned everything, if you wanted to start yourself as a Pega tester, you can start. So if you wanted to start yourself as a Pega developer, you can do it. If you wanted to go it as a Pega administrator or Pega business analyst, everything it can help you. Why? Because we are making you to learn the entire tool. Okay, so this is morely concentrated on development perspective, and other things will be pretty easy compared to development. Business analyst is pretty easy compared to development. So everything extracted out of this can be easily done. Okay. So clear, right, everyone? All in everyone following, right? Yes, right? Yes, please confirm.
Yes, Chandra.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now with this knowledge, let me give you one statement. So consider your client is something as city. Your client is something as city. So city client, what they wanted to do is they wanted to design their credit card project. Okay. They wanted to design their credit card project. For that, they wanted to start with Pega. Day one, they'll go for Pega license, right? And this particular credit card project or whatever, it will be distributed between different vendors. So when any project is starting, all the service-based companies will go for bidding. Maybe TCS, Cognizant, Accenture, HCL. Every company will go for bidding. And here city client will say like, we are having development for this credit card project where we require these many sprints and these are our requirements and you have to follow so and so methodology. All these things they'll say. So maybe TCS might come forward and say it like, we'll do it for so and so X amount, maybe in 1 year time. And maybe another vendor, they can come forward and say like, we can complete it in just 2 months prior to that company and with some shorter amount. So based on which one vendor will be given with development. A project will have development, testing, everything, right? So maybe TCS might be given with the development. And this project has got testing also. Testing is one separate project, but the same testing will not be given for the earlier vendor. It will be given for different company, maybe like Cognizant. And for Accenture, they might be given like reporting part. And maybe for HCL, there might be deployment related part. So one project will be distributed between different vendors, right? Different vendors. So why client is doing between all these things? So can't it be given for one single company? Yes, but client is not interested to give a project in same company. So if it is between different companies, they'll get pure quality. What do you mean by this? So maybe if you are a developer joining in TCS today, so you'll work there for 1 year, right? After 1 year, you'll go to your manager and ask for some kind of increment. So your manager will ask you what you have done. Why should I give you hike? Very straightforward question. So you will say like, I worked on these many defects and maybe I worked on these many extra tasks. So I worked on Saturdays and Sundays and these are the extra process improvements I have given for the client. So you'll try to add your positive points. So based on that, your manager might give you maybe 5% or 10% hike. Similarly, your manager is also working from past 1 year in the same company, right? So your manager also will expect some hike, right? Consider you are the team member and every one of you will go for the manager and manager will give you some hike on top of it. And even your manager will expect some hike. What he will do? He will ask his delivery manager. So again, same question. His delivery manager will ask what extra things you have done. So this person will say like, I'm managing my entire team. So there is nothing like proper slippages. Okay, there is no extra time we took. So everything we have completed in time. We worked on Saturdays and Sundays. So we worked something like cross functionality. So he'll try to add his points. And in this case, manager will say like, that is your duty. You as a manager, that is your duty. So that is what you're supposed to do. You are getting paid for that. So what extra things you have done, whatever you are saying is part of your regular duty. So this manager, what he's expecting is how many extra projects you got from the client. So here Cognizant has got something like testing project, right? So if this manager pulled out that project, no doubt he'll get some share out of that. So higher level management, they'll not get percentage related. They'll get something about share percentage. So every vendor here will try to look for pulling out new projects from other companies. So that is where maybe this manager can straight away project it to the client saying like, this testing team is not doing good. So there are like n number of defects identified at the last minute. So our team is like, we are having very good testing team. So please get that project to us. We'll complete it in lesser time and that to 50% of the amount. That is where they'll try to grab other company projects. So if any manager is in a thought of grabbing other projects, no doubt he must be first strong enough, right? Strong enough in the sense he must do his development perfectly. Similarly, the testing manager here, what they'll talk about. So they'll say like, this development is not up to the mark. So we are having very good development. So every person will try to project something bad on another company. It's like open. I'm not talking about any particular company. So that is where first we should be perfect. That so here our development will be or our work will be good. So first thing is quality will be perfect. So if a project is shared between different companies, quality will be perfect. Second thing here is budget will be like saved for the client. So this company is ready to do for lesser amount compared to other company what they're doing, right? So budget will be like very less. And next and very important thing, so security will be good. So what do you mean by security? So here HCL is doing something like deployment related task. So if I'm a developer in this company, will I know everything what this person is doing? No, right? And this person, will he know everything what a developer is doing? No. So meaning this particular credit card project, if it is split between different companies, no company will know everything about our project. So security related things will be huge. So that is where client is sharing his project between n number of companies just to maintain all these things. Okay. So if client wanted to start one credit card project, so what exactly it will be done? Okay, so how an internal projects will be done and how we should start Pega project, everything we have to understand. Okay, so this we'll understand in tomorrow's session, next session. Got it right, everyone? All and everyone clear?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay, fine. So I think most of your questions might be answered. Okay, and you guys are done with the demo sessions. And if you are like, so this is our number. Every one of you should be having it. So you just drop a message saying like, I'm interested to continue. Okay, just drop a message. So based on which you'll be getting some enrollment related process and you'll be shared with all the recordings and documents. And day one, we showed you some portal, right? So you'll be added into that portal also and WhatsApp groups and everything. Okay. And you'll be even taking your screen share today for software installation and other things. So it will be continued. Okay.
Chandra, I need to discuss something personally to you. Can I call you after this meeting?
You just drop a message. I'll just call you back in next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And everyone else who are like planning, just drop a message. Thank you. Thank you, everyone of you. So last session we understood about importance of framework applications, and then we understood about implementation applications and how our organization structure to be designed, okay, and how it's to be connected for internal as well as external APIs, all these things. Okay, mostly we understood about organization structure versus application structure. Okay, so after you joining company, so there might be n number of frameworks. Okay, there might be n number of frameworks, and all these frameworks are to manage this below implementations only. No, so you as a person after joining some company, you will be given access only for implementation applications. You will not be given access for frameworks. Okay, maybe if your requirement is to design something where you have to maintain reusable part, still you have to do something in frameworks only, no? So with this implementation access, you can do everything above level also. So don't expect having separate access for all these frameworks. So if we have got access for one implementation, it will in turn, it is like in turn got access for other things only. Fine. And in this Pega application, after joining company, day one, you have to ask your manager about this development URL. Okay, and after that, you'll get some login page, and then you have to ask for the operator ID creation. As I told you, whoever is logging into Pega, they are considered as operators. And that too, there will be 4 type of operators. What are those? Or 4 rules particularly. Author has 1 role. Come on, what are the
User, admin, manager.
user role,
Admin,
and
manager.
manager. So every operator ID should be part of these 4 roles only. If it is author role, they can access development studio or it's a similar one, that is app studio. So user will be accessing user portal. And what about admins? Admin studio is what we call. And managers, they'll access real manager portal. These two are something related to the original employees. And this is something part of development. This is something part of configurational related. Okay, now in this Pega login page, as I told you, this can be customizable, where instead of Pega logo, they'll include one more thing or different logo. And this username and password fields, whatever it is asking for, you can adjust to the left corner or right corner or side by side. Some UI styles are allowed, but this login button should never be modified. So maybe here, if I enter something and if I enter some dummy password, no doubt I'll get some error message. So how it is throwing error message? It is cross-checking in our database whether this is valid operator ID or not. Then further, it is throwing some error message. Now, if I ask you, what is this type of validation? Is it client or server?
Server side validation.
It is server-side validation, meaning it is just checking till the server level and confirming that this is wrong ID. Okay, now coming back. So background, it is checking for somewhere a database, right? So first of all, what is our database name?
Pega data.
For every Pega project background, there must be a database, right? And its name is Pega data, which is nothing but collection of tables, collection of multiple tables. And there will be one such table holding all the list of operator IDs. What is the table name?
PR operators.
PR underscore operators. So if I ask you, there will be some other tables also, right? What will be its general prefixes? Few tables starts with PR. What will be the other two prefixes?
PC, PR.
PR4.
PR4.
Okay, so few tables starts with PR, few with PC, with PR4. Now every table, no doubt, should have something as columns, right? And at least one primary column will be there. For operators table, what is that primary column?
PR user identifier.
Is it PR?
PY user ID.
PY.
Is
PY.
user identifier. So meaning these columns will be having prefixes as PX or PY or PZ. Okay, so what is like significance of PX, maybe PY, PZ? Why this table is starting with PR only? Why other table is starting with PC? Okay, what is PR related for everything you should know. And even in interviews, sometimes they might ask you. Okay, that is, we are having almost like 1,000 operators accessing our Pega application. Meaning this Pega application can be accessed by developers, testers, real users, managers, right? All these are operators. No doubt those many records must be there. Consider 1,000 records are there. If I'm trying to hit this login button, if this ID is not available out of this 1,000, no doubt it will throw an error message. You know that. Now today, our client, maybe City is our client. Our client, what he's saying is all the operator data is maintained in PR operators table, no doubt. And I wanted to maintain these tables into a new table. Is it really possible or not? This is what they'll ask. Okay, so in interviews, no one will ask you on theoretical questions. If I'm the interviewer, I'll not ask you what is the table for operator ID. That is just for your understanding. So if you're planning to go like an experienced, so everything will be scenario based only. Everything will be scenario based only. So one small scenario is how to maintain a new table and copy this data from table 1 to table 2. If this is the task given, you as a developer, what you'll do? This is what they'll ask. Or let me ask the same question in something understandable format for you. So consider TCS is one big company, right? There will be n number of employees, maybe IT employees, non-IT employees. All these employees, what they'll do, they'll try to log in their internal portals. Okay, there will be certain portals, right? And if they could log in, no doubt it must be like a record in their database. For TCS, there will be a big database where all the employees must be like in records here, or all the operators, so-called operators must be like in record here. Just an example. Now TCS as a big company, it is acquiring a small company like ABC. So ABC, one small company where they're having only 100 employees. So TCS acquired this company. Now data from operators table of one database. This is different Pega project. This is different Pega project. Consider TCS internal applications. So if you are working in TCS, you'll see Ultimatics as its internal portals name. Okay. If you don't know, ignore about it. So this company will be having some internal applications, right? One for leave applying, one for travel details, whatever. All these might be developed on Pega. And their database name is Pega data only, and within which PR operators table will be there. So there will be PY user identifier, and all these are like TCS employees. And consider there is one more ABC company. So consider this is also like running on Pega internally. So they also will have Pega database. Don't think both the databases are same. Both are purely different. If I work in City project, if you are working in HSBC project, so Pega screens or development studio related screens looks similar, but completely projects are different, right? Database is different, right? So here also you'll see with the same name Pega data. And here also you'll see with the same table, that is PR operators with PY user identifier as the primary column. There might be only 10 records. Now these 10 employees are to be merged into this table. So how do you implement this? This is what they'll ask you in interview. So question clear, right? Every one of you, please confirm me.
Yeah.
So
Yes, sir.
whatever I'm asking you, so
Yeah,
is yes. Okay. For this, there will be different approaches. So you as a developer should answer this saying like, so this should not be done. Suppose today you join one company. Your business analyst just dropped you an email saying like operators or maybe records from so and so table are to be added into this table. This is its JDBC connection URL. This is their password and username and password. So you can access this database and you can access this table. So try to get this data add up into this one. This is what you got an email. So today morning 9 o'clock, you logged into your office system and checked for this email. And you should work on this, but you should not run this immediately. Why? Because if you are trying to do something, getting data from table 1 to table 2, if this is having some lacks of records, so there will be huge load on our server during that time. Morning 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock is something like peak time, right, for our bank. Okay, or somewhere production hours are not to be done with these kind of tasks. They will ask you to do this at midnight 12 o'clock. So today midnight 12 o'clock, do something to get data from one table to another table. This is what they'll say. So for that, it is not expected that you have to stay till 12 o'clock. You need not stay till 12 o'clock, or you need not log in from home at 12 o'clock and do something. You have to schedule. So for scheduling, what rules you will do, this is what they'll ask in interview. So you can say it as job scheduler is something what I can schedule it, or queue processor is something, or maybe advanced agent is something, or standard agent is something. So what automated thing you're trying to set, this is what they'll ask in interview. And they might ask you differences between all the four, whatever you named now. And what might be the challenge if you're following approach 1, maybe approach 2 or approach 3, and how to run one automated SQL query with a third-party database. You are an TCS employee today. You're trying to access this database. No doubt if it is a database and if it is a database table, to interact, you require SQL queries. Now, if this is our Pega login page or internal one, if I click on login, system is running one SQL query with our own table. So if it is our internal database, we can expect system running on SQL query. Maybe if it is of external database, still SQL queries are required. So here, can our Pega rules generate SQL queries with third party or not? How did you manage all these things? They'll ask you. So you will be in a position to answer this question in any of the way they are trying to question you. No doubt, you'll understand everything in detail. But what I'm trying to explain today itself is, don't learn anything theoretically. It will never help you. It will never help you. You should learn everything more practical oriented. So consider my own manager. Okay, or if you are working in any company, you might be Pega developer. Consider we all are working in some company, maybe or different companies as a Pega developers. So for all of us, there will be high level managers, right? And manager need not be of Pega employee. So personally, my manager is almost like 17 years experienced, but he is not having Pega development experience at all. We don't know what Pega is also, but he's a manager for our Pega project. So he's having management experience in Java projects or maybe testing projects. So today he's like delivery manager for us, but he doesn't know anything about like Pega. Okay, that is actually common point. Okay, so after you start attending for interviews, initially technical round will be there, no doubt on to Pega discussion on. And second round also will be there, that too on Pega related part only. And maybe after that, maybe if we have cleared these 2 rounds, next round will be like managerial round, right? Generally. Okay, manager round. So here, so-called 17 years manager, he will ask you few questions. So he might not ask you anything on Pega, but he will ask you everything on scenario based. Whatever the experience he's having from past many years. So he'll be having many scenario based, right? So if our company is merging up with another company, I wanted to get data from that table to this table. You as a Pega developer, how you'll do this? This is what he'll ask you. So whatever you say technically, he might not understand. If you talk in detail about like queue processor, he might not know that. But everything high level functional, he can ask you. So if you're trying to answer this, he might ask you maybe few of the records, maybe 2 of these records are not those direct employees. These 2 are like contract from some other company. So if this is the scenario, how do you handle? So he know everything about like exceptional handlings. He knows everything about like positive what happens, what might be the negative scenarios. So he'll try to question everything on top of this. Okay, so there will be n number of such scenario based. All the managerial rounds are purely scenario based only. Okay, so if he's having experience on the same on Java project or .NET project, he can easily correlate what you are saying on Pega project. He might not have Pega skill, but he can able to correlate everything. So most of us generally will think like manager round will not be more technical. Yes, it's not technical, but it is more difficult, or it is like compared to be difficult as like in technical rounds because they are having more of scenario based. So you cannot answer them more on Pega related way. So you have to answer more on overall scenario based. So it's like very diplomatic way to manage managerial round. So day one, why am I saying all these things is like you have to learn everything on scenario based only. So we are fond of scenario based training. So if we can manage all these things, whatever the future requirement might be, it might be like 4 years level, or if you wanted to showcase yourself like 7 years level, still you can able to manage the things. Okay, so now coming back here, you should know what is like operators table all about. What will be its prefixes? Is it PX or PY or PZ? Okay, you should know everything out of this. So following right, every one of you.
Chandra, here I have like one question. Is one implementation application can like inherit it from two frameworks application?
That depends upon your structure, right? So if this is your organization which has got one framework, so this is your implementation one, this is your implementation two. So now you tell me implementation two can get only from this framework. So if it is having one more framework on top of it, implementation two can get from framework one and two, right?
But is there any possibility on simultaneously like framework 2 and framework 3 under like framework 1? If that is also possible.
Correct.
Not like that. It's here exactly.
Okay, if you're
And-
having framework 3 here, which is not connected to implementation 2. So why your why your business analyst included in this way? Considering there is no dependency on these two things, correct? Okay, if
Yes,
there
sir.
is no dependency, then it is out of inheritance. You will understand what is inheritance. Inheritance meaning inheriting from parent to child. So this is not a legal parent for this one. Am I correct? Yes, right?
But I think we can make that dedicatedly if you want.
So if you wanted to get it in terms of class inheritances, that is direct inheritance, it is actually possible. So if you wanted these to be connected, then this framework should be somewhere linked up in this, right? So if you want it here, generally in real time, so there might be scenarios of getting other application databases. General applications, if it is connected something like this, consider this one. This is my framework. This is my credit card. This is my loans application. Okay, now I'll ask you one small thing. I'm asking you a small thing here. So this is one framework where its components can be used into application 1 and 2, right? Application 1 and 2. So this is our main database where there will be one dedicated table for credit card application and one dedicated table for loans application. Okay, so if you are a credit card employee here, and whenever a customer is coming to you asking for credit card, so you should ask them whether there is any account created for him in the same bank or not. So if he's not having like bank account, or if he's having bank account, you will ask for your bank account number, right? You'll ask him for bank account number. I'll ask for this number, whatever the data we are having it here, are we not getting here? Yes, right? You tell me, Saurabh. It's possible, right?
Yes,
It should be
yes.
possible.
Exactly.
But ideally speaking, this application are both independent. We are considering these two are not connected. That is where we are maintaining separately, but under one framework. But there will be scenarios where I have to get this applicational data into this one. It doesn't mean that this data is what we're directly getting. We are trying to get its database data onto here. So for our entire project, database is same. You can access any table at any level. So for this framework, you will have one database table, no doubt. So if I'm having, maybe this has another framework. So this implementation and this framework are not inheritedly connected. But if you wanted to access its data out of its database, it can be happily done. So if you wanted to access these rules which are out of inheritance onto this one, so with some manual inheritance connection also you can do, which is not required. If it is really required, it must be connected somewhere in its parent structure. You'll understand all these things when we're understanding OOPS concept.
Okay.
Okay, got it right?
Yeah.
Everyone else following right?
Question.
Okay, fine. So coming back to our discussion. So there must be a table related to operators, and this operators table. So you will be having few important columns, that is PY user identifier and something about like password and something about like access group. So this person number 1 should be having author as the role. So he's author for what? Maybe credit card application. So PX application name is what it should be maintained. And person number 2, he might be like user role, maybe for loans application. So this is what your operators table will be. On a high level, I'm explaining you. After, when we're opening our database and when we're deep diving into this tabular design, there you'll come to know. Okay, there you'll come to know. So based on this table, generally you'll be getting n number of production issues. So daily you'll get an email from bank manager saying like so and so persons. So today morning, I wanted him to access loans portal. And then afternoon, I want him to access credit card portal. This is actually a valid point, right? So there might be something mails triggered for you just to update their access group. But if this something like frequently running out, you should give a bank manager an option to update from their end. So update from their end meaning. So is it possible from them for them to access database? No. So there you have to understand some concept of delegation. So consider I'm the real bank manager where I require frequent changes on this table. So for every small change, if I rely on you, meaning you as a developer, so you should check for an email and you should respond for that, and you have to test it from your end, and then you have to reply back, right? I might not get immediate response from you every time. So for that, I'm requesting you to give me some option to make such changes from my end. I don't know anything about Pega. I don't know anything about like database or SQL queries. Still, you should give me an option to modify this. This concept is called delegating. So how to delegate a table or how to delegate some rules to the real users. So consider with one small example. So if you go to Vijayata supermarket today or some supermarket today, so all those are like employees only, no? These are the real users. Okay, so some will assist you in terms of selecting the product. Some will assist you in terms of cashier, or some will assist you in terms of like replacement, whatever. But there will be one dedicated person sitting to the corner of that store. He'll be accessing one laptop every time. So he's like administrator. What he's doing, he's trying to check for how many products are still available in stock, how many are sold out, how many are damaged. So today they wanted to increase tomato price from 100 rupees to maybe 200 rupees, just an example. Okay, so for that, just to make this backend change, if they are relying on a developer like you cannot respond to them in time. And instead that admin person, if he is given an option to change somewhere from 100 to 200, so it will be easy for them, right? So this is concept of delegation. How to delegate a rule, and how to delegate a rule only for one single person, that too in this particular time lapse only. I want to delegate this rule only from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So other times I should not allow user to make modifications. This being something like secured project. Consider I'm a bank manager where my team is working on something GST project. So I want every one of them to make modifications only between this time. So maybe after this time hours are completed, they are not supposed to log in at all. So what we are supposed to do, how to make this delegation available in time frame. So maybe exactly at 5 o'clock, how to remove these delegation options, and next day exactly at 9 o'clock, how to assign them with the delegation. Everything scenario based is what we have to know. Okay, fine. So with this knowledge, we are supposed to log. So we are having some initial understanding about like Pega developer or something about like operator ID, right? I'm supposed to log in. So my manager will create operator ID for me. I'm supposed to log in. So who will create operator ID for your manager? He's also supposed to log in, right? Maybe his manager might create for him, his manager, for him. So there must be one starting person who has to log in and who has to create further operator IDs, right? And now today is our scratch project. Something from zero is what we're doing. So today we installed Pega and I'm supposed to log in and I'll create operator IDs for every one of you. And even for me to log in, it is asking for ID and password, correct? Even to log in for the first time, system is asking for ID and password. So what ID, what password I have to define? So if I click on trouble login, maybe is it asking for recovery? So if it is asking for recovery, it might ask me for my email ID. So is my email ID available in database by this time? No, right? No. So meaning even for the first time, since it is asking for ID and password, Pega is providing one master ID and password for the first time. So Pega is providing some master ID and password. So this master ID and password is administrator @pega.com and password is install. So this is one ID and password. I have to log in with that now. So if I log in, it will take me to the next screen. From there, I'll create my own operator ID and I'll create multiple operator ID for my team members. This is what the process is. Now, if I could able to log in with this master ID and password, no doubt in our operators table. So there must be a record with this name. Everyone agree with this? Yes, right? It should be correct. So if I could log in with this administrator@pega.com, no doubt it will take me to the next screen from where actual our project should start. So if I could log in with this ID and password, it must be a valid operator ID into operators table. So where under PY user identifier, you should see this. Maybe under password, you should see this. What might be the access level? Anyone? What might be the access level? Meaning next screen, what I'll get? If I get Dev Studio, here it must be author role. Ante kada? And if I get user portal, it must be user role. So here for this operator ID, what might be the access for me out of those four?
I think admin studio. I think so.
You think it as admin.
Yes.
What do you mean by admin studio general? What a general administrator does? So if I'm the administrator, I'll log in and I'll check for the development related part of yours. If you are a developer, you'll do multiple developments. So creating frameworks or implementations or doing something, right? So as an administrator, I'll log in and I'll try to configure some email triggering for yours, or I'll try to configure some listeners or job schedulers or queue processors, whatever. And then I'll take care of deployment part. So without development at all, so what is the necessity of like deployment and other things? Meaning admin studio, you will not get. That is what I'm straight away saying you. What might be the other screen?
Author.
It should be 100% author. No doubt, it must be author. Now, if it is like author, next you'll get admin studio, right? Sorry, I'm sorry. It is like development studio, right? Development studio. Development studio for what application? Consider there are like 3 more developers. All these are authors, and this must be like connected to credit card application, loans application, something like accounts application. Every operator should be defined with role, and no doubt there must be an application name also. Did we create any application so far? No. No. And what might be the application after I log in? So let me log in and show you. Administrator@pega.com and password as install. Now, if I click on login, system will cross check whether this ID password is correct or not. Then it will check what is the role. It must be author role for what application. Just log in. So it is taking you to something called a development studio. This is what your actual development platform is. And here you'll see something like application name. Okay, here you're seeing application name. So what is the application name, by the way? Just read it out.
The platform.
Pega platform. This is our application name, right? Okay. So consider these three developers. So if you are a developer here, maybe with the name Ravi, if you log in here, you will see HDFC loans as the application name. If this person is logging in something about like HDFC credit card, so no doubt this operator will be connected with an application. Now, in this case, this operator has got something application what we don't know. Did we create this? No, right? And by the way, did we create this operator already? No. So in Pega, we are having a number of predefined things. Many predefined things. So many operator IDs or maybe application names. So many activities. Okay, if I ask you how to send an email, what is the answer for that? How to send email?
You send the email activity.
So using send email notification, this is something what we are already saying, right? Did we create it? No. Maybe did we create this operator ID? No. Did we create this application? No. So likewise, you'll see hundreds of predefined things. Suppose if I log in here, so you'll see something portal as case manager. Okay, so for every application, there will be portals, right? As I told you, consider this as our credit card application. So I'll be accessing development studio for credit card. If you are the real bank employee or real bank manager, you will, after you logging in, you will get some manager portal where you can see all the credit card requests or all the loan requests, where you can open everything, you can approve or you can reject, you can make it like underwrite process, whatever. So there must be some portals, right? So this portal is also created. Did we create it? No. So this is something looking colorful with some Pega logo and all these things. So in Pega, what I'm trying to say here is there are like n number of predefined things. And technically, we should call these predefined things as OOTP. Okay, so full form of this is anyone?
Out of the box.
It is out of the box. Okay, so if you see anything like already available in Pega, you should call it as OOTP. That is out of the box. Now coming here, I can say administrator@pega.com. This is one OOTP operator ID. I did not create it, right? And Pega platform, this is one OOTP application. And send email notification, this is one OOTP activity. You don't know what is activity still? So this is something predefined. I did not create this. This is OOTP activity. And you can see this flying horse. This is one OOTP image. Okay, you can see this left side. This is OOTP menu. And this is something like OOTP table layout. So this is like OOTP navigational, whatever it is, whatever you see in Pega, which is already available for you, you call it as OOTP. There are like thousands of OOTP things. So you make use of those OOTP. Okay, you should make use of those OOTP. And no doubt you will be creating something extra also. We will not fully rely on OOTP. So consider I have to create 4 new operator IDs. So no doubt these are not predefined, right? I have to create new. And I have to create new applications. I have to create new images. I have to create new screens. I have to include first name as something, last name as something, everything I have to create. So on top of OOTP, we'll be creating a few extra things also. So those are, what is that?
That's not.
TLA.
Please go on it. If you're not talking out, please go on it. Fine. So if anything like system created, those we call it as OOTP. And if something what you are creating, those are called as user created part. Okay. So these three operators are user created, meaning I as a developer created these three. And this is system created OOTP. So in Pega, mostly we'll try to use OOTP if applicable. Now considering the same example, if I'm supposed to design screen number 1 to capture some details from the user, that is first name, last name, age, and something like email ID. And after user entering all these details, if he's clicking on submit button, there must be one email to be triggered, meaning we can use one OOTP activity for this, or you can create a new activity and issue the same. But if you're having something OOTP, customization is not encouraged. So if you're trying to go for something extra customization, still Pega algorithm can detect it and it can give you something compliance score reduced. As I told you, every application to be perfectly designed. Perfectly, when I say perfectly, try to use OOTP whenever possible. If you could not use OOTP or if you don't find, then you can customize something own. That is okay. Okay. So compliance score is something where we completely rely on. So as I told you, one person from Pega systems, he will be continuously watching for this compliance score. And based on this, our manager is answerable for that. So if we as a team not doing all this perfectly, no doubt our manager will ask us to redesign everything. Because ultimately he is like answerable person for Pega systems, right? Okay, that's fine. So finally, what I mean to say here is in Pega, whatever you see already available, that is OOTP. That is to be called as OOTP. And now, so somehow you logged into this Pega platform. Okay, you can see this Pega platform. And this is our actual development studio. So this development studio will be accessible only for the developers, not everyone.
Chandra, just first question. The compliance score is the same as guardrails, like?
Based on the guardrails, compliance score will be generated.
Okay.
So these are interlinked. Okay, guardrail warnings. You see warnings, right? So you are supposed to follow top 10 guardrails. Okay, if you are not following any of these guardrail related guardrail related things, score will be affected. Okay, these two are like directly interlinked. Okay.
Okay.
Fine. So this is our actual Pega development studio. So now you can see something like we are in version number 8.7. Now let me quickly tell you what are the Pega versions launched. Okay, so today maybe 8.0, 8.1, 8.2, somewhere like 8.7 and 8.8. After which Pega has released a version like 23 directly. 23.1, 23.2, 23.3, 23.4. After which 24.1, 24.2. Okay, maybe 24.3, so likewise. And prior to this one, 7.0, 7.1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. After 4, they directly launched this. Before the 6.0, 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, directly they launched this. So this is what our Pega versional history is. Okay, so today the latest version or after 8.8 version, every one of us expected the next version to be as 8.9. But suddenly they launched it as 23. What is this magical number 23? So 23 is nothing but kind of year. Okay, but ideally speaking, 23 version is not released in 23. It is released in 24. Okay, so this is indicating the year and this is indicating its quarter. So Pega is planning to release every version for every quarter. That is what their thinking is. So if that is the scenario, it must be 25.2, right? Is this quarter number 2? Maybe quarter 2 or 3, whatever. So here, today, the latest version must be 25.2, right? 25.2. But this is still not available. So the highest version today is 24.2 only. So here the naming convention, it's purely up to them. So they're trying to give like year dot quarter. So this is somewhere started after 8.8. Okay. So this is our latest version. So why are we not learning directly in this latest version? So because this 24, maybe from 8 after 8.7, so whatever the versions Pega they released, they stopped personal edition, meaning we cannot download it and we cannot do anything directly on our laptop. So every one of you might have downloaded this Pega software, right? So that is available till 8.7 version of it. That is where we could still work on this 8.7. So how to work on 24 version then? So these are completely running on cloud. Okay, so where there is no there is no installation required. Straight away, background after you logging into Pega PDN or whatever in the real time, after you connecting to the network, client network, they'll share you one URL which is purely running on cloud, and with that you can use it. And now in our personal practice purpose, so there is no downloadable software from 8.8. So Pega is giving us access to work on this, but only for 30-day trial. Okay, so you should log into Pega website. I'll guide you everything, don't worry. You are supposed to log into Pega website, and there you'll see an option called Start a Trial. Okay, so the latest one, whatever it is by that time, so that version you can start working on, where it can be accessed up to 30 days and additionally of 15 days for one time. So total maximum up to 45 days is what you can able to access that trial. So if our Pega training is completed, if you're trying to make everything completed in 45 days, then I can make you working on this. I can train you completely on this, where you learn latest concepts, everything. But this is only 45-day trial period where you cannot complete everything in 45 days. So that is where whatever the latest concepts between these two and this. So consider 100% of the concepts if we are having 90% projects 90% concepts are similar. So the activities, data transfer, whatever it is, 90% everything it is similar. So that is where we are trying to make you download this one. So we are trying to explain you all the 90% concepts which are like common between these two. We're trying to cover here itself. Why? Because this is downloadable and you can able to maintain this for longer time. Okay, you can maintain this for longer time. You can practice for n number of times. But this is something purely running on cloud. And whatever the extra 10% concepts like constellation part or Gen AI part or whatever. So these advanced concepts will make you to learn on this, the latest version, where we can complete in hardly 2 to 3 weeks. So this time is enough for us. So that is where, so we're trying to make you work on most of the tasks on this. Okay, that's fine. So here you can see after 7.4, they have released something like 8th version directly. So whenever they introduced 8th version, there are like huge changes compared to 7.4. Now we are somewhere in 8.7. Okay. And here you can see development studio, right? From 8.0, all the future scenarios, there will not be major changes at all. There will not be major changes. Don't overthink about these version numbers. So if you are learning here, so can we manage this or not? Maybe if you're directly learning this, if you're joining any project which is still running in 7.3, can you work or not? So don't overthink much about all these things. Why? Because you are a Pega developer. So you are learning the main Pega tool, whatever the version it might be. There will not be major changes between version to version. So consider with a small example. So if you are running one photo studio, okay, so you might be having a shop which is about like photo studio related. Generally, you will try to design some greeting cards or maybe like birthday related videos, these things, right? So there you will be using a software called Photoshop. So this is most famous software, Photoshop. And today you are using this Photoshop software, which is like version number 4 consider. and the latest version is something like version number 13. So the number of versions are introduced after your this version. So here, you are pro in Photoshop software, and if you wanted to download 13th version, and if you wanted to do something there, so maybe for first 1 week you might not be that comfortable. So it's not like complete Greek and Latin for you, right? So don't you understand the major concepts there? So most of the part will be as the same, despite if it is having 10 extra versions in between. So there will not be, there will not be like a huge observations for a developer like you. So everything whatever happening in the background, right? So learning this new version, hardly it will take like 7 days. In next 1 week or 2 weeks, you can get habituated for all the latest concepts, and you can able to do everything. So you are a developer, you are learning the core functionalities of any tool for any of its latest versions. You can happily manage this. Don't overthink about the versions. I see many people thinking much about the versions. You need not do that much. Okay, so consider you learned Pega version 24. Okay, so you are learning something like version number 24 today. And after 4 months, you'll start attempting for interviews, right? And you went for an interview where the project is still running on 8.1. So there will be scenarios where that project is still running on 8.1. So will you say that I learned 24, I will not grab this opportunity? No, right? Will you miss this opportunity? No. You as a Pega developer should be accustomed to working on any version or any part of Pega. So that is where you'll come to know, no doubt in it. So now here, if you observe, after you started, so this is something like 8th version, right? 8th version. So from 8th version till date, from 8.0 till date, so Pega is calling these versions as Pega Infinity. You can see this here, right? So they're calling this something as Pega Infinity. Okay, what do you mean by infinity? So in the past versions, that is still 7.4, as I told you, there are no major features. So after 7.4, they directly launched 8th version, where they have included something called Admin Studio, Production Studio as an App Studio. Okay, so in the past versions, there is something like Designer Studio is what you used to call. Okay, after logging in 7th version, instead of Admin Studio, or sorry, instead of Development Studio here, you'll see something called a Designer Studio. And latest you are seeing like Admin Studio. And in the latest versions, you are seeing something like Admin Studio and other studios are also included. So you'll see a small arrow where you can launch all other studios. The past versions, this is like very difficult to manage everything. So huge changes are added. It might not be in the development perspective. It might be in something deployment related things or whatever. No doubt huge changes are added up. So that is where they're calling it as Pega Infinity version from 8th version. Okay, so they'll directly ask you in interview whether you have experience working in Infinity version or not. They will not particularly look about a candidate who has 8.2 version alone, or 7.4 version alone, or 24.1 version alone. They will be overall asking you whether you have experience working in Infinity version or not. Okay. Okay. Now, from interviewer perspective, okay, from Pega perspective, we should call it as Pega Infinity, right? Maybe interviewer, he might ask you whether you have experience working in Infinity version or not. So their thinking is about Infinity, meaning these two things. So if I'm your interviewer, if I ask you, do you have experience working in 23 version? I might ask you particular version number, right? Instead of that, I'll ask you, do you have experience working in Infinity version? If any interviewer asking you about Infinity as a word, their perspective is about like experience in these two versions. But Pega is saying like Infinity from here itself. There are no major changes. But major changes from here is like Gen AI, which is introduced. And maybe Constellation UI. Constellation is there from 8.8 only. But if they are looking for something like latest things, they might ask you Pega Infinity considering these two things. but Pega is claiming as infinity from 8th version itself. So what you have to observe is, if you are logging from 8th version, here you'll see Development Studio and something like Pega Infinity. So here, if you observe, you can see something like moon, maybe stars and mountains and clouds, right? Meaning Pega development is almost reaching to the infinity level. Sky is the limit. That is what they wanted to show this as promotional. So Pega Infinity is just for promotional purpose they are doing. And this is where development is like limitless. Okay, automation is like limitless. That is where they're trying to do. And in the past versions, you used to see something called Designer Studio and you did not see this banner. Okay, fine. So what is difference between Designer Studio and Development Studio? So Designer Studio will make you only development part automated. Development Studio will make you development part as well as a deployment part as well as a reporting part, everything. So whatever required for an application, everything is included in this one. So it is configured with extra studios like Admin Studio or Prediction Studios, extra studios also. So this is somewhere like a Development Studio. This is Designer Studio. And here you can observe, or whatever you are saying. So this is to be considered as header. This is to be considered as header. And this is to be considered as footer. And this part, whatever you are saying. So this is to be considered as App Explorer. Okay, Explorer, where actual development happens here on. And as I told you, this is one promotional message. And if you wanted to create or start something, you can click on this. And here, very important thing, you will see something called guardrail warnings. Okay, guardrail warnings. Guardrail warnings meaning, as I told you, the best practices, what you're supposed to follow. So every one of us will log in with our own operator IDs. So after I logging in, it is my responsibility to check everything like 0 with my name. Introduced by you meaning, so myself, for whatever the development I have done, is it having any warnings or not, severe, moderate or information. So it's my responsibility to make it as 0. And if I'm the manager, team manager, and if you all as a team has done small mistakes, so at your login, it will be showing number. And if I log in, so introduced by team is what I'll see. I might see something like 4 as the number here. I'll click on that number 4 and I'll see what are those 4 warnings. So the first warning, I can see its operator name also. Okay, I'll call that operator and ask what is the task given. Why did you do in this way? Can you please redesign and make sure there should not be any warning as per this. So ultimately introduced by team must be everything as 0 and introduced by you also to be completely as 0. Based on this, complaint score will be calculated. So this is our overall banner, overall login part. And here, this is something called header, right? So header meaning any kind of configurations is what we have to do. Any kind of configurations generally. So after I logging into my original application, I'll see credit card, right? Maybe HDFC credit card or maybe Access loans, whatever. I'll see some application name. And I'll drag and drop and design my main credit card portal. I'll drag and drop from this App Explorer and design my main credit card portal, where it will show first name, last name, and other things, right? After I clicking on this, I'm expected with an email triggering for the customer. So this email triggering, from where are we getting? From this credit card application only? Nothing but this is the same, right? I open credit card application in Development Studio, and this is its output screen. Whatever this application should generate one email triggering. So how to generate email triggering? First, you should have email account, right? First, you should have email account. You'll personally create an email account, maybe in Google server or Yahoo server or Microsoft server. All these are like SMTP providers. Some mail providers will be there. And I'm supposed to log in into their Google server, that is gmail.com. That is their server, right? I can compose an email personally there. and I log into Microsoft or Outlook.com, and I can able to access that account. I can access inbox and send mails, everything I can do it manually. So the same account, whatever you create everything manually, it is to be integrated with our Pega application now. So the same account has to be linked to our Pega application where we'll do in configurations. Under configurations, you'll see inbound email triggering, outbound email triggering, likewise. So there will be n number of such configurations to be done. You can see this, right? So email listeners or email accounts, whatever. What do you mean by inbound? What do you mean by outbound? So you consider this credit card application itself. So this HDFC credit card is sending an email, which is like mail outbounding. So if I'm a customer of this HDFC, if I just drop an email, support@hdfc.com, I'll get one automated email saying like your concern is considered. Please wait for 24 hours. Our team will call you shortly. So what is happening after I sending an email, it is responding to that. And it is doing something in its database table, creating a ticket for me. And it is trying to send it as a request to the respective team. Some concerned team, work list or work basket is trying to work on that. So this is like inbound. So any kind of mail triggering or any kind of like listener part or any third party APIs, whatever, these kind of configurations will do it at this header part. Okay. And all the development. So I'm supposed to drag and drop and everything, right? If this is my credit card application, I should first cross check whether it is having framework or not. And if so, how many frameworks? So maybe in framework 1, what are like already created? So I can check everything from this explorer part. So where major development activities or actions will be running here. Okay. And as I told you, this is promotional and this is also fine. And the last one is about like footer. So footer meaning for any kind of debugging. So you as a developer, you will not get every time enhancements, right? It is not about designing everything from beginning. So if it is already designed and if it is not working, you have to fix that defect. So to fix any defect, first you have to check where the issue is. So you should clearly understand the debugging options. So the footer, whatever you are seeing, it's a completely debugging part. So consider the same example. So if a bank employee registering a customer on click of this email is not triggered. Email is not triggered. It is saying like something went wrong. As a bank employee, what I'll do? I'll just take that screenshot and send it to you. You are production support team. You have to look into it. So where exactly it is breaking out? So sending an email is purely OOTP, right? You are having send email notification as one OOTP activity. You did not design that. So which is purely OOTP, but something is failing on top of it. So what exactly or what will be the sequence of things running out? Where exactly breaking? Okay, so why it is taking long time to run? Everything you have to trace it or you have to check exactly the issues. So for that you are seeing below debugging options. These debugging options will not be available for other type of users. So if I'm like an administrator, so by default, I'll get admin studio. So we got login page, right? Initial login page. If we both log in, if I'm the developer, I'll get development studio with debugging options. If you are logging in, so you might not get debugging options. Are you seeing below part? You are not seeing debugging options, but I'll access this development studio. Sorry, I'm accessing this admin studio with the developer access. I got development access and there I'm trying to access this portal. I'm trying to look at and I'm trying to look at this. So optionally, you'll be getting the same options here. You can see this gear icon, right? Optionally, you can get the same options. So we'll try to terminate this for the different users. So if this is like manager portal, the real managers should work on. They should not get below part, right? So, but here I am accessing, I'm a developer. I am accessing this one. I wanted to look into it. So I'll see the same options here. Whatever you see like live view and other options, it will be accessible for me only. If you are the real bank employee, you'll not see this gear icon. If you are the real administrator, you'll not see this gear icon. So whatever you are seeing here, so this is something called footer part. Okay, fine. So now we should understand what is this development studio and how it is different in the past versions. And I'll give you one statement for today. So in the past versions, you used to see with this name as Designer Studio. And in the past versions, you used to see the application name as Pega Roots. So latest version, you are seeing it as Pega Platform, right? Which is predefined application. I did not create this. It is with the name Pega Platform. And in the past versions, you will be seeing with the name, what is that? What is the name you see in the past versions?
Pega rules.
It is
Pega rule.
Pega Rules. It is Pega Rules. So what is this Pega Rules? What is this Pega Platform? This you have to know. So I'll end up with one small statement. Consider my project is still in 7th version. Okay, so I'll log in with my operator ID, the master operator ID administrator. So it will take me to one OOTP application, which is with the name Pega Rules. Okay, and in the from the latest versions, you are seeing with the name Pega Platform. The latest versions you are seeing with the name Pega Platform. Okay. So generally here, if I wanted to create a new application, this is the navigation. Now I'm supposed to create a new framework or new implementation, right? This is the navigation, no doubt. So meaning one framework will be generated from here. One more framework might be generated from there. One more framework, maybe implementations. Something these applications are derived from this OOTP application. That is what you have to know. And in the past versions, so you'll see every application derived from, so Pega rules right then. So all the applications in the past version should be derived from Pega rules. And in the latest version, it must be Pega platform. So consider our project started in 2010. By that time, 7th version might be the latest one. And I have total below 10 applications, everything derived from Pega rules. Now my management wanted to jump to 8th version. So first they will be installing 8th version, and by default you'll see Pega platform, right? And whatever the development you have done from past 15 years, that is to be reused. That is to be reused. So if you are trying to take the product or build from one server to another server, so here F1 is what you'll expect, here F2 is what you'll expect, F3, maybe all the implementations. Ideally speaking, this F1 is derived from Pega rules, which is not available in this latest version. So if we are not having Pega rules and this F1 is linked from Pega rules, right? So is upgradation possible or not? Looks like not possible, right? So why this is changed to Pega platform? This we have to understand. Okay, I'll talk about in detail about all these things in tomorrow's session. And today we're just understanding more about like operator related and something more scenario based on top of it. And then we understood what is OOTP. And after we logging in, what will be the default development studio? These things we have understood. So tomorrow I'll quickly compare between older versions and the latest versions. And then we'll start our actual application creation. So we'll create one framework and then we'll create one implementation and then we'll proceed. So once we start our practical work, so you will be given with some projects also, maybe from tomorrow or day after tomorrow itself. So you will be, or you are expected to start other 2 projects also. I'll guide everything. Don't worry on that. Okay. Fine. So clear, right, every one of you? Any questions or any doubts, anyone today's session? Clear, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay. Sure, then. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you. Start. So yesterday's class, we just understood about like our Pega basic introduction. So that is like how Pega development studio will be looking like and what will be its header part, footer part. So this is what overall we have seen. And how are we getting this login page? So day one in your project, you have to ask for the development URL. And then you have to ask them for creating operator ID and password. So, there will be 4 roles for operators and your manager will create operator ID for you, maybe as author role or maybe as admin role or maybe manager role according to that. So during authentication, if this is my Pega login page, during authentication, system has to execute one SQL query with PR underscore operators table of Pega database. That is our database. And there under PY user identifier, it will cross check whether this ABC is one valid operator ID or not. And depending upon which, it might throw server validation messages or it might take us to the next screen, maybe development studio. So this is what happening in our real-time project or in our established project. So if this is something like brand new project or scratch project, even for the first person to log in, it is asking for some ID and password, right? As we understood, Pega is providing one master ID and password that is like administrator@pega.com. So that is like one operator ID available in our table ready-made. So if this is our PR operators table, no doubt administrator related one operator must be there. So with that only I'm trying to log in. So if this is available here, as I told you, if something is already available, you should call it as OOTB, meaning out of the box. You can say administrator@pega.com. So this is one OOTB operator ID. Okay, and this operator ID is of what role? Come on, tell me. This is defined as what role? Is it author or admin or what?
Author.
Is of author role. So author meaning he should get development studio. For what application? What is the application name you have seen yesterday?
Pega platform.
Pega
Pega
platform. So did we create this application? No. So this is also OOTB, right? So likewise, there will be some thousand of OOTB things. We are trying to make use of it. Okay, so if I log in with that, administrator, pega.com, and it is taking me to one OOTB application, which is with the name Pega platform. And this application name you are seeing from Infinity version, that is 8.0. Okay, as I told you, Pega versions are something like maybe 7 series, 6 series, 5 series, and then 8 series. After 8 series, they launched something like 23 series and then 24 series. From 8.x, they are calling it as Pega Infinity. Okay, Pega Infinity meaning from 8.x. But today, interviewers are thinking like Pega Infinity meaning from 23 or 24 version. In interviewers, if interviewer is asking you, do you have experience in Infinity? They are thinking about this thing. But Pega is claiming it as Infinity themselves from 8th version itself. And all the past versions we call it as non-Infinity version. If I log in any non-Infinity version, so there you will not see Pega platform. You'll see with something different application name. What is it?
Pega rules.
It is as Pega rules, and the latest one you're seeing it as Pega platform. Okay. So what is this Pega rules? What is this Pega platform? Now here, what is the purpose of I logged in here? So consider today is our day one. We are actually starting our original project. Okay, consider we are like city client. We wanted to start a project and I wanted to create one framework. So I have to follow this navigation. Okay, if I just click on this, I'll get a window. First, let me explain you. I'll get a window. There it will ask me what is the application name. I'll define it as banking application, whatever, with something meaningful name. And then it will ask me what should be its type. I have to choose either framework as its type or implementation. Okay, so creating an application is like just 2 steps away, right? So I have to choose this. And then step number 1 is like application name. And step number 2 is like application type. That's it. One application will be created for me. So if it is creating an application, So no doubt background, n number of dependency things will be created. One database table will be created and its connections, JDBC connections, operator IDs, access roles, hundreds of things will be created by just you following two-step action. Am I correct? So consider if you're having one credit card application, maybe loans application, accounts application, creating this application is pretty simple. And if a bank employee using this credit card application, if he is registering hundreds of customers, all the data must be stored into its connected database table. Okay, all the loan related registration should be maintained into its database table, meaning every application will have a table. So did we struggle anything in creating a table? No, right? By just following this two-step, hundreds of things will be created in the background. So all these things are successfully created by getting help from this OOTP application. Am I correct? So meaning this Pega platform is having some predefined things or OOTP Java code, whatever it might be. So creating a new application, if it is created successfully, meaning it is taking help from our Pega platform, right? So what I'm trying to say here is in the latest versions, every application you create, meaning I'm creating one framework. This is generated from Pega platform. And I'll create F2. No doubt this is generated from F1, which is nothing but indirectly from Pega platform only, no? So F3 is generated from F1. So every applications below are generated from Pega platform only. Now, if we just compare with our non-infinity versions, you know, the main application name is like Pega rules there. So if I have something like framework one created, no doubt it must be derived from Pega rules only, no? And F2 indirectly derived from Pega rules only, no? F4, F5. So consider our project started somewhere 10 years back. By that time, 7.3 might be the latest one. And we created n number of applications by deriving from Pega rules. So today, 2025. So our management today is in a plan to upgrade to the latest version. So for that, first they have to install this latest version. Whenever they install, they'll see Pega platform as one OOTP application. Okay, so whatever the hard work they have done from past 10 years, it must be 100% first exported, migrated or upgraded, whatever. So this F1 to be successfully moved here and F2 to be successfully moved. So, you know, F1 is derived from Pega rules. So can an F1 be managed without its parent application? Just guess and tell me, no, right? So here F2 is completely derived from F1, right? So if I switch F2 alone here, will this F2 work without F1? No. Likewise, F1 will not work without its parent. So here this Pega rules application is not there. How can you expect the remaining project worked out here? It's not possible, right? So here, if any project started in 8th version, no problem. If something in old version, if it is upgraded by the time the major one is not available, how can we expect upgradation? It's like problem for the existing clients, right? So how Pega is doing like this? Why Pega is doing like this? This is what you have to do. So for that, I'll ask you with one small example. Consider you are working in TCS and Ravi is your project manager. Okay. And he has got 4 team members. Maybe Rahul as one team member, Raju as one another team member. And under Raju, maybe Sandhya or something like Sita. Sita as one female candidate. She's like team member, he's like team lead, he's like manager. So Sita as one female candidate got married today and she's requesting for her surname updation. So in our TCS database, so her name may be something like updated, completely updated. If her name is updated, so does she be not an employee under TCS? She will be still part of TCS only, no? She'll be still part of Raju only, no? She'll still part of Ravi only, no? So what is happening? Even if her name is updated, why this structure is not disturbed? Because background structure will be purely running on ID based. Getting my point? So here, see the employee ID will be something like 1, 2, 3, 4, which will never be changed. So even her name or mobile number, whatever the data might be changing, her employee ID will never change, and background processing, everything will be running on what? Employee IDs only. So that is where you have to correlate the same with Pega also. So in Pega, each and everything, okay, let me tell you one common point. In Pega, everything is to be called as a rule. Okay, whatever you see, everything is to be called as a rule. So if I ask you to create an operator ID, that's a rule. So if it is an image, that's a rule. If it is an application, it's a rule. And if it is like something like first name text box, it's a rule. In Pega, everything is to be called as a rule. Okay, now everything is to be called as a rule. So your developers, they'll straight away say like create one activity rule. Okay, so create one credit card applicational rule. So there is one OOTB rule with the name send email notification. So that is where they'll say each and everything is to be 100% called as a rule in Pega. So every rule will be processed with its ID. Every rule will be processed with its ID. So now you are seeing something like Pega platform as one application, right? So if I click on this and if I just check for definition, what I'll get some information about that. Ante kada. Do you mean by definition? Some information about that. So if I click on this one, so you can see this Pega platform as a rule opened up, and it is having some ID with the name Pega rules, and its name is Pega platform. Based on this, you can correlate it is having still with the older ID only. ID can never be changed. If you log in into the past versions, okay, if you log in into the past versions, okay, if you log in into the past versions, there used to see application name as what? Pega rules, right? What might be its ID? No doubt Pega rules only. And in the latest version, they just updated its display name, that's it. But its ID is still same. If you log in into Pega after 10 years, consider Pega has listed 10 more versions. Still, they should see this Pega rules still maintained. Here they can update with something like Pega Super Platform. Even I can do it today itself. You can see this, right? So I can update this name however I wanted, but its backend IDs will never, should not be changed. So every time in Pega, everything is called as a rule, and all the rules are having some IDs, and even it will be having some names also, which both may or may not be same. So consider yesterday's example, that is send email notification. You can see this, right? And here you can see its ID as send email notification and its name as the same. So I can modify for credit card customers. I can modify however I want it. So its name can be modified, but ID should not be. Every rule will be having both. Okay, fine. So you got some clarity that from non-infinity to even infinity, that is from 7.x to 8.x. Even if you plan to upgrade your project, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen because just application name alone is modified. Backend ID is same. So following right, every one of you online?
Yeah, Chandra, one doubt. I remember in some of the Pega application, instead of a direct upgrade, they went with an rewrite of the application. So it's not because of Pega changes, it's because of the integration or some other application they would have went with the rewrite.
It can be possible. So we call it as optimization. It's not actually migration. We call it as optimization. So if I have a Pega project ready, but not with proper design, you may have to completely optimize, making modification of each and every rule manually. Okay. And if it
Okay.
is about from past version to the latest version, we call it as an upgradation or migration. Both are different. Got my point, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So maybe during time of 2020 or 2019. Okay, so in this particular period, Pega has put lot of restriction on its clients, City client, Bank of America client, whatever. So whoever is using non-infinity versions, they are supposed to upgrade. Okay, they made it mandatory. They are supposed to be upgraded to 8th version. Okay, and after upgrading, they are supposed to go for optimization also. So consider my project is still in 7th version. So this Pega is completely for our internal employees only. No? That is what day one week finalized. Okay, so meaning we will be working here not with major styles. There will not be proper styles. And all the developers before 2019 or maybe till 2018, all the developers worked here just for the sake of output. So maybe if I give you a requirement, you will bother about getting output for that. You will not think whether you follow best practice or not. So considering this small example. So activities, you'll be having everything in terms of step-by-step approach, right? So there should not be more than 28 steps. Okay, I'm just giving you with one small example. So in 7th version, if you are a developer here, if you are supposed to create your own activity, and you should not anytime use more than 28 steps, but no one followed this structure. All the developers here work just for the sake of output. Okay, so there are like even activities with 45 steps also in the past versions. So this is where application is running very slow. So Pega has come up with an approach saying like from 8th version, there is something called compliance score detection. So this compliance score is not there in the past versions. So in 8th version, there are n number of extra features, and all the clients who are still using 7th version, it is made mandatory to migrate themselves to 8th version. So what they have done, all the rules, whatever they have created, they simply updated to 8th version. That is part of migration. Now, after it is migrated, maybe the activity ABC, which is with 45 steps, it will be blindly reflecting here. But it is not to be with 45 steps, right? So here they are trying to modify everything. So they are trying to change this with to less than 28 steps, which what we call it as optimization. So this migration plus optimization combinedly, they have done somewhere between 2019 to 21 phase. That is where, if you remember, maybe if you or maybe of your friends who has like suggested you for Pega, so they might have told you in this particular phase, there are n number of Pega opportunities, huge Pega opportunities. So most of you thought these opportunities are because of COVID. Okay, because of COVID, what is this COVID coming into picture? So in this particular phase, COVID, right? So other sectors other than software field, maybe people working in pharma field, okay, people working in maybe non-IT sector, so their jobs are little affected. So every one of them planned to come to IT sector. Okay, so that is where Pega came into. Pega made more famous. Pega is like more famous during that phase because of this non-IT employees coming here. So they used to think about what is the best software job for non-IT employees. What is the tool where there is no coding? So combining this kind of COVID effect as well as this migration effect, Pega opportunities almost like went to peak. Almost went to peak. So after 2 or 3 years, again this completely came down because migration is are like done. All the migration optimizations are completed. Now only enhancement projects are running out. Second thing, recession effect. Okay, so today opportunities are little less because of these two things got down. And in this phase, Pega has got huge opportunities, not only in IT sector, not everything. Pega has got huge because of these two things, that is migration and upgradation. So now got it right? Makes sense, everyone? Understood everyone following, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So now finally what I mean to say here is, in Pega, everything is to be called as a rule and every rule will be having its some ID. Consider I'm a bank employee. Consider with a small example. I'm a bank employee. I'll be logging in. I'll get one credit card application. I don't know anything about Pega or .NET, whatever. I'm just accessing one credit card application. So with this application, what I'll try to do? I'll try to register my customers, right? One customer will come to me and asking for some credit card registration. So I'll try to click on a button called click here to register. On click of this, what will happen? I'll get some screen asking for first name, last name, age and other details. So I'll collect all the details, click on submit. Next, it might show me screen number 2 collecting his address details. Next screen number 3 might be his educational details. Next screen number 4 might be his employment details. Likewise, there might be 10 screens. After all the screens are completed, so no doubt in our database table, one record will be inserted, which is considered as successful completion. Am I correct? So a customer coming to me, I'm using this application following n number of steps to get one transaction completed. Similarly, second customer will come, I'll do the similar steps and transaction will be done. So here this application is more about generating one successful transaction. Am I correct? So this is more about generating one successful transaction. For this successful transaction, we are loading screen number 1, meaning Pega is loading screen number 1, and maybe it's respect to images if required, it's respect to first name fields, n number of things. And screen number 2 and n number of things. Screen number 3 and number of things. As I told you, everything is to be called as a rule, right? Screen number 1 is to be called as a rule. Section rule is what we call. And this image is a rule. First name is a rule. Maybe if there is a video playing out, it's a rule. So it is trying to execute n number of rules to get one transaction successfully created. Am I correct? Just for successful registration, it is executing hundreds of rules everywhere. So this background Pega has got one engine where it is to process all the rules for successful transaction. That is where we are calling this as Pega rules process commander. Whatever the engine you are having in the Pega, so it is trying to run all the rules to get successful output. So we are calling this as PRPC as one tool. Okay, Pega rules process commander, we are calling it as PRPC. So whatever the Pega tool you are seeing, you have to call it as PRPC. Now, from today, every one of you should call this as PRPC. No one should call it as Pega tool. No one should call this as Pega tool. Whatever you are saying, this is not Pega tool. This is PRPC tool. So Pega is one company name. Suppose today, if you purchase a laptop in Chroma. So if I ask you, where did you buy? What you have to say? You have to say it as Chroma, right? You should not say it as startup. You know, Chroma is part of Tata. So Tata is one biggest organization, out of which one small unit is Chroma. Similarly, Pega is one biggest organization where it has got different things. PRPC is one small tool out of that. So we are learning PRPC, which is one BPM tool. Okay, so Pega is more famous with this PRPC. So people with less knowledge, they'll call this as Pega tool, which is not correct. We have to call it as PRPC tool. Maybe today, maybe in Naukaris or somewhere. If you are seeing Pega PRPC jobs, you can happily apply for this, right? So if you are seeing Pega BPM jobs, no doubt PRPC, which is under BPM sector. So no doubt you can happily apply. If you are seeing something as Pega RPA, you are not supposed to apply, which is not ours. Okay. And if you are seeing something about like Pega jobs, what do you mean by Pega jobs? What do you mean by Pega jobs? So whoever is posting this job notification, maybe a recruiter. Okay, if I'm a small HR or a recruiter, I'll take care of this, right? Meaning whoever is posting with this name, you should think that they are not having proper Pega knowledge. So their thinking is about Pega PRPC only. So they have to clearly specify it as Pega PRPC, but they're giving it as Pega jobs. No doubt Pega is famous into PRPC. You can happily apply for that. You can just cross check for its job description. If they're saying anything as like 2 years of BPM experience, happily you can apply. So finally, from today, every one of us should call this as PRPC tool because everything is processing based on rule based. Okay. And if that rule is what already created, we call it as OOTP rule. And if it is what you are creating, it is called as user created rule. That's it. Okay. So here under PRPC, you are seeing one OOTP application, Pega platform, which is OOTP and which is having some ideas Pega rules. Got it right, everyone? Following right?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay. Now, if I log into latest application, you'll see Pega platform. And here you'll see F1. Framework 1 is what you'll create. You know, this is derived from Pega platform only. And F2 is what you'll create. F3 is what you'll create. And below implementation 1, implementation 2. So here F2 is one framework, right? If I ask you what is framework? Framework is something which is maintaining all the reusable rules and supplying to its childs. Am I correct? Okay, this is what framework definition is. Now I can see F1 as one application. And this is also an application which is OOTP. So this F1 is created by having some rules derived from its above parent. Am I correct? So in this scenario, should I not call this as one framework? Yes, right? So Pega platform is considered as one OOTP framework application. So this is one OOTP framework where everything is maintained in terms of Java code there. So every application, whatever you create, it is blindly reusing it. So this is considered as one OOTP framework. And on top of it, if we are supposed to go with extra frameworks, if you wanted to purchase any new frameworks, you can connect it somewhere here. No doubt the main Java platform should be there. And on top of it, PRPC has created certain frameworks you can purchase and include it here, or you can create your own frameworks and link it. So this is what. So finally, we can call this Pega platform as one OOTP framework. In the past versions, Pega rules is considered as such OOTP framework application. Okay, so with this knowledge, we can start creating our new applications. Okay, from here, our actual practical work will start. Okay, our actual practicals will start. So now we'll start understanding how to create a new framework application. And then we'll understand how to create new implementation applications. Okay. So as we discussed earlier, we'll work on 3 projects and additionally set of assignments, total 4 as a number. So we'll take care of banking related project in our course. Okay. And you are already shared with real-time projects, which is showing like insurance and which is something like healthcare. Did you look into that? So did you see that there are like 2 projects already shared for you? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes, right? Yes. And for this particular project, these 2 projects is what you have to take care. So there will be like 1 hour video each. Okay. And there will be a document also for this and a document. And these 2 projects, I cannot provide you solutions for everything. So this project is completely what I'm taking care. Here I'll show you how to create framework application, how to create implementation application, how to create operator IDs, how to do each and everything from 0 to high level. Okay, so this set of requirements will not match with second set and this will not match with third set, but concepts are same. Okay, so if whatever the practical things we are doing on day 1 today, here, you are supposed to replicate the same here as well as here. That is what the expectation is. So once in 2 weeks, we'll check for these 2 project reviews. So to what extent you have done? Did you follow best practices or not? One-to-one project reviews will be there. So by end of our course, make sure all these three things, anyway, this will be completed and all the remaining two things or three things also should be perfectly done. So that is what our agenda is. Now we'll start with our banking project. So here, let's create one framework application and let's
So Chandra, one question here. So this insurance and healthcare, the documentation which you are saying, we have to follow those documentation and then we have to start creating the project, right?
So first, what's your action is, first you have to watch this 1 hour video. Just try to understand. Okay, so don't overthink about Pega related stuff today. Just try to watch this 1 hour video. There you'll come to know how the portals should be. Okay, how our credit card application should be, and what should be screen number 1. What are all its requirements? Screen number 2. Okay, how it's designed. What are all its requirements in terms of backend functionalities? Maybe like integrating with third party. Everything is like clearly explained. First, you have to watch this video. Okay, and then there will be like maybe 30-40 page related document also. So all these requirements are maintained as some Zira IDs and those are like maintained here. So first you should understand this project in terms of functionality. Don't think about how to implement with Pega. So first you have to understand in terms of functionality. And today, if I show you something about like working on screen number 1, here it's a screen number 1 is also what you can replicate. Here it's a screen number 1 is also what you have to replicate. So this is not expected mostly in the next month. So in the next 4 to 5 months, we are supposed to complete these two things. Got it right? In this video, you'll be having completely about like requirement based on the solution will not be there. So after you understanding this project, parallel you'll understand solutions also here. Makes sense, right, Saurabh? Got it right?
Yes.
Fine. So now let's start with our banking project. Okay, so tell me any organizations under bank. So I have some famous bank related projects already done. So HDFC is there, Axis is there. I think SCB is not there. We'll try to go for SCB Bank, Standard Chartered Bank. Okay, a very famous bank related to Pega project. Okay, so very tough Pega project it is like. So SCB, we are having like a major ODC in Chennai. I think we're having SCB branch in Bangalore, Pune, and other projects, other locations also. But this is mostly running based on Chennai based. Okay, very big Pega project it is. Okay, even Bank of America, everything. So we'll start with something like SCB as one project organization name. And for this, we'll create one framework and then we'll create one implementation. Okay, let's start working on. So for every practical requirement, you will be detailedly given with some documents also. Okay, I think you got all the documents still here. Let's start creating an application. So here, first we'll discuss about the requirement. What are the documents we provide? So their requirement is also clearly mentioned and solution is what we'll prepare now. So your requirement is creating a new framework application and our organization name is SCB. And our framework name is like SCB Bank Framework. And our application is about like loans. Okay, and inside bank, we have to go for loans application design. So for that, first we have to log in with our master credentials, right? So let's log in with this operator ID and password. Okay, so let's parallelly work on. So we already logged in. Or let me take that screenshot also. This being for first time. So this is our operator ID and this is our. I'll take the screenshot, click on login. So it has to take me to Pega portal screen into Development Studio. And to create a new application, this is the navigation is what we are thinking of. Okay, so create new application using above navigation. Okay, fine. So when you're planning to create an application, you'll get a screen asking for whether it is like built from scratch or something existing one. Maybe in your case, when you're practicing, you'll see only this first option. Okay, after you creating few other projects, you'll see remaining part also. Fine. So something like build from zero. So I have to choose this now. And in some other versions of Pega, you are seeing like build from scratch today, right? In some other versions, you'll see something like build classic, build some classic. And in the latest version also, you are seeing like build from scratch. In 24 version also, you'll see with something like build from scratch only. Okay, now I'm choosing build from scratch. After that, it is asking for some theme selection. You can see this, right? What type of experience you want in this application? So that is nothing but themes. So what do you mean by theme? What do you mean by theme? Some kind of look and feel only, no? Suppose you are in your mobile phone. If you are using IPL theme, okay, so background images will be changed, right? All the icons will be changed and its respect to design will be changed. And maybe if you are using something as Christmas theme, so you'll see background changing, something like snow falling down and something like red color caps and other stuff. Okay, so here theme is just about like look and feel, and its backend will be same as it is. Your WhatsApp messages will not be changed, right? Even if we change the theme, so it will be as it is. Now, what are the themes available today in latest version and in the past versions? This you have to know. So for that, whenever Pega has introduced maybe 20 years or 30 years back, they started with some default theme, which is with the name UI Kit. Okay, so you used to see with the theme name called UI Kit, which is available till 8.6 version. So somewhere we are around 8.7, right? After which 8.8, then 23, 24, this is what we are seeing. So till 8.6 version, from day one till here, you used to see something as UI Kit, which is fully outdated. Which is fully outdated. It is not at all looking colorful. Kind of abnormal related screen is what we used to see. And now what are the themes you are seeing? You are seeing about like theme Cosmos and Cosmos React, right? So from this 8.7, you are seeing something as theme Cosmos and Cosmos React. This is what you are seeing in the current version. And interviewers, they used to ask you something about like, do you have experience working in Cosmos theme? That is what they used to ask you. So this theme Cosmos introduced from 8.3 version. Okay, so from 8.3, you are seeing like theme Cosmos till 8.7 only. And Cosmos React. So you are seeing from 8.6 till 8.8 only. Getting my point? So theme Cosmos is still here only. And UI Kit till here. Okay, UI Kit till here. From 23 version onwards, all these are like deprecated. You are seeing only one theme called theme Constellation or Constellation UI. Constellation UI. So you people might be coming across Constellation word, right? So that is something about like how it's a front-end related design to be. It's a framework actually. You'll understand in detail about this coming classes. Okay, so this is about like Constellation UI and it is concentrated for developer. And this is concentrated for output portals, you'll understand. So some kind of front-end look and feel is like with Constellation, which is from latest version. Fine. So interviewers, they were asking about, do you have experience working in theme Cosmos? So maybe today, after you learning complete Pega, so you wanted to go for interviews. There you'll showcase yourself like 3 years or 4 years. And just for that sake of older fake experience, you will be showing projects that you have done in 7.4. You will not keep it like 8.7 projects, right? Okay, you might be showing like 2 or 3 projects there. There you'll say that one project where you worked on 7.4, one project where you worked on 8.1. Likewise, you'll try to project it. Okay, and if they're suddenly asking you, do you have experience working in theme Cosmos? You'll say it as yes, because that is what we are learning today. Okay, and that will be like Constellation, maybe in the coming classes, whatever. So if anyone is asking about theme Cosmos, if we say it as, so you should know this theme Cosmos from what version it is introduced. So your projects are completely saying like 7.4 and 8.1 something past, where only UI kit might be possible. where did you get experience working in Team Cosmos there? No, right? So whatever the projects you are showcasing yourself, you should know what themes are applicable. So they'll ask you only two things. Do you have experience working in Team Cosmos? Yes, you should know where exactly the project version related part is. And they'll be asking you, do you have experience working in Constellation? Yes. So you should know from which version it is like. And to be more clear, this Constellation is available in the past versions also, but that is with the name Cosmos React. Okay, so whatever you are seeing like Cosmos React in past 3 versions, this is nothing but Constellation only, but they gave it something different name. So here as well as here, there will be something like React coding related things to be done. So that is where, so they introduced something here with this name, which is not that super hit. And they added some OOTB options here and they updated with the name called Constellation UI. Whatever it is, today you should understand what are the themes available in version to version. So you will be seeing like Theme Cosmos or Cosmos React. Now let us use Cosmos, Theme Cosmos. Today, out of 100 projects, 90 projects are still running on Cosmos only. And 10% they are running on Constellation. And down the line after 5 years, this ratio will be completely turned reverse. Constellation has to be updated like 90% and this will be slowly upgraded. Okay, all Theme Cosmos have to be upgraded to Constellation. Today we are having this ratio and down the line this might be the expected ratio. This is like more famously to be used, but no one in the industry. Okay, so even if your clients also are not aware of this Constellation related structure completely. So that is where they're still sticking to the older design. So we are concentrating on Theme Cosmos as well as Constellation UI in our course. And if we can practice all these things, it might be in the Infinity version, so-called Infinity version, or maybe in something like Theme Cosmos related part also. Since we are somewhere here, or just to work with Constellation UI. So there will be something like Gen AI features added up. So this Gen AI is like separate server running at the client level. So that is where, because of this Gen AI, they could not able to release personal edition. Okay, so that is where till 8.7 itself, we got personal edition and we are trying to download this and do everything here. After we learning this, then we'll try to make this worked on cloud concept, which will be 45-day trial period. Okay, so now we'll start working on Theme Cosmos. Let's select this theme. Click on select. Okay, so if you click on select, it will ask you what should be the application name. Okay, what should be the application name? So what is the application name we decided? SCB Band Framework. So please observe that I'm giving something lengthy name. Okay, background, as I told you, everything is a rule, right? If I create an application, a rule must be generated. If I create an image, a rule must be generated. So in PRPC, everything is a rule. Now for every rule, there must be a name as well as ID, right? Now, whatever you are providing here, background name will be generated and its ID will be generated based on this. And ID will be having certain restrictions. It should not have spaces. It should not have length more than something fixed length likewise. So here I am defining some label. Okay, now don't directly click on create application. You should never click on create application directly. So you guys, after our class is done, you'll be practicing it, right? So in that phase, by mistake, there will be something like clicking on this button. You should never click on this. By mistake, you will be doing it. So if you are doing this, background, n number of things will be automatically created. Okay, so what is the necessity of clicking this link? First, we'll check this. Click on advanced configuration. Okay, click on advanced configuration. First, you have to click on this. So there you can see some settings, right? Configuration meaning kind of settings. This application settings by default, it is selected as what? Implementation. By default, this is chosen as implementation. Maybe by mistake, if I have clicked on this one, an application will be created with the type as implementation, right? Which type as implementation. Okay, so wrong type of application is getting created. And this is not just creating an application. One database table will be generated in the background with the wrong name. So maybe its related classes will be generated with the wrong names. Access groups will be created. Maybe access roles will be created. Operator IDs, n number of things will be generated. Everything has its wrong type. So don't think that you can modify everything manually. So which cannot be manually done. So finally, if we have done something wrong in creating an application, which cannot be reverted, no doubt in it, you cannot modify it. You may have to create again from beginning. So you are supposed to again start from beginning, and in that process, you cannot give the same name again. So if I give something name like this, background one ID will be generated, right? If you are trying to give the same name, again ID will be duplicated, it will throw an error. Saying like this is already available. Instead of SCB, you might have to change this to something like Axis Bank or Bank of America according to that. So don't do that mistake. So you are supposed to follow everything strictly initially. So you have to click on advanced configuration. And here by default, you'll see type as implementation. You are supposed to change this to framework now. And here you can see application ID is something as SCB Bank EF. So from where are we getting this? So based on the name what you provided, so ID is automatically generated, right? And it is not having the complete length what you defined here. And it is not even having spaces. So it is like trimmed out. So you can just modify it. Okay, so to some extent you can modify it. I'm giving it as SCB Bank FW as the application name. I'm just modifying it. And just below this, you'll see something called organization name. So what will be your organization name? SCB, right? SCB. So I'm supposed to manually change it here. I'm supposed to manually change it. So if you are not opening these configurations, if you are not defining organization name, or if you are not modifying application name or its type, so a wrong type of application will be created, which is really difficult for you to change everything manually. So that is the reason it is almost mandatory to open these advanced configurations. Okay, every time one random organization name will be generated. Every time one random organization name is generated, you have to modify it. So change application type to framework. This is one thing what you have to do. Okay, and update application ID if required. It's not mandatory every time. And update organization name. Okay, so let me change this to framework. Let me change this to FW for our easy understanding. And let me give SCB as my organization name. So if I give it here, immediately below in the class structure also, this will be automatically modified. You can see this, right? There will be something called class structure. I'll explain what is this class structure about in tomorrow or day after tomorrow's class. But for today, you have to take care of only this part. And here this class structure is auto-generated with your organization name. And whatever the ID you gave here, that is like directly prompted. And it is by default showing as work as its group name. I'll talk about this complete structure after our application is created. Okay, now after you making changes, now you are supposed to save it. So you can happily click on create application now. Okay, click on create application. So background, one application rule will be generated with its ID and name, and a table will be generated. And this particular application has to be connected to this table only, no? So consider I created one framework application. Next, I'll create one implementation one, maybe implementation two, one more framework, and implementation three, implementation four. Every application will have a database table automatically generated. So 5 tables might be created because of these 5 applications. This application to be connected to this table 1 only. This application may be table 2 only. This application may be table 3 only. So if you create an application background, so a class is something generated, a table is getting generated, and this application and this table, there will be something called database mapping rule also generated. N number of things will be automatically created. And parallelly, so I see most of the online people, what you'll do is, whenever our class is running out, okay, you guys will try to do the same thing parallel in your laptop. Okay, you'll try to attend, listen to the class in mobile phone, and you'll try to parallelly work everything in laptop itself, which is not at all encouraged. So this 1 hour of our discussion is purely for you concentrating on the class. Okay, never make a habit of working this parallelly, at least for first 1 month. So you guys might be having little Pega knowledge, or you might be having something industry experience, but I sincerely suggest you not to do anything parallel. So this 1 hour is purely for concentrating on the class discussion. So maybe after maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you'll be getting habituated for everything. And then if required, you can do some parallel execution also, not a problem. Okay, fine. So here you can see one application is successfully created, right? And here it is asking us to add one operator, right? Suppose if I click on log off. Okay, so if I click on log off, or if I click on done, what might happen? Maybe if I click on log off, I'll get login page, right? I'll get login page, and there I have to again log in. So for that, I have an operator ID. If I log in with that operator ID, it will take me to Pega platform, right? And I just created a new application. How to log in into this one? Meaning there is like at least one operator ID mandatory for every application, right? At least one operator ID mandatory. So here I have to create an operator ID, and that must be linked to this one. That must be linked to this. Okay, so let me create an operator ID. So maybe fw@scb.com. This is what we'll define. Okay. So here operator ID must be every time in email format only. If you are creating an operator ID in this particular screen, it must be of email format only. So after I creating, and then next I'll log in with the same ID and password, right? Then further, how many new operator IDs I create, it can be of any format. It can be Ravi as one operator ID, Rahul as one operator ID, 1, 2, 3, 4 as one operator ID. But for the first operator ID of any application, it must be of email format only. Okay, so here I should define something like in this way, which need not be of valid one also. So even if I define one valid email ID, so it will be difficult for you to retrieve its password later. Now I'm defining something like fw@scb.com. So here I have to choose some role, right? Here I have to choose some role. By default, what is the role it is showing? Tell me, online people, what is the role
Authors.
it is showing? Authors. Maybe if I click on the drop down, what might be the other roles?
User, admin, manager.
User, admin, manager. You know, these will be 4 roles, right? But whenever you are creating an operator ID in this application creation screen, so there will be only authors applicable for you. You cannot see admin role now. You cannot see user role or manager role. So this might be your interview question. In interviews, they might ask you, for an operator, what are the 4 roles? You'll say it. But during application creation, for an operator ID, only one role will be applicable. Why? Why other 3 roles are not applicable? So maybe if you are logging into the past versions, There you'll see UI kit also. Am I correct? As the theme. In 8.6, you should see UI kit as one theme, right? So if we have selected UI kit and if we have created an application, maybe in this screen, you will see authors and admin. Authors will be there, admin will be there. And if you are selecting theme Cosmos or Constellation, you'll see only authors. So finally, what I'm trying to say here is, you will never see user role or manager role anywhere during an application creation. This is your application creation. For the operator ID, whatever you are creating, there will not be user role, there will not be manager role. Why? So this is what your interview question. Why? Maybe if you are selecting author role, so the next login time he has to get development studio. And if he is having something like admin role, he'll get admin studio, right? And if it is user role, user portal. If it is manager role, manager portal, no doubt. Now I'm creating Rahul as one operator ID here. Maybe rahul@citibank.com or scb.com. And if there is something like user role, which is not available for you now, maybe if you have selected user role, what might happen? After he's like trying to log in, he will be getting user portal, right? For so-and-so credit card application or loan application, he has to get user portal. And did we create this user portal or did we design this? No. So this Rahul can log in into user portal, which is not fully configured. Meaning we are supposed to design this user portal, and Rahul as an user, he cannot develop that. And he cannot create any operator IDs also. Meaning this application only Rahul can log in and Rahul cannot do any further development work. So that is the problem. Okay, so it might be like little problem for the initial people who are is creating this application. So that is where every time only author role will be there. If it is author role, they can access development studio where he can do any kind of development work. He can create new operator IDs also. From there, distribution can happen. But if anything like user role defined, only user portal will be accessed, no development tasks there. And the logged in person also cannot do any development and he cannot create any new operator IDs. So that is where you will not see these two options. So now simply click on add. So if I click on add, you can see one operator ID and its password getting generated. Yes, right? Operator ID and password getting generated. Maybe if I click on log off, I'm supposed to log in, right? I know my email ID. What about password? Password, if I'm not noting down, so it is very difficult for me to log in, right? So you might think that you can recover the password. Maybe if we have given something valid email ID, so in the login page, you can try something like forgot password and you can try something like email recovery, which will not happen. Which will not happen. As I told you, if there is something like emails to be triggered from Pega application, so first there must be email configurations to be done, right? So did we do any such email configurations so far? No. So don't expect any email functionality. You might still see this option. So use the send invitation button below to email new users. You will not get an email. So even if you click on this, email triggering will not happen. So just for initial sake, they're asking you to make it like email format, but email triggering will not be there in the background. So don't forget to copy this separately. Okay, if you're trying to copy or consider you did not copy it, consider you did not copy it. So if you simply click on log off, okay, so you might click on done or you might click on log off, right? Let me click on done. So you can still see in Pega platform only, no? You can still see in Pega platform. Maybe if I log off, you can see log off option here. If I log off and if I'm trying to log in, I might have operator ID, but password will not be there. So how to retrieve this password? Email triggering will not happen. How to retrieve it? So for that, you should open database table. And in database table, you'll see administrator as one operator ID and the new one also by this time. Am I correct? fw.scb is like new operator ID getting created. So whenever you clicked on this add button, so one new record must be inserted here. Password as something random. So I forgot this password. I could not retrieve. So what you can do? So you can open database and do some modifications, right? Okay. So for that, you need not struggle hard from database perspective also. So you can try updating password from this development studio itself. So what you are supposed to do is, so in this development studio, you can see something called records here. Am I correct? You can see something called records. Or I'll give you one small scenario now. So scenario here is, today your manager is calling you and he is asking you to give one Excel sheet of all the operator IDs. That's it. Okay, so today your manager is, or you joined in some Pega project today, and I'm your Pega manager. You are the team member. So from bank, a manager has mailed us to send them one Excel sheet. Okay, showing all the operators list. So this task I assigned it to you. What you are supposed to do? So you are supposed to get one Excel sheet based on the database table only. No? Okay, so for that, maybe today is your day one. So if you ask your manager about database access, are you really experienced or not? This is what the next question you get. So just to access any part of our Pega data is our database within which I wanted to access a small table, right? So if you wanted to access any part of our database, you need not have database access also. Okay, maybe if you are working in your Pega today, consider if you are working in Pega or if any of your friends are working in Pega, just cross check with them whether did they open this database frequently or not. So most of you will not be given database access also. Okay, and most of you, even if you're having access, you will not open it, meaning opening this database is not necessary for us. But the similar things you can do it from Development Studio itself. Now I'll show you in Development Studio how to check for all the operators list. Suppose if I'm wanted to check for all the operators, no doubt I have to check in pair operators table, right? But the same action you can do it from here itself. I'll get all the list of operators and whatever the operator I just created, I can update password then and there. So if you click on records, you'll see something called organization. And in few versions of Pega, you'll see with something as company, whatever it is, both are same. So try to expand this. Can you see operator ID? Yes, right? Click on this operator ID. So these are all the records of the database table. So in my PR operators table, what are all the records you are having there? Here you'll call it as instances. All these are instances of operators table. So is this not the first one what we created? Yes, right? Online everyone following, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yeah. Update above operators password from records. Open operator instances is what we call. And then open your own operator ID. Open your own operator ID. So this is what the details. His full name is something defined in this way and his email ID, and there will be something called access group. So this operator is like an author for our current application. Okay. So after opening access group, three important things will be there. What are those three things? We'll take it as a separate topic. But for now, to modify his password, you have to come to security. Okay, you have to come to security. And here you'll see something called update password. Now click on this. I can update password something as SCB. I'm updating it as SCB @123. That's it. Here also scb@123. I'm just clicking on submit button. Okay, fine. And consider we both are developers. Okay, you forgot your password. You forgot your password. You are coming to me and asking me to update your password. What I'm trying to do? I'm trying to log in. I'm trying to check for all operator instances. I'm opening your own operator ID and updating password ID. Okay, I'm updating password. And don't forget to mark this checkbox. Force change password on next login. So if you're trying to save this, okay, now if I'm trying to log in with this operator ID and password that is scb@123, next it has to take him to change password screen. Am I correct? Okay, if this is marked, it has to take him to change password screen. Log off. And log in with new operator ID. So that is fw@scb.com and scb@123. So now if I click on login, it has to validate both are correct or not. Then it is taking me to change password screen. So will it take to change password every time? No, right? Only for the first time. So only for the first time meaning now let me update. Let me give my old password. And I'm updating some latest password now. So if I click on change password, what should happen? No doubt for this operator ID, password must be updated. So if I log off and log in, so I have to log in with my latest password only, which is known for us. So will it take me to change password screen every time? Just guess and tell me. No, right? Only for
No.
the first time it has to take. So now I'll click on change password screen. And it is taking me to the respective framework application, no doubt in it. And if I just go to records and organization and click on operator ID, and this is my own operator ID, correct, right? This is my own. And here, if I go to security, are you seeing this checkbox automatically turned off? Yes, right? It is automatically turned off, meaning if I log off and now again log in, it will not take me to change password screen. So this change password related discussion, whatever we are talking, this is something easy only. It's not like something new for you, but there will be multiple scenarios on this change password screen every day. Okay, now what might be such scenario? Okay, I'll explain about this scenario tomorrow. Okay, so for today, we just created one framework application and we just understood how to update password for that. Okay, how to update password for that. And I'll share you this document today. And tomorrow we'll understand practical scenarios, what will happen. So practical scenario generally here will be if I'm a bank manager. So I'll drop an email to you saying like every of my bank employee should update their passwords daily on daily basis. So tomorrow I'll explain this with a real-time example and I'll explain some analysis part also. And then we'll create one implementation application. Then I'll explain you what you have to do in second project and third project. After we are done with some portion of practicals here, I'll explain you what you have to do in other two things. Okay, clear, right, everyone? Today's discussion. No questions, right? Clear, right, everyone?
Yes, Chandra.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
So yesterday's class, we started creating one application. Okay, so we understood there will be two types of applications, that is framework and implementation, right? Yesterday, we started creating one framework application. For that, first, what we have done, we are supposed to log in into Pega platform. That is with master credentials, you logged in into Pega platform. And there you created new application. And then you selected something like build from scratch. Okay, and then you created, then you selected something like theme also. So depending upon the what version you are using, themes will be changing out. Okay, so total there will be like 4 themes applicable. What are those? Quickly tell me, anyone? Chapale.
UA
Team Cosmos,
most Team Cosmos,
Cosmos Mas React, Constellation.
Constellation UA.
React and then Constellation.
Constellation UA.
Okay, so these are all the themes applicable. And these two are like more or less same. This is fully deprecated. You will not see UI kit related projects anymore. Hardly 1 or 2% scenarios is what you are seeing today. So 90% today we are still on Theme Cosmos. Maybe 10% is on Constellation. In future it will be vice versa. Okay, we are trying to learn both the things. So yesterday we have selected something as Theme Cosmos. After which it is asking for application name. Okay, I think we have given something like SCP framework, right? And there it is mandatory, more or less mandatory for you to go for advanced configuration. In advanced configuration, you have to choose what should be the type of application and what should be the organization name, and if required, what should be the application ID also. Okay, so this is almost mandatory. This is almost mandatory. And if you are like missing this one application will be created with some dummy settings, which is very difficult for you to revert it. Okay, if you have done any mistake in any of these things, no doubt you may have to leave that application completely and you have to do again from beginning, might be with a different name. So this is what we have seen. And after you have modified this and maybe once an application is created, it is asking us to create operator ID. And this operator ID should be in email format only initially. Okay, this being like for first time, operator ID should be in email format. And once we log in with that operator ID, we can create n number of other operator IDs. It can be of different format. So when you are creating an operator ID, generally 4 roles will be applicable. But yesterday we have seen only one role, that is author role. Okay, during application creation for an operator ID, only one author role will be applicable. Maybe if it is having user role or manager role also displayed there. So if I log in, it will take me to user portal. From there, further development is not possible. And it will take to manager portal. From there, further development is not possible. That is where these 2 roles will never be applicable. So I have given author role and I clicked on add button, if I remember. Okay, so this is our yesterday's application. And I think we clicked on add button. So after we clicking on add button, so we have seen some operator ID and password generated. So this design, you're seeing it from 8th version only. Okay, after you clicking on this, you can see some random password generated, right? This is from 8th version only. So what happened in the past versions? In the past version, it did not generate any random number like this. So this segment will not be visible in the past versions. So it will say like operator ID created for you, that's it. Okay, so whatever the ID you gave here, with that, it will be created. Then what about password? So for every one of us, password by default will be like rules. For every one of us, in the older versions, it will be as rules. Even today, after you joining one company, maybe if your manager is having almost like 15 years or well experienced guy, so they might still have password as rules because it got habituated in that way. So they might change it, not a problem. So after you joining company, you will listen to the word rules as password in multiple scenarios. Consider if we all are part of development team, we will be accessing one database, right? So this is something common for more than one developer or one operator. So there will be a common password to be maintained. So that will be with the name as rules. So mostly you'll come across password as rules in most of the scenarios. But from 8th version onwards, that is from Infinity version onwards, so they are trying to make something more secure. They are giving us one random number like this. one random number like this. Okay, so whenever we clicked on this add button, what might happen? Consider this as our operators table. One new record must be inserted here, right? One new record must be inserted and it will show some random password here. Okay, and as I told you yesterday, for most of you, you are a developer, no doubt in it. For most of you, our main database access might not be provided. So, Pega data is our database, right? Within which you'll see hundreds of tables. Okay, so you as a developer, to fix any small defect, you should access this, you should access a particular table, you should check and you should fix it. That is what our expectation. But reality is like Pega data related access, you need not to be given separately. You need not ask your manager for installing Oracle. As I told you in the real time, to access this Pega data, few projects they'll use Oracle as the platform, or maybe Microsoft SQL or MongoDB or PG admin for whatever it is. There will be different platforms to access this Pega data. So after you joining company, you can ask your manager about this Oracle installation. You should not ask for your Pega installation. You should never ask for Pega installation. But you can ask them what DB environment we are using. Are we still using PG admin 4 or are we using Oracle or Microsoft? This you can ask. Okay. And there you will get completely negative answers from your manager. So what are those negative answers? So he might say that we are using Oracle, or he might give you next steps how to install it also. So you directly cannot download it from Google. You cannot directly install it. So your network team, after you raising one request, they will install it for you based on your request. Okay, this is one thing. Maybe when you asked your manager about DB environment, what we are using, he might say like, I think it is Oracle. I don't know, I used it long back. Okay, or he might say like, why is it necessary for you? So can't you do your task without this DB? So mostly you will be getting negative answers when you're talking about like this database part. So why this is negative? So don't we require this database access? We are developers to fix something without this DB access. How to do this? This you have to understand. As I told you yesterday, if you are a Pega developer accessing Development Studio, so this is our Development Studio, right? I think this is different application, not a matter. So once you access Development Studio, if you go to records, so most of the tables and its record information, we can see it here. Okay, under records tab, you can see n number of categorization. Okay, everything you can see. Suppose if I wanted to check for all the tables, whatever, all the operators, whatever I have, what we are maintaining, I can see it here. Or if you wanted to check for all the applications, whatever our database is having, I can click and I can check for this. I'm having these many applications in my database. And if I wanted to check for all the images what you created, so you can click on this. I can see these many images or any multimedia. So generally to look for all the images, I have to identify what is its table in the database. I should know how many records it is having, but you need not access this database at all. So instead you can access everything from our UI login itself. From our Development Studio access itself, you can access everything. So here, if you see this as one table in front end or in this UI part, you'll call it as a class. Okay, you don't know what is class still. So one table, you have to call it as a class, and records, whatever you see in the table, you have to call it as instances. Okay, now I'll give you two statements. Both are same actually. First listen. So can you get all the records of PR operators table? You'll understand the statement, right? If I ask you to get all the records of this PR operators table, and can you get all the operator instances from its class? Both are same. Both are same. Okay, so For today, we're understanding something about operator's table name and its primary keys. And in its mirror kind of, this is purely its mirror image. So what is the class? Class and nothing but table name. What is the class related to PR operators table? And what are all the instances? This you have to know. Okay, yesterday we came across this statement also. So that is, if we click on this one, you will get all the operator instances and you can open your own operator ID and you can update the password and other stuff. Okay, so this is what happening in the real time today. And in the past versions, every time it is to show it as rules only as the password. So far everyone clear, right? Yes, right, everyone following, right? Please confirm me.
Yes, Chandra.
Yes, Chandra.
Okay. Now coming back here. Yesterday, in the same screen itself, we clicked on add button, right? After we adding one operator ID, maybe the respective role. Here we can see something author as the role. Whenever we clicked on add button, no doubt it is to be first maintained in our database table. So this database table mirror reflection is our front-end class and its instances. Okay, fine. So on click of this, what might happen until, so there must be one SQL query executed for inserting a new record into this table. And under PY user identifier, you should see whatever you entered, that is fw@scb.com. And there might be some password as one column. And as I told you, access group will be there, which will be showing it as authors. And application name is something like SCB framework, SCB framework. So there will be a record. And now after this, what we are trying to do? So we are trying to open its operator instance and updated the password. Okay, I need not remember anything about random password. Even I can forget it, not a problem. And I can update my password. And I think I updated something to scb@123 or whatever. So here it will be updated, right? Okay, here it will be updated, no doubt. And if I'm trying to log in from here, so with my ID and password, so this is something, and scb@1234, this is my latest. If I'm trying to log in with this, it is taking me to change password screen. And that change password screen happening only for the first time, not every time. Now, if I log in, it will not show me change password screen. So only for the first time, why it is happening and so in the background, okay, so consider this as our main table, operators table. So PY user identifier as its column, and maybe access group as another column, and application name as one more thing. And there will be one important column with the name PY change password on next login. So there will be a column or heading kind of, just for our easy understanding, there will be one heading. And FW @scb.com, password as something like scb@123, and so and so. Here this value will be initially as true. Whenever I clicked on this, one record will be inserted and here flag will be modified or inserted as true. Now, if I'm trying to log in with my ID and password, system should cross check whether this ID and the latest password is matching or not. Then it is not directly looking for the role. It is looking for whether this flag is true or not. If it is true, then it is taking me to change password screen and with maybe 3 fields. And no doubt I have to enter the available password here, that is scb@123. And I'll update something like Chandra, and Chandra has the latest password. Now, if I click on change password button, I think yesterday you have seen change password button, if I'm not wrong. Okay, whenever we are clicking on change password button, what is happening? First thing, it is trying to run one more SQL query for updating the existing record, where password is updated to something like 1234, whatever I defined here, and this flag will be turned to false This flag will be turned to false. Next, further it will take me to development studio. That is what happening. Now, if I log off and here I'll get the same login page. No doubt I have to enter this ID and the latest password. Now it will check this password flag is false. So it will not show you change password screen. It will directly take you to development studio. So this is what it is happening. Okay, now, so this flag is very, very important. Now what I'll try to do is, I'll try to log in with fw@scb.com. And if I log in, I'll not get change password screen. You know that. And I can open operator instances where I can see all the operator data from PR operators table. And I'm opening my own. I'm opening my own. And here in security, no doubt I can update password. And maybe if I'm trying to mark this, try to understand. If I'm trying to mark this, if I'm trying to save it. Now what I'll do is I'm trying to open different session. Okay, I'm trying to open incognito mode and I'm trying to access same Pega portal and I'll try to log in with this existing password or existing ID. And if I click on login, now tell me, will I get change password screen or not? Yes, right?
Yeah.
So if I log in, will I get change password screen or not? Yes or no? Tell me.
Yes.
Yes,
Chandra.
yes, because of you marking this, you should get change password screen. Okay, and here, what I'll do is I'm trying to update it. Now, if I click on change password, what should happen? Background, my password will be updated and that flag must be updated to false. Okay, flag must be updated to false. And I'll come back here, I'll simply refresh. No doubt in my database table, it will be false, right? So this is blind reflection of database only. If I refresh, this must be turned to false, correct, right? Everyone agree with this? Understanding, right? So you should know what is the navigation to check for the respect to table related instances. Okay, so you'll get all the instances. So now I'm trying to open maybe my manager operator. I can open this. And if I'm trying to update manager password, suppose if you are manager and if I'm a team member, okay, I can access all the operator instances, no doubt. And I'm trying to open yours and I'm trying to update password. So if I'm trying to update password, it will not ask me for your current password. Something security breach is what we are looking, right? So you might be having something like Rahul as your password and I don't require your current password. I can simply modify your password. No doubt in it. I can modify it and I can log in with your I can log in with your operator ID now. You cannot log in. You don't know your password. It will throw error for you. So I can log in with your password and I can do something like security related things also. So if I'm trying to delete few routes, okay, ultimately you will be the person to be questioned, right? Is this not somewhere security breach? Yes, right? So in that scenario, what you have to prove yourself is, so you will be logging in, or maybe you'll try to log in something different, or you'll ask maybe other team member to update the password further, and then you'll go to history. And there you will check the complete history of your operator ID when it is created. Maybe yesterday who has modified it. So you'll see something called save, right? Here it will show my own operator name. So Chandra has updated your password. That is what we can clearly understand. Okay, now they'll question me. So why did you change the password? What is the necessity? What extra changes you have done? Everything can be tracked based on the history. Getting my point? Everything can be tracked based on the history. Now, what I'm trying to say here is, in our Pega data, so Pega data is our database, correct? Pega data is our database. So where you'll see a table for operators, PR underscore operators is its table name. And this is your operator ID and this might be your password where even I can change it. So here, if you wanted to check for the history of that, what we're trying to do, we're trying to click on this. I'm getting some history of your own operator ID, right? For this operator ID, I'm getting multiple again records kind of. So for one operator, there are like further multiple records. So how this is managed in your database table? So there is one record. For one record, there will be like one single instance kind of. But here in terms of history, I can see multiple, right? So there is like one more table maintained for every of your main table. So there will be one main table, you know that, and there will be one more table with the prefix as history. So PR underscore history underscore operators. This is one table. So for every of your main table, there will be one history table also. It's mandatory. And in this history table, for your operator ID alone, maybe Rahul, your operator ID, there will be n number of records. So this is when it got created. This is when it got updated. This is when it got like deleted. Everything you can see it from here. Okay, now again, same thing. You need not open this database. You need not struggle what is its table name. You need not struggle what is its history table name. Everything from UI, first you should know what is this class name. As I just told you, so if you are having a table, no doubt there will be a class in its front end. Don't overthink about what class is today itself. So there will be a class which is resembling its table and all the records which are resembling its instances. Similarly, you should know what is the class for this one and you should check its respect to instances, nothing but your history data completely identified. So that is where you are seeing it from here. Got it right, every one of you following right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay.
Chandra,
Now,
one doubt, Chandra. How long this history will be maintained? Is it like some period of month it will be saved or
database is permanent.
permanent? Okay.
So you will see, maybe if your project is created from 2010, so the very first instance will be like 2010 there.
Okay.
It's permanent. Okay, it is permanent. Fine. So with this knowledge, I'll give you few real-time scenarios. So as of now, you understood something as like a developer, that too theoretically. Okay, now what might be the real-time scenarios based on this discussion? This you'll come to know. Okay, consider Rahul is one bank manager. He's part of Citibank. He don't know anything about Pega. He is like a bank manager. And under Rahul, there are almost like 10 members, 10 clerks, bank clerks. Okay, and all these 10 members are working on a secured project called GST. Okay, GST is one secured project. And maybe we all are part of TCS and working for this production support. Okay, working for this prod support. Now, Rahul, maybe our project is started on January 1st. This GST project started on January 1st and it will be available maybe till next 14 days only. Okay, next 14 days only. And Rahul, what he's dropping an email to you, your technical guy, what he's dropping is all the 10 members who are logging in, they are supposed to update their passwords daily. Okay, suppose maybe this is like person number one. Okay, maybe consider I'm like bank clerk. So January 1st, maybe at morning 9 o'clock, I'll log in my bank portal. So no doubt it will ask for my username and password. I'll log in and there I'll continue all my transactions. And next day, January 2nd, at what time I might log in, maybe morning 7 o'clock or 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or afternoon shift, whatever it is. At whatever the time I'm trying to log in, no doubt it will ask for my username and password. Whatever I entered yesterday, same thing I'll enter today. But now it has to take me to change password screen. Forcefully, I have to change my password. And that latest password should be accessible for the whole day. In between, if I go for lunch or if I take some break, so I may have to log off. Again, if I'm trying to log in, it should not trouble me with change password screen for the whole day. For the rest of the day, it should not trouble me. And I'll log off. And next day, again I log in. It might be like morning 10 o'clock or evening 4 o'clock, whatever it might be. If something is like new date, if I'm trying to log in with ID and password, no doubt whatever the yesterday's updated password, I'll use it. It will accept. And then again, it has to take me to change password screen. So this should be repeated for next 14 days for all the 10 members. This is the like mail what you'll get it from your manager today. You are supposed to fix it. Understood the scenario, everyone? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
What about other scenario clear up?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay, so this is the real-time scenario what you'll get it. So if you are like a developer or production support member joined in this company, you'll get a single line of email from your client explaining the statement, and you should understand it clearly and you should get this fixed up. So what you have to do? So this is what you have to think. So for that, so for this 10 clerks, daily they have to change password meaning. When they'll get change password screen, by the way? So there must be an operators table, no doubt in it. And all these 10 members should be like a 10 records there. And there will be something like py change password on next login. This is what you will see. And you as a developer, if you wanted to know the column names, okay, you might not be given DB access, right? May or may not be, that depends. So if you are not given DB access, how to identify the respective column names? Okay, for today I'm explaining you, that is fine. Maybe if something different table and if you're supposed to know the column names. So I'll show you something here itself. So you opened one operator ID, correct, right? You opened one operator ID. This is nothing but you opened one record of the table only. No? Now you wanted to look for its headings, nothing but these are like options. So there will be something called live UI. You don't know what is live UI still. I don't want to explain more about live UI today itself. So if I click on live UI, I can see something screen segregated and highlighted wherever I'm mouse over. So this is actually responsible for that, right? So can you see it is saying like py change password on next login. So this is nothing but a heading in the table. Okay, that's fine. So now you are understanding something called py change password on next login. For these 10 operators, if it made it as true, 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 whenever they log in, consider today is January 1st. If any of these 10 persons log in at any time, because of it's like true, so no doubt they will be getting changed password screen and they'll update it. Consider on January 1st morning 10 o'clock, I updated my own password and here password will be updated and immediately it has the tendency to update itself to false, right? Am I correct? If whenever we click on change password button, in database table, password will be updated. No doubt this flag will be turned to false. That is what we have clearly seen. So and this change password will not be disturbed for him for the whole day. And next day, whenever he is logging in, so it will be still kept as false. He will be continued with the older password only, which is not correct. So next day, whenever he is logging in, he must get change password, meaning this must be turned to true. Correct, right? This must be updated to true.
Yeah.
Meaning daily midnight 12 o'clock. Daily midnight 12 o'clock, all these must be turned to true. That is what you have to think about. Daily midnight 12 o'clock, this has to be automatically updated to true. So if this is the task given for you, what you will do? So you can log in at 12 o'clock. Okay, manually I'm talking about. So you will log in maybe from your home at 12 o'clock. You'll open operator instances. And here you can update or you can filter something like users. Only for the real users is what you have to do, right? So I'm trying to search with some filter. Only users related part will be filtered. That's fine. And you'll open every operator ID and then you'll go to security and you'll mark this checkbox and you'll click on save. Similarly, for second record, you have to do, third record, you have to do, fourth record, you have to do. So this is what you have to do at midnight 12 o'clock. So is this really possible to do manually? No, right? If I ask you to log in daily midnight 12 o'clock for 5-10 minutes, it's difficult for you. And that too, if you are doing this manually, we cannot guarantee that this will be completed in the next 5 minutes itself. If there are like 100 records, if there are like 1,000 records, it is little difficult. So what you have to do is, you are supposed to schedule something. So scheduling also between from January 1st to January 14th only. Okay, so you have to schedule. For that, there will be something called agents or job scheduler. So in interview, how to answer this is, first we'll be creating one job scheduler, which is to be set between January 1st to January 14th, daily at midnight 12 o'clock, or maybe 5 days a week, Saturday and Sunday, our bank is closed. So what is the necessity of you updating on those 2 days? They'll not log in, right? So maybe Monday to Friday for next 2 weeks, we have to run one job scheduler, and within which we have to schedule an activity. You don't know what is still activity. And within activity, you have to write some logic, right? In the sense, it's not about coding. You have to design some logic where to pull all the operator IDs from this table and updating this flag as like true, true, true. And next day, a person, if he's logging at 7 o'clock, not a problem. By that time, midnight 12 o'clock, and this is updated to true, right? And another person, if he's logging at 4 p.m., no doubt it is updated to true by that time. So this is what you have to do. So clear with the scenario and understood the analysis, right? Yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what. And now with this understanding, consider I'm a Pega manager. So this example is purely about like client related managers, right? Now we are talking about like our Pega management. I'm the Pega manager. Consider you are like Pega team members. So in my team, total 10-member team, in my team, 9 members are like senior most developers like you. Maybe one person is like a fresher or beginner. He just completed BTech. He is also a developer, no doubt. He also should get development studio, but he is not like a full-length developer like you. Okay, so you will be created with an operator ID and you will be getting all the access. All the access meaning you can create a rule, you can delete a rule, you can modify, you can do anything. And this particular fresher candidate, he is also a developer. He also should get development studio, but he should get only view access. He should get only view access. View access meaning here I'm having like full length access, right? Meaning I can open anything and I can delete if required. I can save, I can make modifications it is required. And for any person like Rahul, who is like a beginner, okay, so for this Rahul, I don't want to give him something kind of modification access. He is supposed to just view, meaning after he opening any rule, he should not get delete option, he should not get save option. So this button should not be there. So he cannot make any changes, right? For that, if we can uncheck this checkbox, that is enough. Yellow rule checking out. So no modifications on any rule for him. For this operator level, we are trying to uncheck this, meaning he will be having only view access. So if this person is logging in, if he's trying to open any application or anything, he will be getting only view access. So this is one checkbox what you are seeing. If you are seeing this checkbox, no doubt it must be like a column into its respective table. So what is the column name? PY yellow rule checkout. Am I correct? It is like PY yellow rule checkout. Now, again, why am I saying this is, let me tell you one more real-time scenario. One more real-time scenario. Consider you are development team and we are like real clients. We don't know anything about Pega. And consider I'm like part of Walmart. This is one big retail client, right? Okay, and this Walmart related application is developed with the Pega and you are like production support team or development team here. So in our Walmart, generally customers will come and they'll try to choose different products and we'll try to bill them and collect the cash. This is what the process is. Okay, and I'm the store manager here. and we are running some offers. That is, if any bill amount is between 0 to 5,000, we wanted to give them 1,000 rupees instant discount. Maybe if it is between 5K to 10K, we wanted to give them 1,500 rupees instant discount. So we are running some offers. So this is running smoothly, our business is increasing. Now, as a store manager, what I decided is we have to increase this to something like 1,200. Getting my point? We have to get this increased to 1,200. So who has to make changes on this? No doubt you as a developer should do it, right? If I just drop an email to you saying like, if bill amount is between 0 to 5,000, currently it is 1,000 rupees, increase the discount to 1,200. This is the email I dropped to you. Okay. And I wanted to give this discount instantly. Okay. From the very next bill, whatever generating, if it is between this one, I wanted to get this. Okay. I dropped an email to you. It's almost like 10 minutes completed or half an hour completed. Still, you did not reply back to me. And the customers who are standing in queue, I'm asking them to wait. Please wait for 10 minutes. Some extra discount is getting applicable. My team is looking into it. So this is what I'm asking them to wait. So if I have some dependency on you and it is not guaranteed that you will be responding every time in time, right? So you might not look into that email correctly, or you might still working on that. Okay, after you making changes, you should check that other things should not be disturbed. And for that, you will be doing some unit testing from your end. And maybe after your development is done, maybe your testing team might test it thoroughly. And finally, you might reply back saying like these changes are implemented. So for every small change, wherever it is 1,000, if it is to be changed for 1,200, it's like very small change, right? It should not take more than a second generally. So even for every small change, if a client is dependent on the developer, so there might be like business impacted there. So that is where this client might request you to show me the respective place where to change this. So there is nothing much Pega knowledge required for this, right? So wherever 1,000, show me where I have to change it. Show me how to save it. That's it. That's it. So for that, you as a developer, what you'll do is you'll try to maintain one table. Let me show you different application. I'll show you some small thing. So if you are a developer, so you might be having some database tables and maintaining something like offer related part. So there might be a table like this. Okay. And maybe if it is between, so 0 to 5,000 rupees, and customer if he's of like prime member, I wanted to give him 1,000 rupees. So this is like somewhere 1,000, and only change what you have to do is somewhere like 1,200 and save it, right? So this is pretty small thing. If something is maintained in such tabular way, and can't the real users make modifications? Obviously, yes. Okay, if the real user wanted to make such change, so they should access this development studio, which is pretty difficult. So here there will be two ways. So you can give them development studio access, meaning the real user, if he is trying to log in, he will get generally user portal, and based on his request, you can give them development studio access also. And you can give this particular rule access for them. And that too, you should restrict with some options here. You should not give delete option for them. You'll see delete option for most of the things, right? You should not give delete option. So you should give only save option for that. Okay, they can make modifications. This is what. And here, what I'm finally trying to say here is the real users can access some part of development rules. Some part for their daily transactions, they should access some part of developer rules. So this we call it as data type or data table. So whatever the data table you are seeing for discounts, If it is delegated, this is a special concept in Pega. We call this as delegation. So if this particular thing is delegated to the real users, and real users, whenever they're logging in, they'll be getting this cashier portal or something like billing portal. And here they will be seeing some option called configuration. Okay, and if they are clicking on this one, they can see directly the respective data table. They can see the respective data table and they can modify it. So they can simply change this to 1500. That's it. That's it. Changes are done. Changes are done. So here this respective operator can access what a developer is doing from here. And that too, we wanted to give this changing options only between 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. After 5 p.m., this person should not modify any of these rules because of some security reasons. So what you have to do, daily morning 9 o'clock, for that respective operator, this checkbox must be true. Am I correct? Yes, right? And daily 5 o'clock, if this is like false, he cannot make modifications. So extra checking out on any rule. So he might be given development studio access temporarily, or he might be given access for those rules in his portal itself, whatever. He's trying to access a table maybe from his portal or maybe from some part of development studio. He should not make any changes after 5 o'clock, despite it is delegated. After 5 o'clock, it must not be accessible. So again, you should run a job scheduler at sharp 5 o'clock, making this as false. I cannot take care of this manually, right? So two job schedulers must be there. Morning 9 o'clock, it must be kept as true and he can make changes from there on. And evening 5 o'clock, it must be kept as false. He cannot do further things. So these are all the things what we have to know. So finally, what I'm trying to say here is, what are all the things we're trying to understand? Don't learn just for the sake of learning. So everything, it must be scenario based only. Maybe when you are like watching the recording or when you're practicing. So every time think yourself or question yourself, what might be the real time scenario on this? Okay. And if you are like currently working, maybe in Pega or maybe in some other projects or some other technologies, not a problem. Scenarios will be same, right? Everywhere scenarios will be same. So if I'm like a Walmart client, so this application might be developed on anything. I don't know about that. So I want this as the scenario. I want this particular rule to be delegated for me. So in Pega, how to delegate it? In Java, how to delegate? Maybe if this is running on .NET, how to delegate it? Everything you should clearly understand on your own. So you might be having 10 years of Python experience or Java experience. The scenarios will be same. So if you are trying to learn Pega today, you should compare all your industry experience with your Pega. So that is where you have to question yourself about all the scenarios. Okay, so no doubt after every topic, I'll give you any number of scenarios. And you should at least understand the scenarios in your early stage. Down the line, when we are practically understanding what is job scheduler, what is an activity, how to schedule it, and what is like database table, and what are its column names, and what is its class, what are its instances, what are its column names, everything. So you should at least understand scenarios from day one. That is what my intention is. So down the line, every topic or everything, you should question yourself. No doubt I'll make you to question based on my discussion itself. Okay, and after you watching this recording maybe twice, so you will be getting cleared everything. Okay, so that is the reason from day one, scenario level wise, you have to learn everything. Okay, so clear, right? Any questions, anyone so far? Everyone clear? Yes, right? So we're understanding that there will be most advanced concepts called what is rule delegation and how to delegate certain rules. As I told you, everything is a rule in Pega. A table is a rule. Okay, maybe some kind of terms and conditions screen. Suppose here this 0 to 5,000 is like 1,200 rupees discount, right? And that too, there will be some terms and conditions. That is, every product will not be applicable and it will be applicable only for these products and this time range and this till dated, whatever, there might be some terms and conditions. And in terms and conditions, it is showing as due date as June 30. And my business is good and I wanted to increase the due date. And it's again a pretty small thing, right? If I run behind you, if you are not responding in time, it might be like somewhere business impacting. Show me where it has to be updated. So I know how to change from June to July. That's it. You are a client, right? So you will be, maybe if I'm a client, I'll demand you. I don't know anything about Pega, but I'll demand you. So you should show me some means to get it modified. So for that, you will not give me development studio access. You have to do something for me for delegation. Okay, and that too, this delegation should happen only for next 15 days. How to cancel the delegated rules also. This is very important. Interest they'll ask you. So how to delegate a rule to a real user? Maybe if we are having 10 clerks, I want to delegate only for 2 of those clerks. These 2 are having little admin related knowledge. They might be very strong in Excel part, or they might be having some extra skills. So I want a rule to be delegated only for these 2 persons. How to do it? And I wanted to give this delegation access between 9 to 5 o'clock only. How to do this? And maybe till January 14th only, after 14th. So this person should never be getting this delegated option. How to cancel that rule delegated? So if this person is logging in, consider out of these 2 persons, if any person is logging in, did I close that? If any person is logging in, okay, so as I shown you, there will be something called configuration tab, right? So they can access it. They can access it. And this should not be available after 10 days, meaning how to delete it. How to delete it. So if I log in, if I could see maybe 10 rules which are delegated for me, maybe one table for discount changes, maybe one thing for terms and conditions, all these are like 10 delegated. So these 10, if it is showing for me, I'm a bank employee, you are also a bank employee. If it is delegated for me, only I'll get. You will not get it, right? You will not get it. So these 10 rules, if it is showing it for me, no doubt there must be a database table maintaining these 10 records, correct? Okay, apart from PR operators table, apart from history table, there will be hundreds of tables. One such table will be with the name my rules. Okay.
So, Chandra, even this user, whatever the configuration changes he is doing, right, that also will be captured in the PR history operator, or you have some other table where the
Okay.
changes, whatever you do, it
So,
captures.
yeah. So I'm a developer 1. Okay. You are developer 2 and person developer 3. So I created a table. Consider I created a table and I created a table with 10 records. Okay. And you can open that rule and if you're adding 10 more. So overall table will be, is it with a 10 or 20? You tell me. It must be 20, right?
Yeah, 20.
And another person, if he's adding 10 more, overall it must be like
30.
30, right?
Yeah.
And some other person, he might be user of whatever it is, he's a developer. Sorry, he's an operator, right?
Mhm.
He's trying to open, he's adding 10 more. So will this not impact the main one? Yes, right?
Yes.
So there will be one main table for this. Whoever is accessing doesn't matter. So there will be a table watching this history. So there will be one main table 40 records and one connected table for history. These 2 are interlinked. So if you log in and do, or if I log in and do, doesn't matter. We are making modifications equally on that table. Makes sense, right? Correct, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, so what I'm saying, okay, so there will be a table related to something like delegated, and there will be one history also. So what is this table, how to delete from here, and what might be its class name, what are the instances, everything you have to correlate and understand clearly. Okay, fine. So these are all the possible scenarios for today's discussion. Okay, fine. And yesterday, let me refresh my any extra changes. Okay, that's fine. Let me close everything. Okay, yesterday we just created one framework application and no doubt it is taking me to the same. And here, if I click on definition, you should see this also as a rule. And here you can see its ID and this is its name. As we understood, ID and mean need not be same. Need not be same. This is something different, right? And I can modify this if I wanted, and I can never modify this. Okay, this is what you're trying to do. And with this understanding, you should create one implementation application also. Okay, so that we'll do it tomorrow. But for today, I'll ask you one scenario level or one normal question. You try to answer this. Our project, something city, which has got banking framework, which has got insurance framework, and this has got credit card application, loans application, accounts application, and this is something like medical insurance, property insurance, maybe like vehicle insurance. So this is our existing design. So you are a developer joining today, and you are given with credit card access. Okay, and your client is your client is asking you to, maybe you are like senior most or you are like well experienced guy. Okay, your client is asking you to create a new application here, maybe with the name, something insurance or different XYZ insurance. One different application is what he's trying to create, asking you to create. So you are available here and you are supposed to create this one. Now tell me, for creating this XYZ application, where you have to log in and where you have to create. No doubt you have to use this as the navigation, that we know. But what I'm asking is where you have to log in. So here this is banking related. After you logging in, you'll see city credit card. Am I correct? There, if you're trying to create a new application, is this correct? I want to create a new application under this insurance. Where I have to log in?
Insurance.
Insurance framework.
Insurance framework.
It's in insurance framework, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So can't I log in into this Pega platform? At the top, you'll see Pega platform, correct?
Yes.
So if I log in into Pega platform, and if I'm trying to create a new application, what is the screen you'll get? You'll see something like build from
scratch
and remaining frameworks by that time. You'll see only these two there, correct? You know? You'll see only those two. And if I select insurance, and then it will ask me what is the new application name. I'll give XYZ. Now, is XYZ not created under insurance? Meaning, am I not creating this by logging in from here? Yes, right? Yes, right? Please go back. So understood my question, right? So what I'm trying to say here is to create any application in any corner. So this is your client. So this is something like wide range of applications. So in any corner, if you wanted to create an application, you can log in it anywhere. You can log in anywhere. Ideally speaking, this and this are not at all connected. But still, you can log in here. And if you can click on this one, no doubt you'll see something as build from scratch. Sorry. You'll see something as build from scratch, and you should see all the remaining frameworks by that time. So you'll see build from scratch and something banking framework and insurance framework. Can't I select insurance framework? And then it will ask me what is the application. Can't I select XYZ? Can't I select implementation? Is this application not created from here? Yes. So meaning to create a new application, you can log in anywhere. Why? Because every application is directly or indirectly derived from Pega platform only. So I can directly log in and create the same. I can log in here and create the same. So if I log in and do this, it doesn't mean that these two applications are connected. So you could create a new application by linking to the respective framework. So tomorrow we'll understand creating one implementation application. So far we just created one framework, right? We'll try to create one implementation. This I can log in with the current framework or even Pega platform also, doesn't matter. So doesn't matter. Tomorrow we'll do this. After we creating implementation, then we'll start designing our actual screens. Okay, after this is done tomorrow, so I'll tell you what you have to do in project number 2 and project number 3. So here also you have to create applications, right? With what name, what must be framework name, what must be implementation name. Here, what must be organization, framework, and implementation. I'll guide you on these two projects. Okay, so these also to be running parallelly. Okay, clear, right? Any questions or doubts for today's session? Today, much practical things not happen, but very, very important discussions are these are. Okay, we will not waste 1 minute also in our class hours. Every point is like more productive. Okay, so if we can understand all these things more productively, you might be having Pega experience today. Still, you might join. So every point will be something new for you. I challenge that. Okay, so everything is like more productive. Try to attend every session in live. Try to attend live class. Okay, maybe if you guys are somewhere in different time zone, not a problem. So try to watch the recording and then you can call me for any kind of doubts. It might be scenario level or whatever it is, you can just call to our number and you can directly talk to me for any kind of doubts. Okay, and maybe if you could not able to practice on daily basis, at least try to concentrate on weekly basis. Saturdays and Sundays. There are even n number of people from different batches. They're trying to do most thing on Saturdays itself and Saturdays or Sundays itself. Okay, my suggestion is to at least cover everything on weekly basis. And once in 2 weeks, so you are like supposed to give mock interviews. We'll schedule it for you also. You need not think anything how the process will be. We'll schedule everything for you. And you should not miss everything. There will try to check for your communication part. Okay, and there will try to even check for scenario level part. So there will be different type of people, right? So few people might be pretty new for Pega and few might not even have industry experience. Few might be having 10 years of industry experience and few might be having already Pega experience. Okay, but still they wanted to learn something high level. So based on your level itself, we'll take mock interview. Okay, so based on the high level or maybe like 3 years level if you wanted to go out or maybe like fresher level, whatever it is, if you just tell us your background during your mock interview, then we'll take mock interview according to that. So this is where it should be. Okay. Clear, right? Hope today's session is like clear. Any questions, anyone? No, right? Clear, Andhra?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chandra.
Thank you, everyone. So yesterday's class, we understood about like, or actually we created one framework application. We are yet to create implementation. And in process of creating an application, you observed somewhere theme it is asking for, and then it is asking for some operator ID creation in between. And if you are trying to create one operator ID, generally 4 roles will be applicable. And here it is asking like hardly 1 or 2. So maybe based on the role what you provide there, the next portal should be decided, right? That is where user role and manager role will be trimmed out. We have understood that. Okay, and then we understood something about like how to get change password screen or how system is having its OOTB design. It is having some inbuilt design, right? So about updating a password or maybe something like generating change password screen. And maybe if I'm updating how it is like turning off from the next time and what are its column names in database table and how it is like setting flag as true or false. What might be the possible scenarios on that with the real clients? Everything we clearly understood. Now let us understand something about creating one implementation application. And as I yesterday told you, to create an application, you need not log in its connected applications also. So if city is your client, there might be different sectors, right? So if I wanted to create a new application here, it's not mandatory for me that I have to log in that chain itself. Okay, I can log in some any corner of that organization and create some other applications. It doesn't mean that I'm supposed to work on these applications. So I have every application created directly from Pega platform only. So here I log in and maybe if I'm creating a new application, I can do that. Okay, so now let's, as of now, we are having Pega platform application. and something like our framework application, right? You can log in here or here. So let's log in maybe from this Pega platform. And then let's create new implementation somewhere below. And in this process, we should not choose build from scratch. We are already having a framework, right? So we are supposed to use the existing one. And in the real time, when even if you're creating something, your first application, there might be some frameworks purchased by that time by your management. So initially I log into Pega platform. I'll start creating with my own framework. By that time, there might be extra frameworks purchased, right? It will be showing you in that panel. So you have to select that, and then on top of it, you have to create new frameworks also. Okay. This you as a developer, you will not get chance anytime. Maybe the high level architects, they will be part of this application creation process. Let's start creating one implementation. Let me open that respective document. Implementation applications. Okay, so create new implementation application with the name SCB loans. Okay, and use our existing SCB bank framework. This is our existing framework application. And let's create new operator ID. And after we log in,
to slow computer.
so there you should see the earlier framework connected also. How to check for framework? No, right? Okay, Saurabh, can you please go on mute? We are not talking. So let's again log in with our main credentials, that is administrator. This is OOTP operator ID, you know that. And remember, PRPC is 200% case sensitive. Everything is case sensitive. Okay. So click on login. So when I say case sensitive, so you'll be having few scenarios also sometimes. Suppose if you are a developer and if you are supposed to work on screen number 1. Okay, and here I wanted to first search for whether customer is already existing or not. Okay, consider this as our credit card application. So if you go for a bank, there might be chance of you asking for new credit card, or there might be a chance of you upgrading your existing credit card, right? So the screen number 1, there might be like two options or two radio buttons, new customer or existing customer. If I'm selecting this one, it should ask me something about like credit card reference number or whatever it is. So based on this, if I click on search button, it should supposed to hit the table and retrieve some details. This is what expected functionality everywhere. So here in our database table, his credit card reference number might be HDFC /1234/456. So this might be his reference number. And out of which this one and this one, that is prefix and suffix, is for our bank reference. And he will think this as his registered number. So if he's saying like 1234, that is enough for us. And if I click on search button, it is supposed to hit the table, and under particular column, it is to look for this, right? And this as a whole, if it is looking out, it cannot identify. In between, it is supposed to add its prefix. So it is doing some prefix addition on the existing input and then checking out, right? So what I'm trying to say here is whatever the data I am trying to enter, it is to be updated with something extra content. Okay, even in some websites, if you are trying to enter your PAN card number, okay, you'll try to enter your PAN card number. It might be like entering in your lowercase, but automatically it will be updating itself to uppercase, right? So this technically we are calling it as edit input in Pega. So as I earlier told you, Pega is 100% case sensitive. If you are trying to enter something in different sensitivity, it must throw an error. It will not understand. but there will be a concept of edit input, that is entered information will be auto corrected. Here I am entering 1, 2, 3, 4. It is corrected as with this prefix and suffix, and it is corrected everything as uppercase. So how to implement these requirements, there you have to know. Okay, but for now, by default, it is 100% case sensitivity. And if you try to log in with something like uppercase here, it might throw you an error. So let me click on login. So it should take you to Pega platform. You know this. Maybe if you are logging with your framework operator ID, it will take you to the respect application. Whatever it is, from there, I can go for creating a new application. Okay, now it will ask me whether this is something zero application or on top of something existing. Okay, so we created a new application yesterday, right? That is with the name SAB. So I'm supposed to choose this. And earlier we directly used this one. Even as I told you, when you're creating a framework, if your company has purchased any frameworks by the time, you should see there. So you'll select that OOTB framework, and on top of it, you'll create your own framework. Okay, that's fine. So let me go for existing framework, that is SAB. I'm trying to use this. After I'm trying to use this, it is showing me a screen, what type of application you wanted to build. Again, just like one more round of confirmation. Let me again click on this one. Okay, and it is saying like that there are no case types to clone. You don't know what is case type still. For now, let's click on continue. And then it is saying like that there are no data types to be cloning out. Still not a problem. Click on continue. Okay, now directly you got a screen asking for application name. Here I have to define SCB loans. Okay. In this whole process, is it showing you anywhere theme? Just unmute and talk. Is it asking where anywhere about like theme selection?
No.
Right.
No.
No. So every application, maybe a framework or implementation, it must have some look and feel, meaning there must be some theme applicable. Yesterday for framework, so we have selected somewhere like theme Cosmos or Constellation UX, some theme should be guaranteed selected. But here for this implementation, it is not asking for theme. So it should derive some theme, right? No doubt. So what must be the theme? It must be based on framework. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Everyone agree with this?
Yes.
So we are trying to create this by linking to the framework. Framework theme should be derived here. So everyone agree with this statement? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes. Okay. You note this point. So maybe after 2 minutes, if I ask the same question, you should still answer the same. So I'm giving it as SCB loans. I'm trying to define my application name as SCB loans. So is it again necessary for me to click on this? Or can I directly click on create application?
Yes, we need to click on advanced configuration.
What for?
No need
Edit.
to click on advanced configuration.
Okay,
We can directly create.
Yesterday we thought of clicking this link mandatory because by default its application type will be framework, right? Sorry, implementation, right? And then by default its type will be implementation. Here I'm trying to create implementation only now. What is the necessity for me to click on this link? Should I have to open the settings now? Can't I directly create an application? You should click on this link. Why? Because if I click on this, so you'll see its application type as implementation. Okay, I'm okay with that. And by default, based on the name what you provide, ID will be generated. I'm okay with this also. What about the organization name? So it is still showing random. Am I correct? It is still showing random. Am I correct? Yes, right? So if I again click on this one, it is showing something different random name. So now the famous interview question here is, initially when you are creating framework, it is asking for so and so theme, and system will not know what will be your organization name. It is showing some random. There we updated as SCB. Okay. Now I'm trying to create implementation. Implementation is not built from scratch. It is based on the existing framework. It did not ask for the theme. So there, what did you say? So since it is connected with framework, above theme is derived. That is what we understood. Now this implementation is part of framework, meaning, so the above organization, can't it be derived? It should be, yes, right? Above organization name should be blindly derived, yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes, but it is not getting derived. Why? This will be your interview question. Okay, if you are planning to go yourself as like a Pega architect, okay, as I told you, as a developer, you will not get application creations chance at all. Okay, you'll showcase hardly as 3 years or 4 years or 5 years, right? So their application creation chance 200% you will never get. Maybe if you're having 10 or 15 years of industry experience, and maybe internally if you're trying to jump to Pega project, so you are considered as a Pega architect without much Pega experience. You are supposed to be part of high level exercises. There you might see this as little confusion. So I'm creating one implementation linking to framework. I could see theme derived. What are the case types you created? It will be derived. Whatever the data types it is created, it will be derived. So that is where you have seen in these screenshots. So it is saying like that there are no data types, meaning in framework, you did not create data type. You don't know what is data type. That's different story. You did not create anything like case types. For creating implementation, it is saying like that there are no case types to be cloned out, that there are no data types in parent to be cloned out. Okay, every time it is looking for parent, but organization name, why it is not looking for parent? So is this implementation not part of our organization? 100% it's part. So it must be deriving, but it is not deriving. Why is it so? For that, or earlier they used to blindly derive it, but later PRPC has removed this deriving process. Okay, this is somewhere disturbing their business. So what is it like disturbing there? Let me tell you the actual scenario. So consider, if you look at any part of telecom project, okay, so under telecom, so you know Airtel will be one vendor, or maybe Jio will be one client, or maybe Vodafone has one client, AT&T has one client. All these are part of telecom network, right? So this Jio application will be similar to Airtel application. This will be similar to somewhere Vodafone application. So if you wanted to start one telecom related organization, so what you can do? So whatever the reusable things Pega is providing, frameworks, as I told you, under telecom, there will be n number of frameworks. Under banking, there will be n number of frameworks. Under healthcare, there will be n number of frameworks. Okay, so today, if we all are starting a bank with the name ABC, ABC is our organization, right? Or Access, consider Access is our organization name. Okay, I wanted to first use this Pega license, meaning I'll take PRPC license, that is Pega platform is what I can use. And here I wanted to start something like loans application where I can purchase their framework also. So first of all, this framework application is created by Pega team, and then it is like sold out different vendors, right? So now if you are an developer in this Pega systems, no doubt you will create an application. How generally we are creating an application here, same way an application must be created there. So if I'm trying to create a new application, so what I'll do, define, I'll give it the name as credit card smart disputes, whatever. I'll create some application name and I'll choose type as framework. Okay, I'll choose something type as framework. Okay, now here, what should be the organization name I have to define? Tell me. What should be the organization name? Whatever the screen you are seeing here, same they'll face when they're creating it. What should be the organization name? So should I have to give it as Access as the organization name? No, right? So does this to be sold only for Axis Bank? No, for all the banks. So that is where initially they tried giving Pega as the organization name. Okay, Pega as the organization name. Now, if Axis Bank, if they are trying to purchase this framework, okay, if they're trying to purchase this framework, so it will be included in their applicational panel, right? You'll see this. And they wanted to create new implementation now. Maybe access loans is what they wanted to create. And for that, they will see something like build from scratch and this purchased framework. They have to select this. And any new application created, if it is deriving organization name from the existing one, even for this access loans application, Pega will be the organization name. Am I correct? Yes, right? Yes, right. Makes sense, everyone? So the same organization name, if it is getting derived, Pega will be the organization name. And in between or below, if they are creating some other applications, everywhere they will see Pega, Pega, Pega as the organization name. They are working for access. Still, it is showing as Pega, which is not correct. So maybe a different client like HDFC, if they're purchasing so and so, still they will be having all the applications having Pega as the name derived. So the main one, if they are purchasing and if it is having Pega as the organization, below applications, if I'm creating, choosing this existing one, everywhere if name is derived Pega, Pega ne kada vachadi. So this is where, so there is something like business impacted. So that is the reason they are trying to give some random organization every time in between. So no doubt they'll be having this showing out. For creating a new application, even if they're linking to the existing framework, name will not be derived. It will be showing with some random name. You are supposed to correct every time in between. In our case, every application now I have to manually mark it as SCB, SCB, SCB. Make sense, right, every one of you? Yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it is very clear that only theme got derived. So whatever the theme Cosmos you selected there, that is happily derived, but not every other part of framework is derived. The best example is organization's name. Okay, fine. So this is like implementation, okay for me. This is its application ID, okay. And I updated organization name. So within organization, there will be different divisions and different units. So let me tell you with one small example. Suppose Tata is one biggest organization in India. It has got electronics division and it has got IT department as one division. So maybe motors as one division. So jewelry as one division. And internally it is having chroma as one unit. And maybe click as one unit. And TCS as one unit. Okay, maybe Jasper as one unit. Or maybe Tanishq as one unit. So this is organization layer is what you call. This we call it as divisional layer. And this is something called unit layer. And that too, there can be again subunits also. Under TCS, you are having TCS Ion as one subunit. So likewise under Chroma, or there might be some other subunits also. So now whatever the application you are creating today, so organization name, it is showing something as SCB, okay. And what about the division name? It is showing something like DIV by default. So if you wanted to change this to electronics, you can change it. And if you wanted to change this to something unit name, you can change it. And in between, if you wanted to generate some extra layers also, you can generate extra divisional layers in between, extra unit layers in between. Getting my point? So these are optional for you. So this is not anything about Pega. I'm not talking anything about Pega in this statement. It is something about our organization structure. So organization will be there, division will be there, unit will be there. These three are mandatory. And additionally, if it is about extra layers generating also, you can do that. So maybe for now, let me generate this one extra. And here that divisional layer name, I can give it as operations or finance or marketing, whatever it might be. So we are trying to create one loan application, right? We're trying to create one loan application. And for this loans application, so it will be under operations department or maybe recovery department or maybe like finance department, whatever. So let me give something as operations or here. Operations. PIONS. Operations is something what you can define. So based on the organization name, maybe division's name or unit name, whatever it is, below something called class layers will be generated. So try to observe this for now. In detail, we'll understand this in tomorrow's session. So the class layer, what are generating now? So it is combination of the organization and something about like divisional name, maybe first 4 characters only. And this is blindly your application name and something as work by default getting generated. So don't overthink about this class structure today itself. We'll talk about this tomorrow. But for now, if I wanted to generate some extra divisional layer, I can do it. Else you can ignore it. Understanding, right? So let me go for save. I just try to update the type, maybe application ID and organization name. And additionally, if you wanted to generate any layers, you can do it here. So click on save. So click on save. Okay, now happily you can click on create application. So if I click on create application, background, one application rule will be generated and a database table will be generated. And this application and this table should be properly connected, meaning there must be a mapping rule to be generated. And there will be n number of other things like access groups, access roles. So ARO, access role to objects, n number of connected things will be done. Okay, so you'll not understand all those things today itself, but many connected things will be done. So if you are doing any small mistake during this, everything will be disturbed, and identifying and correcting one-to-one is not at all possible. Okay, that is where even in the real time, if a business analyst has done a mistake here, they cannot delete the application. So they are supposed to ignore that and create something newer. Okay, and later a developer can do this from somewhere backend, which is like hectic process. That is where it is not encouraged to do any mistake. Maybe in future, any part of development, if you are doing any mistake, not a problem. We are developers, we are supposed to do n number of experiments there. That is fine. But application or the major platform itself, if done wrong, so it will be a problem. Okay, so let's click on create application. So you can see one application getting created, and again it is asking us to create at least one operator ID, even if you are not creating it from here. Okay, so I have one operator ID for yesterday's application, right? I can log in there and I can create new operator ID for this application also. Something from backend is what we can do. But don't miss creating an operator ID from here itself, just to avoid some extra backend things, which will be early for you at this moment. Okay, so let me define something as chandra@scb.com. As I told you, this must be in email format only, and it need not be a valid email ID also. Okay. And if I click on add, same thing, one new operator ID to be created in my PR operators table. And vice versa statement is one new operator instance must be maintained in its class, whatever it is. Okay, with some random password and with access role as or access as author and linking to my SCB loans application. And in the backend, so force change password that will be kept true, right? You know that, and what we'll do is I can log in, I can copy paste this and log in with this new one, or I can able to open operator instances directly from here and update my password immediately. And since I'm updating, I can able to turn off changing password option also there. So open operator instances. Okay, someone please guide me how to open operator instances.
Records, organization, operators.
And you'll see organization. As I told you, in some versions of Pega, you'll see with the name company also. Okay, so operator ID and whatever you just created, it must be there for you. Just open that. Okay, and you can see your access as loans, something author there. And in the security tab, so you click on update password and you update your password. So click on submit. Okay, and you uncheck this one and you can save this. Okay, you can save this, that's it. Log off and log in as above operator. So just better copy this. I'm logging off and now log in, and you can directly enter your latest password and you should not get change password screen. So it is directly taking you to SCB loan application. You can see this, right? SCB loans. And if we just check for definition, so you'll see its ID and name may or may not be same. Okay, so fine. So happily we created both applications and then we are having two different operator IDs. And remember one fact statement, that is in the real time. So your organization structure can be like F1 here, F2 here, and something like implementations. There also may be F3, F4, maybe F5, and some implementations, whatever your structure might be. So today, after you joining company, you will be given access for only implementations, as I yesterday told you or earlier told you. So every one of you will be given with only one operator ID. So you are supposed to log in. Maybe today your manager might ask you to work on sprint 1 defects of credit card application. Meaning with that operator ID, it will be taking you to this one. And maybe after that, he might ask you to work on loans application with the same operator ID, it might take you to the next one. Okay, meaning an operator can have multiple applications accessing, but only one at a time. Only one at a time. And that too, he will be given access for only implementations. That is what I meant to say. Only for implementations. Maybe after you logging into one implementation, so if you are given with a requirement to design screen number 1, you have to design screen number 1. And in that screen, it is showing some images to be designed, maybe something like first name, last name, and number of other things. And there you understood few are like reusable, few are not, few are not. So if you wanted to maintain reusable things, no doubt you should know whether your application is having frameworks or not. So every application, it's not mandatory to have framework, right? So it may or may not have. That too, it can have one or multiple frameworks also. So now if you go to your manager and say like, so is this application connected with frameworks or not? If so, how many, if you ask this? Okay, or maybe if you ask this, he'll straight away say, are you really experienced or not? Meaning you should be in a position to know whether this connected application is having frameworks or not. You should be in a position to identify. So how many frameworks it is having, what is first parent, second parent. So this you have to cross check. Okay. So after your manager is scolding you, you identified some way to identify these frameworks. Maybe you called your friends or someone, or you called me, whatever. So there I told you some way to identify frameworks. You understood that there are two frameworks. Okay. So now you feel like few things are to be maintained in this framework. Few things are to be into this framework. So then again, if you go to your manager and say that I identified two frameworks and I wanted to create these things in this framework, for that I have to log in. Can you create different operator ID for me if this is what you are asking? He'll confirm me that you are not experienced. He'll straight away confirm me that you are not experienced. So what I'm trying to say here is there will be only one operator ID and you are supposed to be given access for only implementations. So if any application is created connected with frameworks, so you are in turn given access for these things also. Don't ask for separate operator ID for logging into this one. With this login itself, you can do everything what generally you log in and do that. Okay, so I'm somewhere in SCB loans, right? I'm somewhere in SCB loans. I should know whether this is having framework or not. Okay, I'll identify. And within that framework, so I have to first cross check whether my requirement is already there or not. So if it is not there, I should be in a position to create it. Maybe if someone else has created, maybe with some mistake, I should be in a position to correct or delete it. So everything, whatever you physically log in framework and do there, same thing you can log in here and do there itself. Okay, you can do everything in above level. So how to do all these things? This you have to know. Okay, so now our new discussion is about how to identify frameworks now. Okay, and before this, so far we are having Pega platform as top application, maybe framework as one another application, and implementation as one more. So you know operate ready for this, one operate ready for this, and even one operate ready for this. As I told you, in the real time, you will be given only for this access. So you should not have operate ready for this also. So now even when we are practicing, don't do any development with this operate ready login or with this login. Okay, after 1 month or so, okay, after 1 month or so, you people will complain me back saying like, so far all the things I have developed with this login, I could not able to get the next requirements achieved. This is what you people will say. Okay, so in the real time also, you will not be given access for frameworks separately. If you can access here, from there it will be accessed. So forget about this administrator operate ready from now on, and forget about this implementation operate ready, sorry, framework operate ready also. From now onwards, everything should be done with our implementation only, that is chandra@scb.com. In your case, it should be with something unique. Got it right, everyone? Following right?
Yes, Chandra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay. Okay. Just thought of telling you one scenario, but I forgot. One real-time scenario, just thought of recollecting, but I got. Just give me a moment. It's fine. Anyway, after we start some discussion, we'll take it. Not a problem. Okay, so as of now, we created one banking related design. So banking related framework is what we created, implementation is what we created, and we are having an operator. And from today, what you are supposed to do is, so you have to start working on two other projects. So one is like one is like insurance project and other one is healthcare project. Okay, and even maybe from today or tomorrow, you will be shared with assignments also. That is project number 4, where you will be given with individual assignments on daily basis. Okay, so total 4 projects is parallel what we are working on. So out of which this is something what we are taking care, and this is of little level 1. Level 1 meaning little easy. Okay, and this is level 2. This is okay, second easy, and this healthcare is like little difficult. So you are expected to complete this maybe at the last. Okay, but parallel it should run out. Okay, so after we understanding in our class, your next immediate action should be do completing assignment shared for that day. So you'll be shared with assignments maybe from today or tomorrow. Okay, so just creating an application is not enough. After creating application, you should understand something classes related structure also. So that is where assignments will be shared maybe after maybe 2 to 3 days. So you are supposed to complete assignment number 1. It will be like serial numbers. You are supposed to follow the same serial numbers so that you'll understand its complexity also slowly. But this is little easy. And after this assignments is done for that day, so it is your next action to start working on your insurance project. So in insurance project, the very first thing is you have to watch the entire video. Okay, so maybe 1.5 hour video is there, right? So you have to first watch that video. Did you start watching that? Did anyone watch that video? Not yet,
Yes,
right?
yes, Chandra, I watched.
Okay, great. So you should first watch that video, and whatever the document we shared, so that is what you have to correlate with this video and document. And here you will be understanding complete all the set of scenarios. And today itself, what you are supposed to do is you should start creating these two applications. Okay, so later, maybe after 2 days, we'll start this. Today itself, you have to start these two applications, create a new application. And for this, city is your organization name. Okay, and city FW, this should be your framework name. Okay, and city insurance. Okay, this should be your implementation name. Okay, and there must be an operator ID created with the name insurance@city.com. This should be your operator ID for this. You may or may not create operator ID for this. It is not mandatory at all. You just right away create one framework, and from there itself, in the same screen, there itself create a new application linking to the existing framework. So this operator ID is enough for that. And today itself, you have to create healthcare application also, and organization name should be Apollo, and Apollo FW should be its framework, and Apollo appointment. This is your implementation's name. So if you have watched this complete video, you'll understand what is this application all about. Try to watch these two videos if you are having enough time today, or you can just take it for Saturday and Sunday also, not a problem. And here also maybe Apollo or appointments@apollo.com. So this should be your operator ID. Okay. So project reviews will start maybe from this Saturday or maybe like next Saturday. So once in 2 weeks we have to do that, right? So since there is nothing much practicals happened so far, maybe we'll take it on the next Saturday. So by that time, okay, I'm setting you some target also. So you are supposed to complete, and you have to call us and show your screen and explain the project, what you have done so far. So for the next project interview next project review, target is creating these two applications and creating few properties also. By the time property creations task will be done, but you don't know what is property today itself. So I'll set some target. So for today itself, try to complete these application creations as we have done in our main one. So got it right? Everyone clear?
Yeah.
Fine. So ultimately, we created one implementation. Okay, we created one implementation. So my manager has given me one URL and he has created one operator ID. And if I log in, it is taking me to this application. From here, your actual development will start. So whatever happened, that is not your duty. Okay, your actual development will start. And if I'm your manager, straight away, I'm giving you a screen and design. That's it. So you should know whether this loans application is having framework or not. If so, how many? So this structure is what you have to know. So to identify our application structure, we can do it in 3 ways. So we can identify our application structure in 3 ways. So the first one is like application definition. So wherever you logged in, for this, if you wanted to know the parent, so just straight away click on application definition. And there, its respect to rule will be opened up. And here you are seeing something called built on applications. Meaning this SCB loans is built on what? So here you can directly see one framework application, right? So I can confirm this SCB loans is having something called SCB banking FW. That is what I logged in here and I could identify this definition and see this name. Okay, now this SCB FW might have one more framework also, right? So meaning this definition, if I can get, I can see its parent. Am I correct? So if I log in into this application and if I check for its definition, there I can see built on applications and I can see its parent name. So to identify its built-on application, you need not log in into that. So anyway, for today, we have operate ready for that. You can log in and check, but not required. Real time, there will not be such feasibility for it. So how to identify this framework's name? So for that, you can directly click on this open icon. You can see one open icon, right? If I click on this, you can see SCB Banking FW, its definition. So yesterday we have seen this screen by logging into that application and checking for its definition. But now I can see the parent related screen directly from here, and built on application I can see something OOTP. If I see something as SCB main FW, I can conclude there is one more framework for this. Okay, from here login itself, I'm seeing its definition. And I should know whether it is having one more parent also. So I can open it from here and I can open from there. So from bottom till top, you can check for every framework and its parent name one by one. So no doubt at the top, it will be stopping you somewhere with OOTP. So we can confirm, or if I'm refreshing my changes, somewhere at the top, you will see an application which is with the name Theme Cosmos. And you might be seeing something as UI kit, or you might be seeing something as React, Cosmos React. And in some or latest projects, you'll see something as Constellation UI. Whatever it is, you are seeing these many themes. Okay, now if I'm trying to open this, we can conclude Theme Cosmos is also an OOTB application. That's it. Now, if I'm trying to open this, I should see its definition, right? And what is its parent name? What is its parent's name? Pega rules, which is our topmost application. Now, if I'm trying to open this, I'll see Pega platform or Pega rules. So this particular screen we have seen yesterday by logging into administrator.com. But now same I can see it here, right? And there is no built-on application for this. This is the topmost application. So I can understand structure somewhere as Pega rules as the top, and it will be having theme Cosmos or UI kit or Cosmos React or Constellation UI. Since I have chosen this one, I'll be seeing framework here, maybe framework 2, maybe framework 3, and implementation 1, maybe 2 likewise. I logged in here, I can see its parent, its parent, its parent likewise. So from bottom till top, you can identify its parent structure, but you cannot identify its sibling structure. So for this credit card application, there might be siblings also, right? That you cannot identify now itself. Or you cannot identify. So maybe what is the child framework for this F1? I can access F1, but you cannot access its childs. But because these two are not connected. Okay, so this is one way to identify your parent structure. Everyone okay with this? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes. Using built-on applications, you can identify one thing. Okay, this is one way of identifying your frameworks. And second way is the left one, as I told you, we have to call it as App Explorer. The left part is completely Explorer, which is like collapsible panel. Now, if I click on App, where actual development happens here only. So here you can see something X numbers. Okay, X applications, some number and applications. Here, click on this, you will see all the applications again. And here it will show with application names. That is Pega platform, Pega space platform, SCB space loans. Meaning it is showing application which is with the names. And here it is showing applications which is with IDs. So Pega rule is the ID, right? Pega platform is its name. So you can see these three applications here. Teams will not show you. Okay, so this is what currently you logged in, and this is something Pega platform. In between, how many are there? You can calculate, right? So I can understand how many frameworks are there in between, and it's a parental hierarchy also. What is first one, second one, third one? So second one is using App Explorer. Okay, And third and very, very important thing, in the real time, we'll rely on this. First two things will not help us every time, but you can get some information, no doubt. So now you have to understand third and very, very important thing. So that is using classes. Okay, so that is using classes. What do you mean by this? So now in the same app explorer, you can see something called classes as one heading, right? Okay, so if I see something classes as one heading, below whatever you see, those must be classes only, no? Those must be classes only. And here I can see something called class, and using which I can identify something like my parental structure. So third one is about classes. So how to identify frameworks using classes? This is what our question. And to understand this, we have to talk something more about what is a class. So it is saying like that class is something and it is showing something by default. So how to identify our parents from here? Or first of all, what is this? And why it isn't editable? I can modify it, right? Why it is editable? And what are all these classes heading? Everything we have to clearly understand. Okay, fine. So for this, something about oops or encapsulation concept is what we're talking about. This is actually Java concept, but I don't want to use Java as the word here. So I wanted you to understand everything as part of Pega only. So then it will be interesting for you. Okay, or if I say something this as Java concept, it might be like little scary for some people. Okay, fine. So consider this as of my development studio. Okay, this is our Pega development studio. And this is something like output screen, what we call it as portal. So as a developer, I'll log in and I'll try to drag and drop and design something. Automatically, output is generated, right? Automatically, output is generated. Okay, so maybe just to get this output traditionally. So this is Pega, right? Traditionally, I had to write Java code. So I have to write Java code to get the same output. So this Java code, maybe if we have observed, everything will be in terms of classes structure. Okay, there will be something called concrete class, abstract class, whatever it is, the respect to Java code will be in terms of classes structure. So here, after I doing some drag and drop here, the respect to Java code is auto-generated. Nothing but this is generated in terms of its internal design like classes only, no? Java will be having something about classes structure. That's fine. So the design, whatever I'm trying to do, it will be generated in terms of classes. That is the reason every application, whatever I'm developing now, system will generate a class for that by default. So whatever the development I'm doing, so same Java code will be generated in its respective class. So in its respective class. So by default, I can see classes as one heading. Everything below should be a class. And this is by default showing. So no doubt this is by default a class name. And if we observe this class, this is something what we got created earlier. Okay. So if I'm creating one application, then and their system is saying like, this is about our implementation page. So then and their system is saying like there will be a class generated for this application. Any development on this application resembles development on this class only. So that is where a class got auto generated. So this is with the name SCB, OPER, SCB loans and work. Whatever the organization name or division name or unit name you provided, based on which one class structure is blindly generated. Here you can see class name as separated with. Okay, you can see this, right? Something as
Shrikant,
please go on, Rajni.
Shrikant.
Let me mute from it. Okay, so here you can see a class getting generated, right? This is dedicated to our application's name. You can see this. This is dedicated to our application name. Maybe if I have not given this one, as I told you, this is optional, right? If I have not given, so the default class name will be this. So maybe in your real time, you might see this as the class name. or you might see something division also in between, you might see something subdivision also in between, but the traditional class structure will be organization name hyphen your application name, whatever you are providing here. So this is under your hands, right? So your application name and something every time you will see work as the main last one. So every time it will show work only. Okay, consider city is our organization and it is having one credit card application, loans application. So Ravi is one developer here, maybe Rahul is one developer. So maybe if Ravi is logging in, okay, no doubt it will take him to city loans application. There it will show him class name as city hyphen, whatever the name it is, city cc dash work. That's it. And here the Rahul is logging into some Pega application, and this Pega application will have a class automatically generated, and that is with the name organization hyphen and loans application city loans dash work. So meaning this alone will be keep on changing. Everyone understanding, right? This alone will be keep on changing. Okay. Similarly, if I'm having one framework application at the top, so framework also, it's an application. It should be having a class generated, right? So let me show you the yesterday's application. Yesterday's. Here we go. So this is our yesterday's application. Okay. So yesterday's application. So if I'm trying to select a framework here, not this one. So yesterday's application, you can see HDFC dash FW dash some application name and then work. Everywhere it will be seen, but you have chosen something like FW, you'll see FW layer in between. Okay, you'll see FW layer in between. So overall, city is one client. And I'm having something like main FW as one application name. And something like bank FW as another application, another framework. And insurance FW as one more framework. And credit card application, loans application. And maybe here, medical insurance application and maybe vehicle insurance application. So total, I can see 7 applications. Am I correct? 3 frameworks and 4 implementations. 7 applications and you will see 7 work classes. Am I correct? Every application is having a class created with something ending as work. We call this as 7 work classes generated. Understanding my statement? Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yes, right?
Yes,
So
Yes.
7 work classes must be generated. So now, can anyone tell me, Anusha? So can you tell what will be the class name for this? Default class name for this? It must be city dash city cc, whatever the application name, and then work. Am I correct?
work.
Yeah.
And what about this application's name?
City dash.
City loans dash
City
work.
loans dash work.
And what will be the class name for this banking FW? As we understood, if it is like a
City.
framework type, you will see FW in between. So its name, bank name, whatever bank FW, whatever it is, dash work. And here it will be like city dash FW
City dash FW
dash
slash
work.
insurance dash work.
And here city dash FW dash maybe main FW dash work. This is what you can see. Now, based on this, I can confirm how many work classes are there. Those many applications must be there. Am I correct?
Yes.
How many work classes you see, those many applications must be created. And how many are with FW in between? Can I say those many frameworks should be there? That's right.
Yes.
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 Here, all the development work, suppose I'm logging in here. I wanted to create something like loan ID. Okay, I'm designing a screen where I want to create first name, last name, and something like loan ID. So you'll say first name and last name is reusable and loan ID is not. So loan ID you have to maintain in this implementation only now. So developing or doing any development on this application, nothing but doing development on its class only. Okay, so on its class only. So you have to right click on that class and then you create whatever you wanted. So if you wanted to create an image, this is the navigation. Or if you wanted to create a file, whatever it is, this is the navigation. So whatever the development work you wanted to do on any application, you right click on its class. This is fact statement. So that is where we are calling this as work classes because all the development work is happening on this one. So if I'm a developer here, if I wanted to create first name, last name, and something like credit card type. So credit card type, I'll right click and create it here. No doubt in this application it is created. And if you are working on loans application, if you wanted to create something like loan type, you'll right click on this class and create that set. So maybe if I wanted to create first name and last name, I wanted to create it here, nothing but on its class. On its class until. So don't think about logging into that application. No doubt if I log into that application, it's respect to work class only I'll see there. If I log into SCB banking, whatever the framework, I'll see there as SCB-FW dash something dash last work. So ultimately I have to create something on this class. It doesn't mean that you have to log into this application physically. If any operator connected to this application, no doubt parent application must be also connected, meaning its parent class also can be accessed from there to here. So that is the reason they are giving you this as one search text box. I can search for any of its parent classes. That is SCB-FW-work. Okay, ignore all other classes for now. So is this class is what we are not thinking about? Yes, right?
Yes.
Yes, that is what got created yesterday. Now right click on this and create something like first name. No doubt it is like created here itself. So if you wanted to do any development work in above, you should know what is its class name. And that class can be happily accessed here. And you can create whatever you want. You can create, view, modify everything. So if you physically log in and do the things, same things will be like applicable even if you do from here. That is its specialty. So that is where you are seeing this as like searchable text box, where I can search for this one or its parent or anything. Okay, so now I wanted to ask you one thing. So we confirmed that every framework will be having this highlighted part as common. Am I correct? Yes, right?
Yes.
Till here everything is common. So I can search for any of its parent classes. If I search for SCP-FW, if I count for number of work classes, I can count, right? If I can count for number of work classes, based on which I can confirm how many frameworks it is having. Am I? Yes, right?
Yes. Yes.
If I log in any application, I can access, no doubt it's a class. And additionally, I can access its parent classes only. I cannot access these classes. Okay, I cannot access the other frameworks. So here for this particular one, I can understand its parents maybe in 3 ways. First 2 ways we understood. And we are understanding the third way. That is, if I search with CT-FW, I should get this work class and this work class. I can say that there are like 2 frameworks for our implementation. Yes, right. So in that scenario, you'll see like two worker classes, no doubt in it. And can you confirm what is the first framework or what is the first parent? Or can you confirm what is the second parent or third? I'll see total 4 worker classes now. So can you guarantee say what is first one, what is second, what is third, what is fourth? No, right?
Yes.
Can you confirm? What is the first parent and how can you say?
No.
No, we can say how many are there, but we cannot say its hierarchy. Correct, right? You know? Yes. So I'll search for SCB-FW. I can count for number of work classes, meaning I can say that there are those many frameworks, but can you say what is first out of that? What is second parent? What is third? No, right? Hierarchy we cannot say, but we can just say the count. So to identify hierarchy, there is something different way called inheritance. I'll talk about that. Okay, so for now, you are understanding that every application you create, maybe framework or implementation, one work class will be generated. Okay, and if it is framework, you'll see FW in between. And into your respective application, wherever you logged in, you can search for its parent classes and do any development work on top of it. I can search for the class here. I can right click and create. No doubt it is like created there only. And maybe here, you again, I can search for the same class. Whatever you created from there, I should see it. So that is the concept of reusability, right? Okay, I'll explain about this class structure tomorrow. So it will be like little theoretical discussion, but to the most possible extent, I wanted this to be interactive and interesting. Okay, today's part, tomorrow's part, it will be little theoretical. And maybe from next day onwards, our actual development or actual practicals will start. Okay, so by that time, maybe till today's session, there is nothing about development. So maybe even if you are not understanding, doesn't matter at all. Make sure from Monday's class, if you can concentrate with fresh mind also, that is enough. Okay, but these are just for your advantage. If you can understand, it will be helpful. If not, not a problem also. Even in the real time, no one know all these things. So there will not be much development related exercises running out of this discussion. But if you are doing everything in your project from scratch, maybe in a small project, you will be everything, right? Meaning you are a developer, you are a tester, maybe you are like, you are supposed to deploy your own things, or you are the business analyst. Then everything is what you have to clearly understand. Okay, so this will talk in tomorrow's session. Clear, right? Any questions?
Yes.
Clear on that? Okay. Thank you. So yesterday's session, we understood how to create framework application, and then we understood how to create implementation application. Okay, so there we observed in framework, it will ask for some theme. Okay, and then it will by default ask for our organization name, which will be initially as random. Then we'll try to update something to SCP or whatever. Okay, and after which we created one implementation, it did not ask for theme, and we concluded whatever the framework theme should be, it must be derived. And ikkada still it is asking for, or it is showing some random organization name. So this implementation is created part of framework, meaning this organization also should be derived. But because of some OODB frameworks usage, we understood organization name will not be by default derived. Okay, so we are supposed to again manually update it. So that is what we have done yesterday. And after this implementation is done, no doubt one operator ID creation should happen. And based on that operator ID only, any further development should happen. Okay, your project might be having multiple frameworks. And no doubt you'll be connected with only one single implementation. You'll be given operator ID for that implementation only. If you log in with that implementation, indirectly you got access for above frameworks also. This is what we have seen. Okay. And now after you logging in into any implementation, you should understand how many frameworks it is having. So tell me how to identify number of frameworks. What are the ways we are seeing? 3 ways, right? How to identify number of frameworks?
Yeah, through application definition and the app explorer
And classes.
and
Okay,
classes.
so the first one is like using application definition. There you'll see something called built on application. Okay, so Built on application, nothing but this is built on what? You can see it's a first framework. And if you check for its own definition, you can see it's a parent, maybe third parent, fourth parent, go till to the top where you see OOTB things like Theme Cosmos or Cosmos React or UI Kit or Constellation, whatever it is. And on top of it, no doubt you'll see something as Pega rules. So this is one way where you can identify its parents. And second way, using App Explorer. Okay, if you go to App Explorer, you can see some X applications, right? Some number is what you'll see. From there also you can understand. And third and very, very important thing, using something called classes. Okay, let me log in once. Okay, so here you can see something called classes. As we understood, each and every application will have one work class generated, correct, right? And that is what PRPC is telling us during application creation itself. So when we are creating an application, so there we will be going to advanced configuration, right? There you'll select your own organization name, right? So then and there it is saying this will be the class layer generated. So if I have total 10 applications, maybe 3 frameworks and 7 implementations, how many work classes you can confirm? Tell me. How many work classes must be there?
10.
It must be 10 work classes, right? Yes. So how many applications you see, those many work classes must be there. It might be framework work class or implementation work class, doesn't matter. Okay, and this class will be, okay, city is our organization where I have something like main framework and something like banking framework and something like insurance framework and something about like credit card application, loans application, maybe accounts application. So here, if I log in, I'll see its applicational related class name as city hyphen its name, whatever you provided. So maybe city CC and something like work. And if you are a developer here, you'll see its own class by default, that is city hyphen city loans hyphen work. And here this class name will be city hyphen FW hyphen maybe bank hyphen work. And this one should be city hyphen FW hyphen city main hyphen something like work. So all the work classes, how many applications you create, those many work classes will be generated. No doubt everything should end with work only, where every development work happens on this class. So you as a developer should do some development work on this application, right? It's nothing but on this class only. So after you logging in, you'll see by default the same class. You can right click on that and do whatever the development work you have to do. Okay, we'll do all these things manually, slowly. Okay, fine. And based on this, if I ask you how many frameworks we are having, suppose if I wanted to create few things here, what I have to do? It doesn't mean that you have to log in onto this one. You can search for that class directly from here. That is where you got searchable text box. So maybe SCB-FW and so bank related work class is what you'll see. Or there itself you can see main related work class also. So on the respective class, if I right click and create, so no doubt it is like created in its framework application only. So what I'll do is maybe if I wanted to create first name, last name, credit card number, these three now. So on right clicking on this, I'll create credit card number one. And I'll search for the class from there to here and I'll right click and I'll create first name and last name. So now tell me if you are a developer in this loans application, can you search for this class? Yes, right?
Yes.
Yes. So can you see first name and last name, what I created now?
Yeah.
Yes, right. It should be. That is where framework and implementation linking should happen. Okay, so you are like straight away creating it here. Maybe if you got one operator ID to log in onto this one, no doubt whatever you created from here in this class. So if you log in, it should be there. And maybe different operator logging onto this one, searching for the above class, he should get those things showing up. He can use further. This is what the design should be. So we can conclude that every framework should have CTFW, which is like starting every time. So I can search for parent classes, right? So here, if I search till SCP-FW, and if I can count for number of work classes, there I can say that those many frameworks are there. But we cannot say what is the hierarchy as of now. What is first parent, what is second parent, that we cannot confirm today itself or as of now itself. Okay. So now based on this, I'll ask you one small question. You guys should answer this. So here you will see something like city loans dash work. So you are a developer here. You are supposed to create first name, last name, and maybe something like loan amount. So you created these three things in the same class. Actually, these are to be maintained in its parent, right? Few are to be maintained in its parent. But you, by mistake, created these three here. So you got the output that is working fine. Now I am a developer here. So now tell me, can I use this first name, last name things from there to here? Yes or
No.
No.
no? Can't you use those things from that class to this class?
No,
So
we cannot.
yeah. So can't I search for this class with this application login? Here I can see something like its own class, right? Can't I search for this loans related class name here? That is what my question is.
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Sure, right? Can I search for this class in this login? Again, I'm stressing and asking you. Now tell me, yes or no?
No, Chandra.
Answer
No.
Mari. It's like no right now. Earlier you told it as yes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm having class name as city dash city accounts dash work. So this is different class. This is different class. Can I search for that class from there to here? I have few rules maintaining here. My question is, can I use those rules from there to here? No, right?
No.
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 Okay. Rules usage is not possible. That is what you are confidently saying. Now, can I at least search for that class from there to here? At least
Yes.
class, can I search it?
We can search.
Yes.
The
hierarchy is same, right, Chandra?
You see
We
the
can
diagram.
search.
Okay, you see the diagram and tell me. And you need not question me anything about like hierarchy. You see the diagram. And finally, whatever the class I am seeing here, can I search for that class here or not?
No, we cannot search
No,
it.
No.
you can never search the class. Maybe if you can find this class somewhere here. So if I can see this class access, no doubt I got its application access, right? And no doubt I should see all its rule access, right? If I can see those rules, I can use it, right? So which is not correct. So this and these two are two independent applications. That is where we are creating it as separate. So you can never search for sibling classes into this one. This is what you have to know. Got it right? You can never search for sibling classes. Okay. So if I log in into any particular application, I can access its parents only. So this organization can have total 4 frameworks. But for this one, I can see only 2 connected. I can access only these 2 classes. Other 2 frameworks, I cannot search from here. This is what you have to know. Everyone clear with this final statement?
Yes.
That's right?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, based on this, I'll tell you real
Chandra,
time.
so
Listen,
one question
I
here.
understood your point. I understood your point. Just listen for next 5 minutes. No doubt your question will be confirmed. Okay, so this is what finally we are understanding. But let me tell you one real-time scenario. Please, please bear for 5 minutes, then I can answer your question. So this is my Citibank. And here, whatever the frameworks use, not a problem. I have one credit card application, something like loans application, something like accounts application. So if you are a customer going for a bank, understand something like functional, not anything about Pega. If you are going for a bank asking for a credit card, if I'm the credit card employee here, you are normal customer. So I'm supposed to issue a credit card. Before that, our bank policy is you should have a bank account. You should have a bank account in our Citibank. Then only we'll issue a credit card. So then what I'll ask you to do, I can ask you to go to counter number 3. And then I can ask you to get an account created there first. And then I'll ask you to come back here. Then we can proceed. That is fine. And another customer is coming to me and saying like that he's already having an account and he wanted to get a credit card. So now I wanted to cross check about his account details, right? So I'll ask him what is his account number, something like 1234. So meaning whatever the account data being maintained, that is being pulled out. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, right? Yes. So in this kind of portals, whatever the database related things we can happily pull out. And whatever the rules he is creating, so that can be pulled out even by defining a class here. So whatever the earlier statement I told you, that is rules maintained in one class cannot be pulled out here. That is what we are understanding as per hierarchy. But in this exceptional scenario, things maintained here to be used, right? Whatever the things you maintain there, it is to be used. So this is something like manually some connection to be done. So what I'm trying you to understand is inheritance. Inheritance meaning inheriting from parent generally. So things maintained here can be happily used below. And things maintained at the top level can be used here as well as here as well as here. So there is no blockage there. So this kind of inheriting from parent to child, we call it as pattern inheritance, which is by default possible. Okay, and there will be some exceptional scenarios where I have things maintained in some sibling class, which is by default can't be possible, but still we can get it by establishing an inheritance manually. I have to link these two things manually. That type of inheritance is called direct inheritance. And now to answer this question, so you can maintain few things somewhere in different classes, but still you can get it here, which will be an exceptional scenario, what we call it as direct inheritance. Okay, so now Saurabh, you tell me, is this your question? And did I answer this?
Yeah, like actually it was little different. I was just asking that if we explicitly knows the class, then we can definitely search, right?
But what I'm saying is, in this app explorer, you can never search for sibling classes. Okay, maybe I'll be designing a screen here. Okay, so we'll start our development, right? There I'll be designing a screen. So which is related to our own application, which is related to, or considering the same example. So
So
this is
if when we set up this directed inheritance, then we can search those classes in Explorer.
It's not about class explorer. In app explorer, you can never search for other classes. Okay, so what I'm trying to say here is, so you can get data from top to, meaning parent to child. Okay, so from siblings you cannot get, right? But siblings wise, you can get it on some exceptional scenarios. So what we call it as direct inheritance. But here in the app explorer, you can search for only parent classes, meaning pattern inheritance related things only will be showing out. So other class data, if I wanted to use it, I can use it in my screens by defining something. It's a page name and class name. You don't know this point.
Okay. No, I got your point now.
Yeah, so you can use the other classes, but here listing out happens only if it is parent. Got my point?
Yes.
Fine. So we'll talk about this inheritance in the today's session itself in detail after some time. But for now, it is very clear that you will be having by default its own class and its a parent class names only. Other classes you can never search, meaning it will show like something invalid only. class doesn't exist. That is what it will show. Okay, fine. So whenever I'm trying to develop something, consider my requirement is to develop a screen for this credit card application. Okay. So today my manager is asking me to design screen number 1. And there it is showing something first name, last name, and credit card and other things. And for that, I'll right click on this and create few things here. And I can pin this also. And a few things I'm supposed to create an implementation, right? Okay, so you can see all the pinned classes. I'll right click on this and create. I'll right click on this, create. Maybe if I'm having one more framework, I'll search, I'll pin it, and I'll right click. So this is what our easy development happens. Okay, fine. And now, so today our design is something like city as one organization. So which has got one banking. Okay. So 2010, maybe Citibank project started and they are only into banking sector by that time. So they're having credit card, maybe loans and accounts. And after 15 years of their business, they wanted today to step into insurance sector also. Today they wanted to step into insurance sector, meaning they wanted to create 3 different applications also, right? Maybe medical insurance, vehicle insurance, whatever. Their plan is to go for 3 new implementations, which was not expected when they started. So what they are supposed to do, they have to create one more framework and which is to be connected to this one only. Am I correct? Which is to be connected to this one. Okay, so when they're designing these 3, maybe first name and last name, some reusable things will be there. They might have created something here. And today they wanted to create something like medical insurance application. And here they wanted to go for first name and last name usage. And those are already created, but it is in different framework. They cannot use it here, right? They cannot use it here. So in that scenario, so in future, we don't know how our project expansion happens. That is where PRPC is giving us an option to create much reusable things at its top level also. So there is a class maintained even for organization. So what is our organization? SCB, right? Okay, so I can see SCB as one class generated. If you are seeing something with the green color leaf, it is a class. Okay, so I can see SCB as one class also generated. So total I created, consider 10 applications. So maybe 7 or 3 are for framework, maybe 7 are for implementation. We are understanding 10 classes will be there. Okay, but these are 10 work classes ending with work, right? So along with these classes, additionally, some other classes also will be created. And one such class is organization. You
So-
can see SCB also has one class generated. And if I right click, I can pin this also if required.
Chandra, sorry, Chandra, one doubt there. You
Yes.
told the first name, last name properties will be created in the framework. Okay. Now you're telling the same first name, last name properties can be available in the city class also, right? The SCB class also.
No, what I'm saying is, so initially when your project is started, you have only one framework and these 3 implementations. If you are a developer here, if you are supposed to create first name and last name, you'll maintain its framework.
Correct.
So that is where a framework is fully established, and unexpectedly they wanted to start insurance project, and here they wanted to use first name and last name. These things cannot be possible. So that is where in future we are not sure how our expansion will be. That is where PRPC, what they're saying is, so all the reusable things you can maintain at its organization level also. So
Okay.
anything reusable between this banking, then only you maintain in this framework. So first name and last name, no doubt it will be reused between these 3. In future, if I'm having different sector maintained, and in future I'll start something like petroleum also. So today in Geo, we'll be having or something like Reliance, right? So in Reliance, there are different sectors. So they are into a clothing sector, maybe retail sector, or maybe telecom sector. Future, they are into banking sector. So that is where they are maintaining, or PRPC is giving some storage related thing at organization level also. So
Okay.
if today in 2010 itself, I wanted to create first name, last name, bank ID, and then credit card number. So what you have to do, credit card number, you have to maintain it here. Bank ID reusable between these three, right? You have to maintain it here. First name and last name, you have to maintain it organization. You are not sure in future how the expansion, but still you have to maintain all the reusable things at the top level. They are giving us one storage related part at organization level also.
Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay.
Fine. So
Chandra,
after you creating
one more question here. For this banking framework, can't we like use directed inheritance?
We
Simply.
can, that is what I'm saying. But every time if you are planning to go for direct inheritance, so
Hmm.
what is the point of maintaining frameworks? You tell me. I'll maintain all the rules here. So if I wanted to use this into this one in future, I can connect and get it. But is that real way of designing? No, right? Got my point?
So it will also impact the performance. Like if we do that in that way.
Obviously, performance will be disturbed. So I think you're having little Pega knowledge, and just to make you understand now itself, if you are wanted to use this one, you have to define this in page and its class, right? If I'm defining a page and its class, no doubt this entire class related stuff will be pulled out, not just only first name, entire class stuff will be pulled out. So which is again killing system performance, correct? That's right.
Okay.
So in the rare scenarios, you have to use it, not every time.
All right. Yeah.
Got it right. So
yes,
organization structure, maybe if you are continuing with this one, you cannot fulfill this design, right? Okay, so even with one framework, the other three implementations are not smoothly running out. So I'm asking you to maintain one more framework and other things. What you are saying is, so if you are having only one thing maintained everywhere, and even if it is not connected, can't we manually connect and get it? Yes, we can do, but it is not correct approach. Got it right? Fine. So what I'm trying to say here is, even at organization level also, there will be a class created by default, and this will not be work class. So are you seeing anything like SCB dash work? No. So for applications alone, you'll see work as like class generated, and for every other class, it will be normal class name. And I can create anything here also. I can use it into its first framework, maybe required second framework, and last in all the implementations. So for everyone clear, right?
Yes.
Everyone clear,
Chandra,
right?
Chandra, I have one question.
Tell me.
So, like, can we connect like two framework?
Two frameworks?
Yeah, like here bank framework is there, and second one is insurance framework is there, right? So can we interconnect these two?
What do you mean by interconnecting?
Means like whatever the property and everything mentioned in this bank, we
So
can
if
use for
these two,
insurance.
yeah, if these two are derived from this topmost, what are these two considered as siblings, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And city is something, and this is something framework one. This is something framework two. So in this case, framework two can get things from framework one. So I can consider these two are somewhere connected. So maybe this has banking, and I can have separate framework for credit card alone. Within credit card, I can have something like registration application, cancellation or recovery, or something like upgradation, and something like loans as separate framework. So within which loans registration, loans upgradation, these might be implementations. So here, if you feel this framework and this framework are to be interlinked, so you have to maintain it as parent child. And you tell me whether these two are to be interlinked or not. No, right? There is no connection between these two. So you should understand your complete structure. So what are you maintaining in this framework and what should be connected? And what is this framework about and what should be connected? If these two are not interlinked, so those are considered as siblings, right? Based on the structure only, you have to correlate.
Okay.
Got it right?
Got it. Yes.
Chandra, I have one question.
Yes.
So, what will be the parent class of the SCB class, like the organization class? Is it Pega?
No, I'll talk about it. So we have to understand about inheritance. Mostly in today's session itself, we'll come to.
Okay.
So finally, we are understanding that these three are important classes as of today. There will be extra on top of it OOTB classes and other leaves also, right? As I told you, leaf is a class. Okay, ignore about every other class. So as of today, we created framework and work class will be there. One implementation, one work class will be there, and organization also a class will be generated. I'll right click on this create and I'll right click on this. I'll right click on this. This is okay. Fine. So this is something like an application, and for application, a class got generated. So to know more about application, what did you do? You clicked on its definition, correct? Similarly, to know more about a class, you can right click on that and click on definition. Okay, so some class information is also what I can get. So I'm trying to right click on this framework work class and clicking on definition. I'll get some details. Okay. And I'll right click on this and click on further definition. And even I'll right click on this and click on definition. Okay. Now you observe one thing. So first two are work classes. Am I correct? Please confirm me quickly. First two are something work classes. And this is something non-work class, right? Whatever it might be. It's not work class. Okay. So I wanted to make you understand as two different things here. So that is work class, how its design will be. Non-work class, how its design should be. So you look into this, any of the work class. I can see it's a type. What is its type showing?
Concrete.
Any work class, its type, it will show it as concrete. Okay. And coming to the non-work class, what is its type showing?
Abstract.
Abstract.
So based on this, you can confirm classes are of two types. So every Pega development should be in terms of classes only. And we are having work classes and non-work classes. These are looking as concrete as its type, and these are abstract as its type. Okay, we're just trying to observe everything for now. And work class. Here you can see something like settings also below. Something settings is what you're observing, and below it something like keys is what you're observing, and something like class inheritance is what you're seeing. And I think at the last you'll see something called test connection. So these 5 things is what you're observing in any work class. And coming to non-work class, you can see class type as abstract. Okay. Settings is also like available, and class inheritance. So you can understand these two are missing for non-work classes. Correct, right? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
You are like missing. Now you should clearly understand what is abstract, what is concrete, and why work classes are concrete, why different classes are abstract, why concrete classes will be having keys applicable, why concrete classes will be having test connection applicable, why those are not applicable for abstract classes. This you have to know. Okay, so for this, I'll tell you with one normal example. Consider a biggest organization in India, that is startup. This is one biggest organization. And this organization will be having different divisions. So there will be something like electronics as one division. And there will be something like IT department as one division. And there will be something like jewelry as one division. And there will be something like travel as one division. Okay, and or motors as one division. And within which there will be something called chroma as one unit, or there can be subunits also. And there will be something called click as one unit. And TCS as one unit, and maybe Tanishq as one unit, or CaratLane or unit, and maybe Air India, or maybe whatever. So these many things will be there. These are kind of units, these are kind of divisions, and this is organization. I'm not talking anything about Pega. So this is anywhere sim. Okay, fine. Consider a small example. This Chroma application, suppose if you go to Chroma store today and ask for a laptop, okay, you'll choose some laptop product and you'll go for billing, right? If I'm that billing person, I'll be using one application. Okay, I'll use some laptop to generate a bill, right? I'll use one application. And here I'll be collecting your basic details, your laptop details, and your warranty related part, payment related part, everything. And once that is successful, you will be given with one bill, right? You'll be given with one bill and you'll be given with some product. And this bill will have some number. Okay, we call this as bill number or receipt number or invoice number or reference number, whatever it is. Okay, so this is what happens. And maybe after 2 or 3 months, if your product is damaged, what you'll do? You'll again come to this store and there I'll ask you to give your bill number, where I'll enter your bill number and then I'll say that this is still under warranty or this is not under warranty. Whatever, they'll give you some solution there. So this is what something kind of happy path. And otherwise scenario, consider you went to Chroma asking for a laptop and that product is not available by that time. Okay, so what you will do, you might be paying some 2000 rupees as like booking amount, and then you might come after 2 days and get the product collected. This is what happening, right? Maybe if product is not available in stock, so you may have to wait for 2 days and then collect it. Now, what is happening in these 2 days? What is happening in these 2 days? So this particular Chroma is not having stock. So they are supposed to get that inherited or get that derived from its parent, right? Consider this is one godown where they're maintaining all the stock. From there, they're trying to get it. So maybe here in this godown also, if product is not there, they'll try to get it from its parent, right? Maybe organization, whatever. So in this way, some chain is happening. Okay, so maybe in this, after these 2 days, they'll get product from there to here, and finally from here only you'll get a call, right? So that your product is available. Please come and get your product delivered. This is what things happen. Okay, so maybe will you get a call maybe from this godown directly? Or will you get a call maybe from this organization department directly? No. No. Or maybe if you are directly going to the godown and asking for the product, they will not give you. If you are directly going to the organization that is top level Delhi godown, still you will not get it. They'll not give you. Okay. So what is happening is the above things here are now slowly correlating to the Pega. This we consider it as abstract. And this also will be considered as abstract. And this we call it as concrete. Okay, this we call it as concrete. So in Chroma, that is concrete. So business will start. Business starts and business will process and business will end. And they will try to give you some bill number. And maybe after 2 or 3 months, if that product is damaged, they are supposed to show you some solution also, meaning they are checking for the bill number in their database. So they will be having database table connected. These are all the things we understand. And abstract class, what is this doing? So you cannot directly go here and ask for a product, meaning business will never start here. Okay, any transaction will not start at all. Any transaction will not end at all. So you are not supposed to get product delivered from there. So this is meant for processing. And this is also same. This is meant for processing. Now correlating, abstract classes are something where transaction will not start, transaction will not end, and they will try to help below concrete classes to run successfully. Okay, they are just trying to help running concrete classes successfully. In this process, there will not be any IDs generated, any bill numbers generated. So if there is no IDs generated, that particular class will not have database tables also connected. So this is something concrete class will have a bill number generating capacity, meaning a database table must be there to hold that. These are not meant for any transaction IDs generated and need not hold anything, and there will not be database table also. So there will not be database tables also. So coming here, this is something like top level class, and where I'll try to create few things here. I'll try to create few things here. Okay, so those are meant for helping below child most classes only. So where every business happens at the childmost classes only. So if you go for a bank and ask for a credit card, so they will try to do something in this credit card application only. So this is something like topmost, and here I can have n number of classes. This is credit card, this is loans, this is accounts, this is medical insurance. All these are something like concrete classes. So the application, whatever you create, it will be like a work class, which is concrete, and every business happens here only. And if any customer is registration here, so one reference number will be generated and it will be stored into its table. So the above classes are not meant for running any transactions there. Okay, the above classes are just meant for supplying its rules to the below part and making this concrete classes running successfully. So now technical statement, I'll give you one final and technical statement. So here concrete classes can generate a bill number. And technically we call this as work object ID or case ID. Okay, so in Pega, we are calling this as work object ID or case ID. And the same will be maintained in one database table. Okay, and abstract classes can never generate work object IDs. And that too, you should not use a word called generate in this case. So concrete classes can instantiate. Technical word is instantiate. So concrete classes can instantiate case IDs, and hence there will be a database table connected. Abstract classes can never instantiate case IDs and no database tables connected. Is this statement clear, everyone? So for everyone clear, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, right?
Yes,
You
Chandra.
know, concrete classes can instantiate work object IDs. Okay. Now, based on this, let's correlate with something like original example. Okay. So in bank, there is one credit card application, something like loans application, something like accounts application. Okay. So these are just output applications. If I'm a bank employee here, so what I'll think is about running this application. But to run this application smoothly, you might be creating n number of above classes also. There will be multiple organization, and on top of it, some extra OOTB classes. There will be n number of top parents. Those are meant for helping these below things running smoothly so that the real users don't know. Okay, so this is our complete bank. Don't think anything about Pega now. So this is like complete bank. So if any customer coming here or trying to enter our bank, so there will be one receptionist asking for the query. And if you say that you wanted to go for credit card, they'll ask to go to counter number 1. So if you are the customer standing in the queue, maybe few other customers standing. So as an employee, I have to address your query. You might be asking for new credit card registration. So what I'll do, there might be a small button kind of click here for registration. I'll click on that, where I'll get screen number 1 collecting your personal details, screen number 2 collecting your address details, whatever. I'll complete the entire transaction. So whenever I complete, no doubt whatever the database table connected for that, there must be 10 records stored. Instead, if 10 customers are standing in queue, okay, and if 10 credit card requests are raised, those are considered as 10 different records into our database table. Everyone agree with this? Yes, right? For 10 requests, there must be 10 records into our database table. Correct, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes.
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 Even for loans application, for those many different requests, those are to be like 10 different records into its database table. And even for this application, there must be a database table. As I told you, if you are creating 3 applications now, no doubt 3 work classes will be maintained. Those are like 3 concrete classes. Concrete classes should have 3 database tables, each connecting to one. That is what you can easily correlate based on this diagram. Okay. So here one customer, maybe 10 customers, I think 10 different unique numbers will be there. So this reference number will be unique. It will not be repeated. Okay, so this first customer coming to me and 1, 2, 3, 4 is the reference number generated. I collected all the details and I asked him to wait for 3 working days for the activation. For credit card activation, I asked him to wait for 3 working days. Maybe after 3 days again he came to the bank and said like activation is not yet completed. So what I'm supposed to do? I'm supposed to ask for his reference number, right? Please tell me your reference number. So he will tell me and I'll search for his reference number. Data should be pulled out from database and has to display some content. No doubt. So there I can see something less still pending. I can see some status as still pending. So I can directly say him to wait for till end of the day. It should be completed. So I don't see any problem now. It is still showing as pending. It might be done by today end of the day. Please wait. That is what I'm saying. So he again came after 2 days. Still it is showing as pending. So I exactly don't know what is the problem. As a bank employee, I don't know Pega or I don't know anything, right? As a bank employee, I can see that there is no issue showing it for me. What I can say is I raised one request now. My technical team will look into it and they'll call you if required. That is what the thing they are saying. Okay, that is what the thing they are saying. Now, if you are the Pega developer now, if you are the Pega developer, so I'm the real bank user, you will get an email from me saying like for credit card application, for this reference number, activation is not done. That's it. So kindly assist him. This is what one line of email you get. Okay. So now what you have to do, you have to fix it. So for that, no doubt you log into development studio, right? So these persons are logging into the user portals. They're trying to carry their transactions. You are the developer to log in and fix such issues, meaning you will be accessing development studio. Okay. So you will be logging with some operator ID. This might be an operator ID. And what they told is like in credit card application, make sure you should access that application. No doubt. Okay, so this consider this as SCB credit card application. You are logging in there. And here what they're saying is for this credit card application, for this reference number, there is some problem. Meaning you have to access this database, correct? You have to access this database. Okay, so day one, consider or now you logged into the respect application. Now you have to open database. So you know our database name is, what is that? What is your database name?
Pega data.
Pega data.
Pega data. It's like Pega data. So you might be opening Oracle or maybe PGAdmin 4 or MongoDB or SQL, whatever it is. Whatever the environment your project is using, you'll open that. Consider you opened Oracle. And there you'll see Pega data as one database showing on. And within which, as I told you, there will be hundreds of tables, minimum 500 plus tables. And out of that table, in one single table, you have to look for 1, 2, 3, 4 as the ID. So what is this table name? How to identify table? That is what you have to cross. Get my point? What is the table name? If you ask this real person, what they will do? So you'll just get an email saying like for this application, there is a problem. You logged into the respect application. So you have to open database and check where the problem is. You know how to open database. And there are like 500 plus tables, out of which hardly, PR operators has one single table. You don't know what is the table associated for this application. For that, you need not ask anyone. You need not ask anyone. So right click on the respect to class. Okay, suppose after you logging into credit card application or loans application, whatever it might be, you will see its respect to work class, right? Okay, so no doubt this is concrete. You'll right click on this and check for definition. You'll get the same window. So once you got this window, at the last, you'll see something called a test connection. There, if you click on that, you will see that this class is mapped to, this is the class, which is mapped to this particular table name. You can see this, right? Let me copy this somewhere. Okay, so can you see this? So this particular class This is mapped to so-and-so table. In so-and-so database, this is what clearly it is mentioned. Now you open your Oracle software and under this database, you look for this table, that's it. And once this table is identified, so you should look for this reference number, what you got it. And you'll search for that reference number and identify what exact the issue is. So here you can clearly say it like something additional documents are pending, whatever you can resolve according to that. So what I'm trying to say here is how to identify a database table for any concrete class. So for concrete class, there must be a table. Am I correct? Yes, right?
Yes, Chandra.
Yes.
For abstract class, will you see a table?
No.
No. So
No.
meaning, if you go to any abstract class, at the last, are you seeing test connection? It itself is not having a table. What is the point of showing table connection here? So that is where test connection is missing for every abstract class. So if you go to any concrete class, you'll see test connection available. There you can see this class is connected to what table. And if we observe, as I told you, tables generally starts with what prefixes?
PRPC, PR4.
PRPC and PR4. If I ask you, tell me any table which starts with PR.
PR operator.
PR operators, correct. Any table starts with PC. All work classes. You take any work class. You take any work class. Every work class will hold table with PC as the prefix. Okay, PC. Here it is PC. Why it is given as PC? Is there any specific significance for that? That we'll talk after some time. And if we observe this class and table, both will be little same. And every time classes will be given hyphens as separation. Every class will be given with hyphen. And now its respect to table, I can ignore, right? Its respect to table will be showing with underscores. Ignore all. So here you can see something like underscores. Am I correct? So classes every time will show with hyphens and it's a table names every time will show with underscores only. This is what basic understanding what we have. Okay, now considering the same example, whenever you got any production issue, so you should identify what is the application name. Okay, and that applicational related class, what is it? And its class related table, what is it? And under this table, no doubt there must be one primary key. Am I correct? And under that primary key, what is the reference number he is telling us? So that you have to check for. Now, if I ask you what is the primary key for this, you should know the primary key, right? You should know the primary key. Now, if I ask you how to identify table, you can happily say. So how to identify table and you can happily say. So how to identify it's a primary key, still you'll have the same. That is for that particular class in its definition. So you can see keys concept. Key is nothing but it's a primary key, that is P by ID. Yes, right? Can you correlate? That is P by ID. So now for a particular table, the columns generally starts with what prefixes?
PY. PY.
Is it only with PY every time?
P by PX. PZ.
PX, PY, PZ.
PZ.
So what is the primary key for work table? This is work class. This is its work table. This is one work class. This is its table. So all the work classes will have its individual tables. We call this as work tables. Credit card work table, loans class, loans table, accounts related work class, accounts related work table. This is what generally we'll discuss. So if I create 3 applications, 3 work classes, 3 concrete classes, and 3 tables, right? All these tables starts with the PC only. PC underscore SCB underscore something like credit card. PC underscore SCB underscore something like loans dash work, whatever. All the tables starts with every time PC as the prefix. And all such tables will have one primary key also with the same name, that is with PYID. Understanding, right, every one of you?
Yeah.
All the worker tables will have same primary key. Okay, so if maybe again you got one more request from this person. He's a bank employee, right? He's saying like for accounts application for 2, 3, 4, 5. So there is something like issue. So the candidate wanted it to be deleted, whatever. They wanted to upgrade or downgrade. I cannot do it from front end. Something is stopping. That is what you got. So you as an again developer, make sure you log in into the respect to accounts application. You have to log into accounts application. How to log into accounts application? How to log in? So you will be having only one single operator ID. Don't expect multiple operator IDs, only one operator ID. So initially to fix defect number 1, you should log into loans application. Maybe for defect number 2, you have to log into accounts application. Maybe for defect number 3, you should log into something third application. So for that, as I told you, you have to open your operator from here. Or you can go to records and again organization, again operator ID, open your own operator ID and make sure there is something like access level, that is loans application authors, right? You can click on plus and you can go for SCB, maybe accounts. We haven't created, but I'm just telling you something. Like authors, this must be the scenario. This must be the part. So if an operator has got multiple applications connected, he's part of loans application, he's part of accounts application, he'll be part of something third application. So here the default, whatever it is selected, initially whenever I log in, it will take me to loans application as authors. Okay, now I got one more request. That is some problem with accounts application. What I have to do, I have to select this. Maybe I have to click on save and log off and log in. Now the default one is accounts and it has to take me to development studio of that. Make sense, right, everyone? Come on.
Yes,
Yes, right?
Chandra.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And again, changing this every time is like pretty difficult. I'm supposed to change every time. Okay, instead of that, if an operator has got more than one application access, if you click on this one, you are seeing new application, right? Just below that, you will see something called switch application. Actually, this is something dummy, right? Maybe if this is a valid one. So here just below new application, you will see one more thing. Later I'll show you, which is with the name switch application. There, if I mouse over, you can correlate according to that. If I mouse over, there I can see maybe multiple options. If I choose accounts application, immediately everything will be changed to development studio for accounts application. Likewise, you can toggle between applications. Fine. So after you toggled to this application, there you will see SCB accounts. And here you'll see SCB accounts -1. It's worker class, right? And if you right click on this and if you check for definition and at the last you can see what might be its table name. So there you'll see accounts related table name and you can check for the same table in your database. And again, what is its primary key? Every time it will be PYID only. Okay, so in this particular table also you'll see PYID. Under PYID, whatever the ID they are telling you, you have to search and you have to solve it. In this way, you have to correlate. So all the work tables will have PC as the prefix table name. And all the work tables will have its primary key as PYID. And by the way, what is the primary key for operators table?
PY user identity.
PY user identity.
It is PY
User
user
identifier.
identifier. Wait, it's PY user identifier. And here it is PYID. Here it is PYID. Okay. Okay. Now I'll end today's session with one real-time scenario. I'll explain that scenario for today. The scenario here is, so this is one bank employee, credit card employee. He don't know anything about Pega. So this is his application, what he is using. Okay, so daily he will be registering thousands of customers, and there will be 1,000 request IDs generated, right? And all these 1,000 IDs are to be stored into its work table. Am I correct? Just tell me.
Yes, Chandra.
There will be a work table with the PYID as something. There might be something like thousands of work object IDs generated. Okay, so we technically call this as work object ID. Okay, so these bank employees, they will call it as reference number or invoice number or maybe receipt number, whatever. So after you got an email, you are production support guy. After you got an email, maybe if the is to be assigned for your team member, if you are a manager, you have to assign to this. What you'll say? So open PC work table and there is one work object ID with the name 1234. This is what you have to say. Work object ID or case ID is what we technically call. So this non-technical guys, they might call it as reference number and other things. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and here you will see PYID, n number of things generated, and we will be having the customer respect information, and there will be something called status also. Okay, so everything must be resolved. Every work object ID created, it must be resolved. If a bank employee generated a credit card request, it is his responsibility to get it completely resolved. Then only he'll get some incentives. Okay, then only he'll get some incentives. He should follow that customer. He should follow that customer and provide necessary documents. If required, I'll send my representative to you, to your home or to your office. So you are supposed to provide these documents. So you have to provide one cancelled check. So they will run behind us, right? So meaning every transaction generated, ultimately it must be resolved. Status must be showing as resolved. And for your information, today itself, its a column name is PY status work. Its column name is PY status work. Okay, so there might be some scenarios or some work object IDs which might be still as open, right? Consider you went for a bank and asking for some educational loan or some request is generated. So they are asking you, next day they are calling you and asking you to provide some kind of educational documents. And suddenly you changed your mind not to go for higher education. You wanted to still continue with your current job. Okay, you wanted to continue. You got some promotion, you wanted to continue. So for this work object ID, you might not respond to that bank calls, right? So meaning transaction got created which might not be resolved. There will be n number of such work object IDs which are not resolved. So technically we call those as in-flight cases. Getting my point? Technically we call those as in-flight cases. Every year, okay, consider you are working for a client, that is city client. So this client might be working in a financial year or maybe calendar year. Maybe January to December might be their year, or April to March might be their financial year, whatever it is. So every year end, they will request a developer. Consider I am a city client from USA. You are my development team, and I can request you that what are all the work object IDs which are not resolved, purge those or archive those. This is what they'll say. So purging meaning completely deleting. Purging meaning completely deleting. Archiving meaning maintaining that junk data in some temporary table. So consider if they're asking you to archive. So you might be creating one temporary table and these few records are to be deleted, or sorry, are to be pushed out here. Correct, right? Makes sense, everyone? Following, right? That's right.
Yes, Chandra.
Yes.
Everyone following, right? Okay. Now, what I'm finally trying to say here is whatever the data getting registered, by default, there is OOTP design of storing into its work table. I need not do anything to make this data flowed into this table, which is purely OOTP. And sometimes extra client requirements might be about creating a new table and data should be maintained in these tables also. This is one extra requirement what you get. Okay, so whatever the data we are registering, maintain it into this table, that is existing design, and maintain a copy in this table also for backing up. This is what the requirement is. or they might ask you to stop storing in this table and then maintain a new table of our own. And here I should be having CID, maybe customer ID, as my unique column and maintain the data. Okay, so by default, once you create an application, a work class will be generated, a work table will be generated with PYID as primary. So every transaction generated will be by default maintained here, but stop that linking out. Create a new table and get that stored into this table. This is what your new requirement might be. So you should know how to create a new table. For that, you need not struggle hard. It's like simple. Okay, and then you should change the design of storing it into this new table. So for this, what we have to do? First of all, you should know this class is connected to what table. So you tell me, someone please tell me how to identify a table for any particular application or class. How to identify a table? Very simple question. Come on.
We can click on test connection.
Test
You
connection.
have to go to definition and check for test connection. Correct, right?
Yes.
So that is one way. And now I'm trying to tell you the second way also. Maybe if you right click and go to definition, so you can find out this is one thing. Second thing is right click on that. You can see something called view. You can see something called view. If you wanted to view, which is already available, you have to go for this. And there will be something called sysadmin, and this is like its navigation. Okay, so tomorrow or the next class, I'll ask you all these questions. Even I'll pick up some random person's name and then I'll ask you how to identify a database table for a concrete class. You should tell me both the ways. And then I might ask you what is the navigation to identify a table. So you should say that sysadmin is one category, and under which you'll see something called database table. So if you click on that, you'll see something called mapping rule. We technically call this as database mapping rule. And try to open this. You can understand this class is connected to this table of this database. Am I correct? Yes, right? Yes.
Yes.
Now, if I wanted to maintain into a different table, first make sure in your Pega data, a new table maintained. So can't I update this new table name? Yes, right?
Yes.
I can update it. So maybe if this table is outside our database. So day one, if you remember, we can get data from our own database. We can get data from third-party application and even third-party database also, if you remember. I told you this, right? From third-party database also is what you can get. So for that, if you are connected to the third-party database, I think I have few databases. You can see this, right? ABC database. This is something I created extra. Okay, we'll understand all these things, how to create everything. So this is our database and this is our new table. If I say what should happen? This particular class should be connected to this table of this new database, meaning this connection is like flushed out. Am I correct? Yes, right?
Yes.
Yes. And additionally, one more thing what we have to do is, no doubt you have to still open its definition and now you have to update its primary key as like CID or whatever you are maintaining there. Okay, maybe if I click on this, I'll see new database table of so new database. This table of this database, this is what I'll see. And its primary key is CID. Every time if you just right click and check for definition, you'll see its table name and its primary key. And this table connection will never be applicable for abstract classes. So here you'll see table, right? Here you'll see its primary key, right? Abstract class will not even have a table. What is the point of test connection or what is the point of key? So those two are missing for abstract classes. Got it right? Everyone clear?
Yes.
That's right. Okay. So in detail, we have to understand something about like abstract. So this is enough for today's session. So coming days or coming concepts where we are trying to create new database tables, there we'll understand something extra classes related discussion also. And we will be even understanding about like inheritance concept. Okay, the next class, maybe for first 15-20 minutes. So there will be little theoretical discussion, and post that our actual development starts. So you may or may not understand concepts so far, doesn't matter at all. You might not use all these things in real time as a developer. If you wanted to go it as like in Pega Architect, these should be useful. Okay, that's fine. So at least from Monday's session, you are supposed to be ready for everything. Everything in the sense you should be ready with your laptop installation done. Okay, and you should be in a position to do the projects from that day itself. So Monday, I'll show you how to design screen number 1 or something. It's related discussion. And parallel, you have to replicate in other 3 projects or 2 projects. Got it right? So
Yes.
every one of you for today's discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so you will be getting some MCQ tests today, or you'll be even getting some interview question and answers updated also. Okay, so you try to parallelly practice that. So we'll meet again on Monday. Okay, so thank you everyone.
Yeah, thank you, Chandra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shani.